Doflamingo, Rocinante, I'm sorry. No, brother, the voice was shrill, broken, annoying. Seriously, can you shut up? The words slipped out before Donquixote Doflamingo could stop himself. His fist clenched instinctively, irritation flaring like a reflex burned into his bones. Then bang! Ah, father, brother. The screams pierced his ears. Pain exploded behind his eyes. Doflamingo staggered, pressing his palm hard against his temple. His head throbbed as foreign memories collided violently with his own. When the dizziness finally eased, his vision sharpened, and the world felt wrong, too real, too filthy. In front of him lay a corpse. Donquixote Doflamingo, former celestial dragon, their father. Rocinante knelt beside the body, sobbing uncontrollably, small hands clutching blood-stained clothes as if refusing to accept reality. Doflamingo lowered his gaze, a pistol, still warm, smoke curling from the barrel, in his hand. What the hell is this? He stared at the gun, then at the corpse, then at the trembling child. Killing the tutorial boss at the start of the game, he muttered hollowly, that's one way to spawn. His thoughts scattered. Garbage surrounded them, rotting food, damp walls. Darkness pressing in from every direction. The corner held the pitiful results of scavenging, trash they had fought others for, trash they had survived on. Light filtered down through cracks above the corpse. The stench hit him next. Blood, rust, rot. His stomach twisted. He gagged, turning his head away. Unbelievable. Bits and pieces snapped together. Celestial dragons, the fall, the mob, the fire, the rope, the screams, his mother's illness, hunger, hatred, and then another life surfaced. A contract signed, wine, laughter, a road trip, headlights, a truck, death. So that's how I got here. Doflamingo exhaled slowly. Fine. His lips curled into a thin smile. Being a king here beats dying as a nobody back there. He holstered the pistol behind his waist carefully, almost reverently, a weapon that had killed a father. A weapon that marked a beginning. Then he turned to Rocinante. The boy was shaking, face buried against Doflamingo's corpse, grief spilling out in broken sobs. Doflamingo knelt and spoke softly. Roci, Rocinante flinched. Tell me. Do the scars on your body hurt more or the scars in your heart? The boy froze, mother dead, father dead, and now killed by his own brother. Pain, fear, confusion, hatred, all tangled together. Rocinante couldn't speak. Doflamingo placed a hand on his shoulder and pulled him up, forcing him to look. Look at him, he said calmly. This man you call father, it was his naivety that destroyed us. He abandoned power for ideals, and what did kindness buy us? Our mother died slowly, coughing herself to death. You and I begged, starved, hid like rats. Innocence is a luxury, Doflamingo continued, voice sharpening, reserved for the strong. We are weak, and in this world the weak are trampled. Rocinante trembled. Survival comes first, Roci, Doflamingo said. That's the only truth. He straightened, eyes cold. Our father chose to be a saint without strength. A beautiful lie, a fatal one. Doflamingo laughed quietly. If he wanted peace, he should have stayed a god. Or grown strong enough to enforce it, or at least chosen a country protected by the world government. Instead, he gambled everything, lost everything, mother, family, life. A perfect failure, Doflamingo whispered. Threads of invisible silk stirred faintly around his fingers. Do you remember being hunted? He asked, burned. Strung up like animals, did we ever hurt anyone first? Rocinante's breath hitched. They watched, Doflamingo continued. The people here, the celestial dragons in Mariewa, and father, they all watched. He leaned closer. And I'm the one who kept you alive. You're my only family now, Roci. Silence. Rocinante didn't answer. Doflamingo felt it then, the pressure, the instability, two lives grinding against each other. A flicker of black and red lightning sparked behind his eyes. He snapped his fingers. Pa, Rocinante's eyes rolled back. His small body went limp, collapsing against Doflamingo's corpse. Doflamingo stood alone in the darkness. Talking sense really is a protagonist's privilege, he muttered. Above him, unseen threads tightened. The game had begun. Evening fell. Let's go, Roci. After half a day spent digging a grave, Donquixote Doflamingo and Rocinante dragged themselves back, exhaustion heavy in their limbs. Between them hung a cracked bucket filled with seawater, sloshing weakly with each step. They returned to the room. The place where their father had died. String fruit, housework form. Thin white threads burst from Doflamingo's back, splitting into 6 flexible strands that moved like octopus tentacles. Efficient, precise. In seconds, the tentacles stripped the foul clothes from both of them and tossed them into the bucket. A rough wash followed, enough to dull the stench of garbage, blood, and rot that clung to them. The threads wiped away dried blood. Rotten food was flung out. Trash disappeared. Rocinante stared, grief slowly giving way to confusion as he watched the threads move on their own. Devil fruit. Doflamingo ignored the look. When it was over, the room was still poor, still dark, still broken, but livable. He inhaled, satisfied, then used the threads to retrieve a carefully hidden piece of food and held it out. Eat, Rosi. Rocinante took it without speaking and began chewing mechanically. Doflamingo didn't push him. Losing a father broke a child. Silence was normal. As for himself, his mind was already moving forward. Torribol, Diamante, Pica, Treble's group. Those 4 idiots had given him the string fruit. Not great, not terrible. A devil fruit isn't weak, only its user is. If given the choice between the string fruit and the lightning fruit, even a dog would know what to pick. But complaining was pointless. Right now he was 10 years old, malnourished, dangerous only because of one thing, Conqueror's haki. He needed protection, fast. The town was still shaken from his earlier outburst, so no one would approach tonight. That was enough. Exhaustion finally claimed him. Doflamingo collapsed beside Rocinante onto a pile of trash that barely qualified as a bed. Sleep came instantly. Darkness, not night, not sleep. Avoid, Doflamingo opened his eyes. Endless black stretched beneath his feet, silent and still. In the distance, a single point of light flickered. A dream, he muttered. Or did I die again? No guide, no explanation, he shrugged. Whatever, worst case, I die twice. He walked toward the light. As it grew closer, its shape became clear. A lighthouse, small, barely taller than his current body. Light spilled gently from its top. Behind it lay thick fog. Below him, the darkness resolved into something else. A sea, dead, motionless, endless. Doflamingo looked up at the lighthouse. Above its door was an illustration, crude, abstract, like a stick drawing. One figure knelt, clutching another. A third stood behind them, gun raised. Doflamingo's mouth twitched. Yeah, that tracks. A translucent panel slid out from the lighthouse, floating before him. Donquixote Doflamingo. Status, Notorious Sea Circle Calendar. 1491, Birthplace. Mariewa, Holy Land of the Red Line Abilities. Conqueror's haki Initial Awakening. String Fruit Initial Awakening. Achievement unlocked. Father's death. Son's resolve reward available. Doflamingo snorted. So 2 years as a hunted garbage rat and I'm already notorious. Celestial dragons really start life on hard mode. The panel shifted. Conqueror's haki Initial Awakening. Your reincarnated soul allows power far beyond your age. Hatred, anger, and killing, intent, fuel overwhelming pressure. Most enemies are unworthy of raising a blade against you. Warning, emotional instability causes uncontrolled outbursts. Mastery requires restraint. String Fruit Initial Awakening consumes stamina to create and manipulate threads. Limited creativity available. Walk before you attempt to fly. Doflamingo's eyes gleamed. So reincarnation boosts Conqueror S, and creativity has potential. He smirked. With Conqueror's suppression and a string grinder, this island could disappear. The panel scrolled again. Achievement reward available. Father's death. Son's resolve. Your pursuit of power surpasses ordinary morality. Anyone who blocks your path is an enemy, even blood. Choose one reward. Conqueror's haki Enhancement Sensory Awakening Naturally Strong Body. Doflamingo laughed quietly. Dad, you really dropped loot. Outside, Rocinante shifted in his sleep, shivering for no reason, then unconsciously curled closer. Doflamingo ignored it. He analyzed calmly. Conquerors could be trained later. Sensory awakening was useful, but not decisive. This world rewarded bodies, bloodlines, constitution, growth. Strength now meant more strength later. Power was the foundation of everything. Select Reward 3. The lighthouse shimmered. A mirror emerged. Within it, Doflamingo's sleeping body appeared, Rocinante beside him, but the reflection was transparent. A soul. Before he could examine it, light exploded. Countless tiny motes surged from the void, pouring into his reflected body. Bones drank them in, marrow burned, his heart thundered, power flooded inward, the lighthouse blazed, and far below, the Dead Sea stirred for the first time. The game had officially begun.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Light spots in the mirror are still moving towards the body. Watching this magical scene, Doflamingo fell into deep thought. Skeletons support the human body and determine the upper limit of load-bearing capacity, while skeletal muscles determine strength and explosiveness. The bone marrow is responsible for the metabolism of body cells, and the heart determines stronger exercise capacity. It makes sense that these four represent a strong body. The level of this achievement needs to be judged from many aspects. If you can draw a BIGMOM steel balloon, wouldn't you be invincible? But if I remember correctly, Auntie has given birth to more than 40 children this year. What a sweet girl. As time passed, the light spots in the scene gradually disappeared, and the mirror slowly sank into the lighthouse. Doflamingo looked at the new information panel. Donquixote Doflamingo notorious. See Circle Calendar 1491. Birthplace Marigioa, the holy land of the Red Line. Skill Conqueror's Haki first look. Fruit String fruit first look. Talent Strong Achievement reward. Achievement Father's death and son's filial piety. The panel seemed to be able to sense his thoughts and thoughtfully annotated the newly acquired abilities. Strong muscle is harder than normal people. More power, more speed, more endurance. With faster recovery ability, you can bring bliss to the pirates with your indomitable body. This is a better starting point. But how do we get out of this dark sea? Doflamingo just thought of this. The information panel disappeared, and the fog behind the lighthouse slowly dissipated. 2 red and blue road signs were revealed, also at the same level as him. And next to the signs were 2 unknown routes. Doflamingo looked at the 2 road signs with a strange expression. Oh my God, if you shrink, layers won't recognize you're right. There's a cosplay signpost history text. He walked to the red road sign on the left, with rows of small words engraved on it. Celestial dragons, the noble celestial dragons live in the holy land of Marigioa. Do you want to go home after being forced to become a traitor? Do you want to be a superior person again? Take the head of Donquixote Doflamingo and surrender to your fellow celestial dragons, and become a celestial dragon again. Reward, same body structure as Blackbeard. After taking a quick look at the reward, Doflamingo headed for the next signpost. The identity of celestial dragons is very wonderful. The beautiful memories of childhood are still running through my mind. And there is also the protection of the Admiral. As long as you don't commit suicide in front of the protagonists, you can commit suicide in Marigioa as you like. And insulting the 5 elders is a piece of cake. As for the reward of the same body as Blackbeard, the moment Doflamingo saw it, countless strange ideas popped up in his mind. String fruit plus thunder fruit equals wire man fruit. Direct railgun divine punishment, Pangu City. String fruit plus magnetic fruit equals magnetic field lines, directly transforming into a magnetic field lunatic and ruling the world. Line plus lucky fruit equals destiny line. Control other people's fortunes without anyone knowing. The pirate's version of Shinigami is here and start shooting directly. As for why not to do it, it's not that I think it's wrong to surrender with my own father's head. However, the celestial dragons of the Holy Land regard the Hanagu family as traitors and will not accept his surrender. This had already been proven by his father's helpless begging. It is destined to be a futile effort. Looking at the second blue signpost, different information emerges. Don Quixote, celestial dragons are nothing but traitors. Create your own family. Connect with your recognized family members. Occupy your territory. And forge the glory of Donquixote Doflamingo. Reward, Ottoheim's version of observation hacky. Great stuff. Is this the benefit for newbies? Love it. Doflamingo was delighted. Ottoheim's observation hacky can sense the other person's thoughts and emotions and convey the user's own consciousness to others, affecting the minds and thoughts of others and generating strong resonance, and can even change the other person's values and ideology. Take the celestial dragons raiding the Fish Men Island. According to the celestial dragon's thinking mode he accepted in this life. As a lowly Murloc, rescuing the injured celestial dragons is not only what a pariah should do, but also the supreme honor of a Murloc. In the end, they were sent to the Holy Land, due Ottoheim. Want to leave without playing the married woman slave play once. As a result in the original timeline, Donquixote Musgard Saint was forced to be a good person by Ottoheim. What's this? Influencing thinking plus forced empathy equals pure brainwashing. A must for team building. Let's see how you, Rocinante, betray us this time. If he can still betray me after all this, I'd better kill him and receive the reward. As for the difficulty of this task, it is not easy. After reading the information on the two road signs, Doflamingo was roughly sure. These signposts are summarized based on the thoughts in my mind and my current situation. If we follow the original paths, we will just have to go through untold hardships to return to Mariagia. After being beaten and expelled, he accidentally learned the secret of celestial dragons. He was hunted down again and returned to North Blue, where he founded the Donquixote family. There is no need to take this detour now. The secret of the celestial dragons means nothing to him, no matter how big the secret is. I also didn't see the celestial dragons come out to punch rocks or kick Roger. Most of them are kept in holy places like pigs, in the environment Doflamingo is in now. Anything that does not help improve his strength is waste. Kaido didn't do whatever he wanted in Wano Kuni after he killed the idiot Kazuki Oden. Is there anyone in Toto Land who dares to resist Charlotte Linlin? In this world, as long as you are strong enough, you are a celestial dragon and can do whatever you want. And if you really know, there is a possibility that you will be hunted down by the CP organization, which will affect your strength the next day. Early morning, the energetic Doflamingo woke up early. Through the hole in the roof, you can see the hazy moon hanging in the middle. This should be no more than 1-2 in the morning. Is this the energy of a strong person? I don't think I will have to sleep in the future. Doflamingo subconsciously touched his body and found that it was still the same as before going to bed last night. My youth is over, my favorite pore spray shit is gone. carefully moving Rocinante away from him. Doflamingo tiptoed out, decided to check out the changes in my body after the enhancement. Whoosh, like a nail driven into a wooden board. The thread slowly sank into his body under Doflamingo's control. Looking at his empty palms, Doflamingo fell into deep thought. This killing power can easily penetrate the flesh and blood tissue of the human body in the previous life. Considering that people in this world are not real human beings, the silk threads released at this stage should be able to kill ordinary people. The current attack method is too crude. There is still room for improvement. The silk threads that are compressed, rotated, and then released are better than those that are shot straight out. However, silk threads that can withstand compression and rotation have requirements for elasticity, strength, and toughness. This can be seen in the structure of spider silk. If Laozi can't play with the timeline, can he still play with spider silk? But in terms of physical strength, according to the comparison of the escape performance in memory, there was no leap in growth. It's probably only 1/10 more than before. After summarizing his own situation, although he did not directly perform a complete transformation and directly increase his admiral combat power on the spot, but Doflamingo still nodded in satisfaction. After all, people's physical constitutions cannot be generalized. King Luffy was able to live in the jungle at the age of 7 and teamed up with Ace Sabo to kill 10-meter-long crocodiles. At the age of 20, the throne of the 5 emperors is in hand. What is the D clan? When his 2 brothers were only 8 years old, they were beaten on the head with a carrying pole, and they couldn't even steal a piece of bread. In the original world line, the 41-year-old Doflamingo was beaten up by King Luffy, and Celestial Dragons was a tough opponent. However, it is also related to the fact that Doflamingo started out as a wild student and lacked guidance from famous teachers. In this life, I have to take the initiative to go to the New World Beast training camp and ask the gold medal teacher Kaido for guidance. Now there are such changes just after a good night's sleep. This shows that one's potential has been improved and that one will definitely be able to break through the body's original limits in the future. After a long period of training and nutritional supplements, I will personally help King Luffy quit his addictions sooner or later. After ending his fantasy time and leaving food for Rocinante and putting on his not-so-fashionable round sunglasses, Doflamingo headed towards the base where the 4 Toripol men were. As for Rocinante, he wasn't going to take her with him for the time being. First, the parenting experience of people like Toribol who hanged themselves was flawed, and it taught people to kill their fathers. He could accept being bullied and beaten up. The whole town was blown up because the road was uneven. What kind of fatherly thought is this, anyway? The educational idea is mainly based on indulgence and praise. If these 2 idiots get together, there will be a big mess. And judging from Toripol's subsequent behavior, he seems to be overstepping his authority and thinks he is the head of the family. This won't do. The 10-year-old boy could accept it, but the current Doflamingo can't accept it. It's okay to use each other, but it's not okay to make decisions for him. We have to find an opportunity to determine the relationship between priority and inferiority. Otherwise, I have to find an opportunity to kill him. Not absolute loyalty, absolutely not loyal. The second is to actively attract firepower. If anyone wants to deal with his 2 brothers at this time, he will become the target and let Toribol take the blame. Rocinante is at the new garbage station, and is not in immediate danger of death. Third, Rocinante had to be beaten again to divert his hatred for his brother, who had witnessed him killing his father, and then save him from danger. A combination of multiple effects can cure the Madonna disease. As for no one fighting, it turns out that after his conqueror's explosion, there are ignorant little hooligans who dare to bully him. If there really wasn't any, he would just direct and act in it himself. If that still doesn't work, then it's just Rossi's bad luck. Traitors should all die, Rossi. I think you can understand my good intentions towards you. Right. He hasn't taken the swinging step that shows he doesn't recognize anyone. After all, he hasn't fully grown yet. It would be bad if he had bow legs that would affect Admiral's height. After crossing the Townthy, successfully found Toropol, Diamante Pica, and Virgo with bread on his face in another ruin. Amazing growth of Pica. Looking at the 4 sleepy people in front of him, there were only 2 pairs of eyes among the 5 of them, including him. Diamante Pica and Virgaujo are the same age as them. All look very immature compared to what they are 30 years later. However, Toropol was already an old man with unshaven beard, mature face, and a green melon-shaped hat. Although there are images of 4 people in my memory. But Doflamingo was still surprised to see Toropol, Diamante, and Pica's appearances that did not match their ages. As expected of the pirate's world, where people let their imagination run wild. Toropol and the other 3 had different expressions on their faces as they looked at Doflamingo, who had nothing in his hands. The calm Diamante was the first to come back to his senses from his sleepiness. He tightened the steel brace around his neck, leaned down, and spoke in a gentle voice. "Dover, are you having any trouble?" "Of course not, it's just that the plans changed." "Don't you plan to try to return to the Holy Land, Dover?" Power and wealth must be earned with one's own hands. Thinking that by begging for charity from others, you will end up being a loser who loses everything. Just like my pitiful father, is this the case? Dover seems to be growing up a little too fast. Is this the qualification to be a king? Hearing Doflamingo's clear and concise words, Toropol on the side was moved bowed down, and spoke sincerely. Hey, let me tell you, Dover. No matter what you do, our king, we will support you. In return, please, take us to realize our dreams together. Conqueror's superstition is unacceptable. Looking at Toropol, who was kneeling on one knee with a slightly abrupt movement, this idea suddenly popped into Doflamingo's mind. Talk is one thing, action is another. Doflamingo raised one hand high and placed the other on Toropol's outstretched hand. With a wild smile on his face and bold words coming out of his mouth. Very good. I will carry your dreams on my shoulders. I will lead you to the top and make those foolish idiots in the sky return to where they should be. This beautiful world should dance in my palm. I and only I, Doflamingo, deserve to stand in the sky. The terrifying aura gushed out with the words, tearing the heaven and earth apart. Haki suddenly exploded beyond the expectations of Toropol and the other 4. This, it is the Conqueror's Haki, which is 1 in a million in this world. This astonishing momentum has exceeded the expectations of Toropol and the other 3. Black and red lightning of thoughts filled with distortion, violence, blood, and destruction surrounded Doflamingo's young figure like a storm. Invisible pressure hit the 4 people like waves. Let the souls of Toropol and the other 3 tremble. Diamante and the other 3 were like believers who had seen Allah. Their eyes widened, and they were so excited that they could not express it in words. In the eyes of the four people, either in awe or surprise, Doflamingo raised his right hand and shot out thin lines towards the garbage piled up around him. The discarded items around him seemed to be sucked into a garbage disposal and were strangled into pieces. The fanatical excitement made Torribol's voice tremble slightly. Heh, no, I say, look at this unrivaled momentum. Look at this astonishing destructive power, Dover. You are destined to be the king of this world. The slightly more mature and steady Diamant, the autistic Piker, and the expressionless Virgo all looked excited and spoke in unison. Dover, the world will surrender to you. The young Piker and Virgo knelt on the ground neatly. Doflamingo listened to the flattery of the four people in front of him, although he had a rough idea in mind. Regardless of String Fruit's current strength, even Virgo could probably beat him up. But these people who bowed down to him really satisfied his desire to conquer and dominate. The corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably, and he laughed. Fufu, I buried a traitor yesterday, lost my father, and lost a family member. Are you willing to become my new family? As soon as these words were spoken, the four people, including Torripol, who had just questioned Doflamingo for not attacking their father, knelt down suddenly. Please let us be your strength and your family. Looking at the four people kneeling in submission, Doflamingo's heart was filled with joy, and the corners of his mouth curled up. As for whether there is a family that needs to be kneeled down, royal, isn't that what it is? Fufu hum ha ha, very well. I will share my name, Donquixote, with you, in order to avoid unnecessary troubles, and will be more like Don Quixote. This will also be the future ruler of the world. Doflamingo had no choice but to be cautious, as he no longer had the admiral to protect him. Crazy pirates wouldn't mind killing a former celestial dragon to gain fame. During the 2.5 years that his family had been on the run, they had never encountered such powerful pirates who were ready to kill them right away. I can only say it's really bad luck. With the corners of his mouth stretched to the limit, Doflamingo looked at the four people and spoke meaningfully. As my family, you have witnessed my experiences. Tell me about your own experiences and why you are so persistent in following the person who possesses Conqueror's haki. Although the original trajectory proved the loyalty of the four people, the details that should be understood still need to be explored. It would be funny if you touch other people's minefields and fail halfway through your business. Faced with this question, Diamante and Torripol's faces, which were originally full of excitement, were slowly filled with depression and despair. His limbs involuntarily made defensive postures. Veins bulged and he began to tremble uncontrollably, sweating profusely. Watching the two's unconscious physical states reminded Doflamingo of a mental condition from his past life. Post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, sure enough. Torribol's trembling words confirmed his guess. Because Diamante and I are the losers of the Grand Line. Just last year we formed the Pirates Group, gathered our subordinates one by one, rushed all the way to the Grand Line, defeated our opponents one by one, escaped from the Marines' pursuit several times, and successfully entered the Pirates' Paradise New World. And then, most of the pirates who enter the New World in this world have two options. One is to choose independence and compete with the pirates of New World for territory and become the overlord, such as Gecko Moraith, first Ironhead Boy and Crocodile. The second iron, head boy. The second is to attach yourself to one of the current powerful people. Worship him and become his son or lackey. Looking at Torribol's increasingly agitated body, Doflamingo was slightly curious about what kind of scene could scare someone like this. He spoke with some doubts, then. Who did you bravely challenge? Charlotte Linlin, who is currently on the rise. Kaido of the Beasts or Roger Whitebeard and Golden Lion, who are at the top of the new world. Judging from the amplitude of your shaking Torribol, it should be the Golden Lion. Tell me, how did you survive from such a strong man? The current Golden Lion is not the coxcomb form of the future. The only opponents of the Golden Lion in the middle of his prime on the sea are Whitebeard, Newgate, and Roger. He took off the small green melon-shaped hat on his head, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his wide robe, took a deep breath to calm himself, and then Torripol slowly spoke. No, we didn't have any challenges. When we first entered New World, there was 3 days of heavy rain, which caused us to deviate from our planned route. Then, we strayed into the battlefield between Whitebeard and Golden Lion. The sky split apart under the collision of their amazing momentum, and the sea was rolled over like a toy in their hands. Golden Lion only looked at us from afar when we strayed into the battlefield. Its fierce, domineering, and invincible aura crushed our so-called ambitions. In the end, we were caught in the storm and luckily passed through the calm belt and arrived at North Blue. However, we were the only ones left. As for Piker and Virgo, we found them in North Blue, inside the only room in the ruins. After listening to the tragic stories of Torribol and others, he painted a rosy picture for Torribol and the other 3. Then he arranged 4 people to gather people. Doflamingo sat on the ground and thought about the future. Hey, let me tell you, have you noticed that Dover seems a little different? The Dover before didn't seem to have so many ideas. Torripol closed the door quietly, with mucus hanging from his nose, and excitedly moved closer to Diamante, with whom he had a good relationship. Diamante put his arm around Torripol's shoulders, his heart still filled with excitement that had not yet subsided, and he didn't even utter the sarcasm he usually liked to utter. Perhaps this is what it means to be born a king, without any intervention or guidance from us. Conquerors has reached this level in such a short time. At this moment, Virgo was not yet the Vice Admiral of Onatake, who would later practice haki until his entire body was covered, and who would die for Doflamingo in loyalty. He was just a face-palmed kid who was the same age as Doflamingo. He touched his plaid shirt, which was wet with sweat from Conqueror's pressure, and asked in a deep voice, "Is this Conqueror's? It's so scary, even though I haven't faced it directly." Really, Picorho is 9 years old, has developed abnormally, and is tall and strong. His eyes are fiery, and he keeps looking back at the room where Dover is. The sound of 4 people talking gradually faded away. Doflamingo has the memories of his past life, understands more clearly the importance of strength in this dangerous world. At this moment, family has been initially established. As a non-world member country, there is no marine stationed here. There shouldn't be any problem using this island as a test field. The Don Quixote family should be able to secure this achievement. With the strengthening of your life paths, you don't have to worry about your own strength, but you still have to work hard to strengthen your family. In the original timeline, Torribol's performance 30 years later was not strong at all. As a special paramecia sticky fruit that can both create things and avoid physical damage like the sticky fruit. Luo was killed in one hit. I really can't pull it. As for the weakness of slime explosion, as long as it is wrapped with armament haki. This is not a weakness, but a threat to the enemy, however. Judging from Torapol's skinny body 30 years later, this old guy's physical fitness has declined too quickly, and he needs to be tempered more. Physical fitness, haki and fruit development all need to be strengthened. If he can't be helped up, he will have to be kicked out of the combat force in advance, leaving him solely responsible for the intrigues of making money and trying to develop slime bombs. Diamante. The American-style EI operation against Cyrus is worth appreciating. Fighting is about using the strong to bully the weak. Using all means possible. No need to worry about fairness or unfairness. If you are not a protagonist, don't think about doing any sit-up bursts. Just push it down in one go. But the final battle between Diamante and Cyrus was about more than just strength and speed. Cyrus showed a certain level of swordsmanship. As for Diamante's trick of using caltrops falling from the sky, I don't want to comment too much. I just want to see what kind of crap is in his head to come up with such rubbish. Any minions that can be harmed by these caltrops can be defeated in one wave of conquerors. It would be better to put a whole wave of bombs on your body and fold them up, turning into a mobile bomber to clear the area effectively. Moreover, the falling iron flower rain cannot be controlled, cannot distinguish between friend and foe, and has a combat intelligence of 0. Judging from the performance of this paramecia fruit, it is most likely a lower-ranking fruit of lion fruit. You can turn things into silk, fold them together, and take them away. If you develop it to ultimate, you can directly stack an island. I walked directly along Sky's path to the sky and threw it down. A Pinduoduo version of Golden Lion or a Pinduoduo version of Fujitora would be fine. Or you can let Pika use his ultimate skill. Give it the floating feature. Use Moonwalk to fly into the sky and then jump down. Directly casted on the earth. Warning of national destruction. Another combination of the floating fruit and swordsmanship is the winding, changing sword and the fluctuating ground. What use is it to a truly strong person? It's a stepping stone if you can't do it. Just go and take charge of the transportation of supplies. Stack so many caltrops into a few firework tubes and become a top-notch freight worker. These two are truly a FW duo. Pika, who has been suffering from pharyngitis for many years, is a teenager with low self-esteem because of his shrill voice. As the owner of the paramecia stone fruit, who is close to Logia, he is considered one of the few reliable subordinates. Finally, there is a giant stone Gundam that is at least 900 meters high. Considering that the candles made from Mr. Three's candle fruit are as hard as steel, the Rock Gundam shouldn't be any worse. Based on the density of steel, the starting weight is at least 100 million tons. As long as you strengthen your observation haki and armament haki, protect your real body, and avoid opponents like Zoro who have a bad compatibility and can lock onto your real body. When facing opponents below the Vice Admiral, having a nightclub on the island will be a disaster. And the cold-faced tough guy Virgo, 18 years later in the original timeline, when he beat Rocinante on Mignon Island in 1509. His entire body was hardened with armament haki as a result. 30 years later, he was stabbed to death by Luo at Punk Hazard. Even with the bonus of Op fruit, combined with the 13 years of training in the white-armed color, The value of this purple full-body armed color is really low. Maybe because he couldn't avoid the observation haki. So he trained his armament haki all over his body. Maybe we should find a way to strengthen the fruit. However, the most important thing is my own strength now. The early morning sunlight shone through the hole in the room onto Doflamingo's face, with half of it in the light and half in the shadow. The smile on Doflamingo's face was full of blood and violence. World government, celestial dragons. This time, the future of the world is in my hands. FFFFFFFFFFF. 3 months later. Donquixote Family Station. Through exercise and adequate nutrition, plus the bonus brought by natural strength at this time, Doflamingo has gotten rid of his small stature and reached a height of 1.5 meters. The muscles under the red shirt are well-defined and full of power. Doflamingo wiped the sweat from his forehead that affected his vision and ended his sparring with Virgo, who had a fried egg on his face. Thank you for your hard work, Virgo. You should, Dover. 3 months later. Doflamingo still couldn't figure out why this worked. Rice cake, barbecue, octopus appear on Virgo's face every day. What kind of sticky fruit is human form? Go into the bathroom and take off your sweaty shirt, revealing a body covered with scarp and gunshot wounds, arrow marks and whip marks. The evil and cruelty of mankind are portrayed vividly in this film. After a quick wash, Doflamingo put on his diamond-shaped glasses and a shirt and walked out. Toripol Diamante and Picorjo smelled of gunpowder. Had been waiting in the hall for a long time. Sit in the main seat in the center, Toripol's body. As soft as Katskas came up impatiently, now Dover. We have already occupied all the scraps in the town, except for Michael and Jason's family, as you said. They are very unhappy. When are we going to take action against them? With their current strength, they could easily dominate the town. And the 4 of them had doubts about Doflamingo's conservative orders. Don't worry, we still need some time. Doflamingo pushed away Toripol, who came close to him. After 3 months, he still couldn't get used to Toripol's habit of talking to him close to his face. I don't know if those 2 strings of stuff are snot or mucus. They are really hard to bear. Looking at Virgo, who had changed his shower cap accessory. Virgo, that old guy Jason has a son, right? In the original timeline, Virgo did a good job of espionage. Doflamingo directly put him in charge of the family's information source. Coupled with his small size at this time, the intelligence work could be carried out better. After all, how many people would be wary of a 10-year-old child? Virgo handed over the prepared envelope while answering. Yes, Dover, not only that. Brother Michael is also Jason's son. But Jason loves his youngest son the most. He is about the same age as your brother, Dover. Doflamingo took the envelope and tore off the wax. There were 2 photos inside, one of which showed a bare-chested white-haired man holding a 6-year-old blonde child in a suit. Another photo shows 2 identical young versions of Jason. These are the 2 Michael brothers, standing together with chubby faces and arrogant expressions, looking at the gentle and elegant child who looked somewhat noble. Doflamingo was extremely happy, with a hideous smile on his face. FFFFFFF, that's really interesting, Jason. The old pirates who has killed countless people is also good at keeping enemies for his own benefit. Moreover, he even had the idea of becoming a noble. I have a good idea, why not give him a real noble son? These words aroused Toribol's interest. He blew his nose and spoke with excitement on his face. Hey, Dover, what fun game do you want to play? Let me do it, don't worry, Virgo. How is my dear brother Rossi doing? After establishing Donquixote family, Doflamingo went back and invited Rocinante as soon as possible. As expected, it was rejected after that, except for a few times when he gave food to Rossi in front of other garbage men. He never saw Rossi again. Of course, it's not because of the anger of being rejected. How could he be angry at his own brother? He, Doflamingo, is not a stingy person. But what could be more fun than making a good person become evil? He just paid a tiny bit of extra money, FFFFFFFFF, Dover. Rocinante has been beating people for nearly 2 months, as per your plan. However, Rocinante has been spotted less frequently recently. Rocinante's abnormal situation made Doflamingo feel a little moved. Is the frequency of occurrence reduced? Or has he already eaten the silence fruit? Has the chance of being discovered been reduced? 2 months of garbage station violence should be enough to help Rossi develop some malice. It's time. Good, Rocinante needs a little help seeing the world. Before that, as a family, we need to give him some help. Send Rocinante a suit without our family crest. Oh, and bring the PE teachers from Rocinante here. I want to honor them right now, yes, Dover. Doflamingo watched Virgo leave. Passing the autistic child Picard looked at Diamante. Diamante, let you and Piker monitor Brother Michael. Wait, Dover, I can't do this anymore, teach it to Toribol. Forget it, let's go with Toro. Since you said so, I will take the lead. I will definitely keep a close eye on these 2 brothers. Heh, you are so reliable, Diamante. Keep an eye on them and wait for my instructions. Dover, 9 people in total, all of them are here. Looking at the 9 arrogant thugs in front of him, Doflamingo didn't expect that there would be someone so stubborn to ask for it, and glanced at Virgo, who was not politically aware enough. What does Dover mean, noticing the gaze sweeping over him? The young spy dealer Virgo was a little confused and scratched his head subconsciously, while the 2 were exchanging eye contact. A pig-like thug with short limbs and a big belly looked at them with contempt. The newly emerged Donquixote family is nothing but a game of little devils. As he thought about it, Pigsy stood out from the crowd. Hey kid, where's the promised bonus? Where is it? Hurry up and give it to old Woo-Woo. He raised his hand, and a thick silk thread burst out from his palm to block the rude lunatic. He watched the gangster with his facial features filled with silk threads struggling hard because of suffocation. The silent smile on Doflamingo's face grew brighter and brighter, seeming a little twisted and crazy, as expected. They have the courage of D to beat up celestial dragons, even though they don't know who they are beating up. They don't know their own situation. Everyone couldn't help but take a step back when watching this scene. Their eyes filled with horror, Donquixote seeing everyone's panicked expressions. Doflamingo spoke to comfort them. Worry. It's just a small punishment for speaking rudely. I want to give out rewards to the warriors. Let me think about it. How about rewarding you with blossoming hearts? Bullet string, puff, 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 as he spoke. Sharp threads shot out from Doflamingo's fingers and pierced through everyone's chest before they could react. The blood flowers bloomed, making the carpet even more colorful. Rosie, the stage is set for you, so let's perform. If, ha ha ha. Doflamingo gave the order while looking at Virgo and Treble, who remained expressionless. Virgo, informed Diamante, who is guarding outside Michael's family. You attack with him. Surrounded on 3 sides with one missing. Kill as many as you can and rush towards Rocinante. Toribald, go ahead and get Jason back to their trash can. The moon gradually rose higher in the sky. Doflamingo looked at the estate in the distance, which was very different from the shabby house he had lived in before. The huge estate where the Jason family lived was brightly lit, and each villa was bright and elegant. A gangster armed with real guns patrolled back and forth. The Jason family has discovered the gathered Donquixote family. They gathered Toad pointed their guns at the newcomers and looked at the leader, Doflamingo, who was wearing a small black suit with some contempt. After all, it is difficult to be wary of a child's tender face and body. Donquixote family, as expected of a collection of garbage men. They have already managed to take in little brats to make a living. Little brat at this age. You should go back to your mother's arms and eat, mother. Puff. The sharp thread pierced Jeremy's chest when he was halfway through his words, sending the elegant words he was about to say to hell. I will send your mother to see you too. Taking back the blood-stained thread in his hand, Doflamingo puffed at the corpse on the ground, raised his head and looked around, looking at the frightened and puzzled eyes of these gangsters, and issued a final announcement. Donquixote Doflamingo, the leader of the Donquixote family, now choose to surrender or die. Bang, bang, bang. Puff, puff, puff. Doflamingo was hit by the bullet, was only slightly paused by the kinetic energy impact, and there was no sign of injury at all. Dover has not spent these 3 months in vain. The clothes he is wearing are made by diamante by changing the steel form. This is Dover's first layer of protection. The surface of the skin has a fibrous layer composed of compressed fine threads to relieve stress, which is the second layer of defense. How could a mere lead bullet possibly penetrate the defense? As for Trebolas, the user of the sticky fruit, all the places hit by ordinary bullets were penetrated without any damage. Looking at this devilish scene, the gangsters were horrified. This was a power they could not understand. Unfortunately, it's the wrong choice. Next, it's time for punishment. Let's start Toribald. Sticky impact. Doflamingo's body was pulled forward by the silk thread, and Toribald turned into a ball of mucus and followed closely behind. HMPH, a feeble resistance, 5 color strings. Looking at the gunman who was already close in front of him, Doflamingo raised his hand and shot out 5 metal wires from his fingertips, sweeping across the front, tilde. The attackers' eyes flashed with surprise before they could draw out the long swords at their waists to block. It has been cut into pieces by the sharp wire. Pink human tissue slid to the ground. The smell of blood filled the air. The moment the conflict begins, in a villa area, Jason's 7-year-old son, wearing a slim tuxedo, was sitting in front of the piano and playing a piece of piano music. Jason was very satisfied looking at his youngest son, who behaved like a gentleman. Although he no longer remembered which of the 36 wives that his former master had robbed gave birth to this youngest son. But as a former slave and pirate, Jason felt happy when he thought that his son had the opportunity to become a noble. He also gave his son a name with aristocratic temperament. Jason, I think I'm 66 this year. What a long life. Who among the former pirates has lived a noble life like Jason? It's wonderful thinking of this Jason, with his chest exposed and his hair and beard whitening. Took another sip of wine. Bo. Dad, this is. Jason, who was a little drunk, sobered up immediately and looked at his son, who was trembling with fear. Listen to the explosions getting closer and closer, and the houses groaning under the impact of the blast. He grabbed his son, turned around and ran, showing his swiftness and decisiveness. As an old pirate who has lived a stable life for 56 years, Jason relies most on his ability to know the times rather than his strength. Only then can we find this remote, non-world government member country to hide. This kind of noise was obviously not something that could be made by those two sons who only had brains full of muscles. With such a rapid advance, counterattack is a dead end. He can't stop it with his old bones. I hope those two stupid sons can survive. Dad, I have to go first. Pity, a step slower, slime meteor. Excess whip string, click. Two huge balls of slime flew in from the windowsill, smashing the luxurious decorations of the house and the piano into ruins. Then a whip with fire at the end hit the slime. Two balls of fire rose from the slime, boom boom. The side wall of the villa collapsed. Jason protected his calmed son and dodged the flying debris. From the gap, he rushed into the rising smoke. Hey he he. What a touching father-son relationship. As the sound Kametwo figures one tall and one short emerged from the dissipating smoke. One tall and one short figure. It is here that Toribol and Doflamingo came. FFFFFFFFF. It's a pity that his lovely son can't feel it anymore. Toribol, you said that an old man who lost his son found a person who looked very similar to his son. What would happen if he found out that the person was his enemy? Let's guess what he would do, watching Jason running away. Doflamingo stood there with a malicious smile on his face. As for whether Jason will follow his script, he was not worried after all. There was the second candidate. Brother Michael Rocinante was doomed to be beaten. It just depends on whether it is profound enough. The other side. The Michael family's manor was now ablaze with flames. Virgo in bread form holds a steel pipe in one hand and a musket in the other, knocking down two gang thugs who rushed over. Bread form Virgo looked towards the center of the manor. Kang Michael held his injured abdomen, while waving his broadsword. He resisted the strange attack route of Diamante's twisted rapier, while looking at Gino, who had lost consciousness after being hit repeatedly by Piker. Ha ha ha, are you worried about your good brothers? Looking at the distracted Michael, Diamante swung the rapier in his hand in a strange trajectory and knocked him away. Crack, your brother looks really miserable. Michael was thrown into the air, and before he could stand firm, he heard some kind of breaking sound. Looking closely, Piker's big hand had already sunk into Gino's skull. Because of the pressure, blood and tofu pudding spurted out and covered Piker's strong body. And Gino's body came to a standstill. No, Michael. Heartbroken stared at Pickathon, turned and ran away. The third day after the war. The ruins where the Doflamingo family once lived. The Michael Brotherhood and the Jason family were once superficial enemies. At this moment, they are stationed together as each other's support. A group of thugs with bandages on their bodies and guns across their bodies patrolled back and forth, guarding against the invasion of Don Quixote. Jason just buried Jason II as the 56-year-old pirate's veteran. Although the only remaining child, Michael, was also his own son, but it was born with pirates. Jason felt that his life had come to an end with the second life in which he had placed his dreams on. He was in a depressed state and didn't even want to pay attention to Michael, who was right in front of him. Michael's face flushed, redanned his body, which was similar in size to Jason's, swelled even further with anger and sadness. Father, he's dead. Gino is dead. Jason ignored him. Didn't even raise his head. Raised his hand to take a sip of wine. And stared at the tombstone on the beach. Father. The despicable Don Quixote only attacked by surprise. As long as we combine our strength, we can take revenge and take everything back. Oh. Jason had seen a lot. And the scene of the slime explosion in the villa was undoubtedly a demonic force that he could not resist. Revenge is just a luxury, damn old man. Seeing Jason being unmoved, Michael turned around and left, intending to fight back with his own strength. 3 nights ago, the Jason family and the Michael family who rushed in scared Rocinante. He thought that someone was coming to hunt down his family. So he hid himself immediately. After finding out that it wasn't the case, Rocinante breathed a sigh of relief, but still didn't dare to have any contact. When I was so hungry that I wanted to go to the town to steal some bread, I found that there were guards from both families at the intersection. I was hungry for 4 days. I looked at the moon in the sky, which was as round as a pancake. Gyudong, swallowing hard and touching his dry and sour stomach. Rocinante felt like he was going to die if he didn't eat. Late at night, with a rumbling stomach, Rocinante opened the silencer wall, and wearing a tattered and wrinkled suit, he propped up the last silencer wall and carefully crawled out of his hiding place, approaching the Jason family's garrison point. The suit was sent by his brother. Rossi had not intended to accept it because he did not want to join the Dover family. But there was no Don Quixote's family emblem on it. Plus, Virgo said that Dover gave it to him as a brother. So Rossi accepted it. With the sound-absorbing wall of the fruit of silence. Everything is perfect. Rocinante returned with a full load of leftover bread, feeling the hunger in his stomach and the smell of bread on his body. Rocinante felt that he no longer had the energy to maintain his silencing ability. But I'm about to leave. Just after walking out of the sight of the outermost guards. Bang, looking up at the huge monster in front of him. Cold sweat covered his forehead. Rocinante felt that he was finished. Jason, who was drowsy from drinking from a barrel of wine, looked at the thin figure he met at his feet. A slightly dirty suit, same golden hair, and a young and tender body, second generation. A week later, Doflamingo drained all the assets of Jason's 2 families and took over the territory. Once again, I came to the channel of life. Landed in front of the last lighthouse. The signpost, representing the restoration of the celestial dragon's identity, has disappeared. There is a light at the end of the road sign representing Don Quixote. Walking along the light with ease. Looking at the lighthouse at the end, which has become larger in size. Doflamingo looked odd, if it is still developing. The end point must not be connected to the sky and the ground. Focus on the outer wall of the lighthouse. 3 new stickman paintings are engraved on it. A picture of 4 stick figures of different heights. Weights and skinnies pledging allegiance. The other 2 paintings symbolize the destruction of Michael's family and Jason's family, respectively. What's different from last time is that the stick figure representing him is a little more refined. Panel, a slightly richer panel emerges. Donquixote Doflamingo notorious. Donquixote family newcomers. See Circle Calendar 1491. Birthplace, Marigioa, the holy land of the Red Line. Skills, Conqueror's Hacky first look. Fighting first look. Fruit, string fruit, enter the house. Talent, strong achievement reward. Achievement, father's death and son's filial piety. Road sign, Don Quixote, rewards available. Scan for emerging skills. Fighting, getting a glimpse of the basics. It's a little more methodical than the turtle fist. The little thugs on the street are no match for you. The past 3 months of training with Virgo and the other 3 have not been in vain. The results of my hard work can also be incorporated into the panel. I have to continue learning. String fruit's early growth is quite fast. It seems that practicing more is the easiest way to improve. Unfortunately, conquerors can't be played this way. Get your reward with a thought. Doflamingo received the reward. Ottoheim's version of observation hacky. The magic mirror reappeared, and countless points of light flooded into his brain. When the reinforcement was completed, Doflamingo came to the back of the lighthouse. The 2 road signs that appeared this time confirmed his last guess. The first signpost, planning for the country, seize this country and let it fall into the nightmare you have woven. Reward, conqueror's enhancement. This is an idea that Doflamingo came up with recently, and it is not a delusion, but has certain feasibility. First of all, the country of Eskimos is located at the northernmost tip of the world, is not a member of the world government, has no marine garrison, and if it is invaded, the royal family is not eligible to ask the world government for help. Second, lithe main fighting force of the family. 4 of the 5 people have fruit abilities, and Diamandi and the other 2 are pirates who have walked through the Grand Line. They are basically invincible in this remote place. To put it bluntly, it was a crushing victory. After taking over the country, not only will you have more wealth to contact the underground world in advance, but you can also accumulate experience for the future seizure of control of Dressrosa. The second road sign. Spidermers, capture this town and make your name known in North Blue. Reward, enhanced observation hacky Spedalmouts. A port city with developed industry and potential arsenal of weapons. The technological levels of the various islands in this world vary greatly. On the island where Dover is now, there are not many guns to be seen, let alone a factory that manufactures guns. Dover does not intend to climb the technology tree on his own. Some things are just quick to grab. In the original timeline, even though the Donquixote family was being chased by Vice Admiral Crane for a long time, they were stationed in the port city most of the time, which means that this place is very suitable as a base. Wouldn't it be better to occupy it in advance? However, the rewards for these 2 times are a bit useless. It seems that the preciousness of the rewards is also related to the difficulty of achieving them. But the rewards for the missions established by this family are so generous. It seems to be a benefit for novices. Feeling that the strengthening was complete, Doflamingo fell asleep again. 1 month later, although he has a strong talent, he is not Big Mom's steel balloon after all. You can't become stronger just by lying down and being surpassed. As a villain who may be removed at any time, Doflamingo has a relatively clear understanding of himself. Not becoming stronger is tantamount to seeking death. Together with Virgo and Pica, they bent down and started their daily exercise, carrying the huge stone made by Pica, 1, 2, 3. It's a pity that there is no sea stone. Otherwise, the sharpening effect on the body would be better. Doflamingo finished his workout and pushed away his sweat-soaked hair that was sticking to his forehead. He took the water handed to him by Pico, felt the respect from Pico, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly now. After receiving the Ottoheim version of observation hacky for a month, He is already able to control his perception of the thoughts emitted by others. The moment he woke up, he could sense the respect of Toribol and the other three all the time. It really almost made him suffocate. This kind of constant flattery was too addictive. There are flattery and words that go against one's will. And these emotions are real, shaking his unclear mind. Doflamingo looked at Virgo in stone ball form and asked him the daily question. Virgo, what's the situation with Rocinante? After summarizing, he found that Virgo's magical sticky ability still had certain rules. In the morning, we usually have fried eggs. If we have been to the beach, we will probably have shells, octopuses, crabs and stones, and other things. Virgo handed over the photos he had prepared. Rocinante got enough food through Jason and lived a good life. Looking at the photo, Rocinante was huddled in the ruins, her suit a little tight due to her growth. The look in Doflamingo's eyes was ambiguous. He turned to the next photo and asked again, "What about Michael? He's hit the defense a few times this month. Michael has attacked the defense line once this month and the port twice. It has been 7 days since the last attack on the port." In the photo, Michael's eyes are bloodshot and he looks very excited. Doflamingo shows a playful smile, fuff hair. It looks like the beast in the cage can't take it anymore. Virgo Pico, go switch defense with Diamante and let him come back to rest. Dover, what's going on? Put down the pirate's diary. Doflamingo looked at Diamante, who was a little tired from the long-term defense. With a gentle tone, FFFFFFFFFF, thank you for your hard work, Diamante. No, it should be. This human experiment was about to come to an end. And he was in a good mood and didn't mind having some fun with Diamante. Diamante, reveal my identity and relationship to Rossi, to Michael and Jason. Wait, Dover, I can't do this anymore, leave it to Toribol. Diamante with a light right hand. No, you are more suitable. Your floating fruit can be used to deliver messages. No one in our family can compare to you. Come on, look at what you said. Forget it, it's still Virgo. Since you said so, I will take the responsibility. I will definitely pass on the message to them in full. Doflamingo was amused by Diamante's humble yet arrogant performance. It is indeed a world of psychopaths full of fun. Hehe, that's great, Diamante, go for it. They'll definitely fall headfirst into it. The moon is high in the sky, in the ruins. A group of thugs with bandages on their bodies and guns across their bodies patrolled back and forth, guarding against Don Quixote's surprise attack. The middle ground between the two, Michael, whose brother died, and Jason, whose son died, got together again. Michael, with bloodshot eyes, spoke anxiously. Help me, father, there is a ship at the port, we can all escape. Jason, whose attitude changed for some reason, responded in a deep voice, okay. I'll clear the way with all my strength. And you take the child with you. Do you think of him as the second generation who died? Father. Michael questioned that this so-called father didn't even care about the life or death of his brother Gino. Jason remained silent. At this time, 2 photos floated down from the sky. What? Jason and Michael's eyes widened when they saw the contents of the photo. In one, Doflamingo handed Rocinante food. Another photo shows Doflamingo escaping with Rocinante. The leader of the Donquixote family is the celestial dragons that were put on trial in the next town. That child is also a celestial dragon. Doflamingo's brother, what an evil celestial dragon. They have gained evil power so quickly. Jason thought of his young son, Fearanger, and regret for being deceived filled his heart. It was as if he was grasping at some hope, causing his voice to tremble with excitement. Then, "Are you sure that the kid here is Doflamingo's brother? Could he be a fake? Why isn't he protected by Doflamingo? Raymai lived here before. Ask Raymai to come over." Michael's bloodshot eyes opened wider. His whole body trembled with excitement, and he even revealed a strange smile. I showed the photo to Raym, who saw Doflamingo bringing food to his brother. "That guy is a monster who killed his father. So the kid didn't follow his brother. He knows that we don't know the true relationship between him and this kid. So he lets this damn kid stay here without worry." Michael, who was sure of the authenticity of the news, was furious, thinking of his brother who had a wild imagination. His tone became colder. "Let Doflamingo, the damned celestial dragon, also feel the pain of losing a brother." Good. Early morning. The patrolling thugs were also feeling sleepy. Rocinante opens the soundproofing wall, slowly approaching the edge of Jason's family, where daily necessities are stored. The pace seemed a little brisk and excited. Rocinante's life has been much better during this period than before, although there were two groups of people who were not easy to deal with. However, there are fewer people who come to beat him up every day, and he will only be beaten occasionally by those with bad tempers. If I could meet the old man of the Jason family and get invited to dinner. Although the old man looked very kind, he invited him to eat with the family, but he still didn't want to get in touch with them. If these people knew his true identity, Rocinante could already smell the bread. Michael and Jason hid in the shadows, watching his actions coldly. 4 more days to live. Patting the clothes that were stuffed full, Rocinante smiled happily. After taking a look at the patrolman, who was still sleeping soundly and unaware, he prepared to go home. Celestial dragons, they are indeed. The embodiment of evil, my poor second generation. Suddenly an old, familiar and slow voice with suppressed anger sounded behind me. Every word seemed to be uttered with gritted teeth. And Rocinante was horrified, exposed. Shua. A sharp sound of breaking through the air whizzed past. Rocinante's scalp tingled, and his rich experience in being beaten made him subconsciously pounce forward. But it's still too slow. Bang. Jason retracted his strong and muscular thighs, watching Rocinante's body being tossed around like a rag doll. The spurting blood mixed with the spilled food. Before he landed, Michael's heavy, suppressed breathing already sounded in Rocinante's ears. Die, 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 broken, broken. Fists thicker than a normal person's thighs rained down on Rocinante. Rocinante didn't even have time to get his limbs in front of him. His young and tender body was slowly embedded in the ruins by fists like a hammer hitting a nail. Bones broke and pieces of ruined buildings stabbed into bodies. Ouch, the intense pain almost made him faint instantly. Who tilde, Michael tried his best to resist the urge to kill the B*******D in front of him and stopped what he was doing. Rocinante came to his senses and huddled up, holding his head. Waiting for the next attack, he held back the urge to scream. His rich experience made him understand. The more you scream, the more excited the abuser will become, and the heavier the beating you will receive. A large old hand grabbed Rocinante by the neck and lifted her up. I can't breathe. The strong feeling of suffocation made Rocinante put her hands weakly on the big hands, trying to pry them apart. Looking through bloodshot eyes, swollen eyelids, Rocinante saw the familiar face from before. Why? Why should celestial dragons be hurt? Why was the previously kind face so distorted? Didn't Mom and Dad say that we are all human beings and should be kind to others? Why do I get hurt again and again, elder brother? Father, let go, now that the brat is dead. How can we let Doflamingo go through our pain? My brother's enemy, immediately. Rocinante was knocked to the ground again. Vomited blood again and fell into a coma. Michael stepped on Rocinante's face with his big feet and shook it back and forth, looking at his subordinates who were awakened beside him, and shouted coldly, "Notify that damn brat Doflamingo to come to negotiate. Use this guy in exchange for the port. It doesn't matter if he disagrees. Let him also have a taste of the feeling of losing a brother." Yes, old. FFFFFFFFFF, what a despicable human nature, Torrible. Diamantizened that old man to see his favorite son. Yes, Dover, the moment they heard the taunting. Michael and Jason felt something was wrong. Where were the people on patrol? Jason, who was experienced in escape, rushed towards the port without looking back. As long as I can hold him hostage, I can survive. Michael followed the voice and locked his eyes on Doflamingo, who was standing with Virgo. Looking at his childish face, an idea came to his mind. Doflamingo, pirates is not a game for you celestial dragons to play at. With a loud shout, Michael stepped forward. Oh, you didn't run away at the first opportunity, but attack me instead. That's precious courage, Jai. Doflamingo could only describe Michael's reaction as courageous. As Michael ran, he felt the touch under his feet becoming softer and softer. Like walking in a swamp. The next moment, countless dense filaments rushed up from the ground and wrapped Michael into a ball. Michael felt that his whole body was filled with great strength, like a rootless duckweed with nowhere to exert its power. Let go, old. His desperate struggle only caused the silkworm-like ball of thread to twist, and Michael felt suffocated. Looking at the tied-up Michael, Doflamingo nodded with satisfaction. This move was only used to deal with people who did not have absolute strength. It can be used against people who have bad compatibility with it, and enemies who do not have high temperature or extreme cold attributes. It's easy to break a thread, but tearing the thread around your whole body will only make it tighter and tighter. There is no time to reflect on this, as Rocinante is not in good form. Doflamingo flicked his fingers, and the special silk thread firmly fixed Rossi's current shape to avoid secondary damage. Jason, who was being beaten by Torrible and the other man in the distance, looked at his only remaining son's increasingly powerless resistance. He was filled with grief and anger and spoke angrily. "You evil god!" Doflamingo didn't even raise his head in the face of this incompetent insult. It was just the cry of a loser. He gently lifted Rocinante up and uttered cold words. "Torrible Diamante, slow down, don't hurt Jason first. He has taken good care of Rossi for me for a while, Piker. Go and dig out the beloved son of that old Jason at the port. It's been more than a month, let the family be reunited. By the way, let his beloved son come out to see him off for the last time. Virgo, come and help me, Doflamingo." Such blasphemous words about the dead made Jason furious. After giving instructions to Pico, Doflamingo and Virgo carefully carried Rossi away from the battlefield. 1 month later, the former residence of the Michael family, now the residence of Don Quixote. Originally, Doflamingo preferred the old man Jason's house. After all, it was the home of Jason's former master and was a little more prosperous. But the torriball was fried too finely, just moved here. At this moment, in Doflamingo's room, Rocinante, wrapped like a mummy, was lying on the bed. His furrowed brows showed that he had a restless sleep. This is indeed the case. Rocinante has been dreaming all month. I dreamed of playing freely with my childhood self. I dreamed about my father saying he would no longer make celestial dragons. And I was confused and puzzled. I dreamed that my father admitted in front of others that he was from the Holy Land, carrying back the hunger and humiliation of stealing bread from the trash can as a child, to protect myself from the pain of being beaten as a child, the joy of meeting my mother with my younger self and clean food, watching my father's numbness as he was powerless to beg, the pain, anger, and fear of my mother's death from illness. Sharp arrows shot at my body, whips hit my body, and I felt the fear of my life being threatened. Dreaming about feeling guilty about yourself, the pain of losing my childhood self. Celestial dragons without protection equals sin. Rocinante gradually realized that this was her brother's memory. All this pain and humiliation, unwillingness and madness, all belong to my brother. Everything. There is no need to go through all this. 6-year-old Rocinante only knows fear and escape, hiding in mom and dad's arms behind my brother. Rocinante is now the same age as Dover was 2 years ago. The interweaving of two memories. At this moment, I began to understand my brother's heart. Elder brother, Rocinante opened her eyes suddenly, and the jewel-encrusted chandelier was exceptionally bright. This is not the sky ceiling of a garbage station. My left hand felt a little numb from being pressed by the heavy object. Rocinante turned his neck, which was not flexible enough due to too many bandages, and looked to the side. The dark circles under the eyes cannot be completely hidden by the blonde hair and narrow sunglasses. His face looked a little calm and gentle because he was sleeping. Elder brother. Rocinante looked at his brother's face, burst his lips, and his throat, which had not spoken for a long time, made a dry and hoarse sound. Doflamingo suddenly opened his eyes in surprise, looking at Rocinante with a somewhat similar, somewhat different look. Doflamingo felt stable and opened the game with a 3-pointer. Rosie, wake up. I'm saving that B***** D Michael for you. Okay, brother. Rocinante understood what her brother meant and agreed after a brief silence. Come, drink some water, Rossi. You still need to recuperate for a while before you can walk. I was late this time, I thought. Doflamingo took the warm water that had been set aside earlier and carefully fed it to Rocinante. I chatted with Rocinante for a while and watched him fall into a deep sleep. Doflamingo walked out of the room and prepared to rest. He has consumed a lot of energy this month, but fortunately, he has a strong talent to support him. He almost got himself into trouble, fortunately. Rocinante suffered no major internal injuries. In addition, the physiques of people in this world are different, and he ate the string fruit, which produced collagen thread to sew it back together. As for the dark circles, some of them were caused by Rocinante's long-term use of string fruit during her dangerous period. Of course, it is more caused by the brainwashing that lasted for a month and the long-term stimulation of the seeing and hearing color that consumed energy. Rocinante's lucid dreams after escaping the life crisis were all painstakingly created by him. The only people who knew the truth before and after the incident were Torribol's 4 loyal men. The rest were almost used up by Doflamingo to practice parasite string. After this experiment, he has a lot of wonderful ideas in his mind waiting to be tested. 1 month later, Doflamingo, Torribol and 4 others stood at the port, looking at the Flamingo 1 version in front of me, which is 15 meters wide and 30 meters long. Asked Torripol behind him, "Torribol, how long will it take to complete? Have you found the record pointer of Spedalmeiras?" Torribol stretched his neck, almost close to Doflamingo's ear. Doflamingo pressed the protruding blue vein between his eyebrows and punched Torripol's head back as he approached him. Torripol, who was not hurt at all, shook his dizzy head and began to report, "Duo fu. It will be finished in 3 days. And the supplies are already being prepared. The Jetson's inheritance, 20 million Baileys, has all been hidden at the bottom of the ship. The hands of Spedalmeiras are also ready, very good." That's right, he was ready to run away. While sorting out his memories and reading books and newspapers, Doflamingo discovered that something was wrong. Although the scene where Rocinante met Sengoku in the original timeline was a bit too dilapidated, he was careful enough to find that it was surprisingly similar to this seaside ruin. The top marine forces at this time are the marine heroes Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Black Arm, Zephyr Admiral Buddha Sengoku, and Marshal Sora. And last year 1490 was a special time point. Admiral Zephyr's family was attacked, and Zephyr was shocked and turned to training the new generation of Marines behind the scenes. Garp is looking for Roger to fight all over the world again. This resulted in a significant decrease in Marines' control over the sea. No wonder Torripol and Diamante, 2 guys who relied on their fruits to show off their power, were able to reach the new world at such a critical moment. Sengoku, who is extremely loyal to Marine and world government, actually came to such a remote place as North Blue. You can't be just bored, right? Moreover, in the original timeline, the Murloc Fisher Tiger climbed up to the Holy Land Mariewa, the headquarters of the world government, with his bare hands to rescue his fellow Murlocs who were bought from human traffickers by celestial dragons as slaves, and caused a big commotion, thus freeing thousands of slaves of different races who were imprisoned. Apart from this, there is no mention of the release of slaves. Yet in this non-world government affiliation, there are actually multiple cases of people being captured and released as slaves. Moreover, the Doflamingo family are celestial dragons, and they have been on the run for 3 years without any crazy pirates coming to take their lives. Pretend to release actual monitoring. Doflamingo doesn't know the true situation. On the other hand, they are humans who have robbed, hunted, and beaten celestial dragons, considered a stain in the eyes of the 5 elders. Is this considered an offense against God? Is it a potential risk? The answer is beyond doubt. In addition, Sengoku is from the South Blue, so he doesn't have to go to the northernmost non-world government member country of the North Blue to visit his relatives. Then there is only one possibility: this town kingdom, which was not affiliated with the world government, was destroyed after all. Countries that are not members of the world government are not considered human beings. No wonder the old man Kuzan let Robin go without being held accountable by Sengoku. It turns out that it was Sengoku who started it. He originally planned to occupy the country and slowly identify and kill them all. Now I have only found out the family that I have hunted down in the vicinity, according to my memory. As for the rest, they are lucky if the world government is willing to let them survive. As for whether the speculation is correct, Doflamingo plans to run away. It is certain that Sengoku appeared in North Blue. Now he has not left the island yet, so there won't be so many butterfly effects. If you are really caught by Sengoku, you can only type GG in advance and turn into impel down to fake the king. Go back to the room, take out the newly collected Pirate's Diary, and start studying. Ever since I discovered that practicing with Virgo and the others can be considered a skill, Doflamingo began to consciously collect Pirate's Diaries, and he called Toripol and 4 others to start learning, especially the Diamante couple. Doflamingo's assumption about the 2 of them is that, even if they can't handle the goods on their own, at least they should be clear about the routes. Although most of the Pirates' Diaries are about burning, killing and looting, they still contain descriptions of sailing weather. After several months of study, he discovered that a new skill of navigation, a glimpse of the way, had been added to the panel. It can probably predict tomorrow's weather on the island and weather changes within 1 km at sea. It's basically the same as nothing, but he is quite satisfied with it. He just needs to continue learning slowly in the future. Doflamingo's desired goal for seamanship is at least advanced. After all, he will be a man flying alone in the future. If he doesn't know the weather, he will fly into the storm clouds. It was sent when it became Golden Lion II. Although Golden Lion hasn't had a new hairstyle yet, elder brother Peng, Rocinante covered in blood, failed to cross the threshold and his head hit the ground. Looking at this slightly funny scene, Doflamingo's mouth twitched. This should be because Rossi and I were beaten during the 2 years we worked as garbage men, which damaged the vestibular system, visual system, and proprioceptive system that maintain balance. It shouldn't be my fault for arranging Rossi's training. But I won't take the blame. Even if I did, I can only wait for Luo and help Piker with his throat. Otherwise he will become autistic. Ha 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 ha, na Dover, Rocinante is so stupid. Yo ha ha, het. The smiles of Diamante and the other 2 interrupted Doflamingo's thoughts. He raised his hand and shot out a soft thread to lift Rocinante up from her upside-down position, and then carried her to the reserved seat next to him. He touched his adopted brother's little head, pulled out a pirate's diary with a silk thread, and put it in Rocinante's hand. Ignoring the mature and steady Virgo, Doflamingo stared at the 3 people who were laughing together with a calm face. Feeling the cold gaze, the 3 people came to their senses and looked at his calm face. Their smiles suddenly stopped. The room slowly fell into an eerie silence. Turning on observation, Haki draws out Piker's inferiority and anger when he is laughed at, and slowly spreads this emotion to everyone else. As for why it didn't pull on Rocinante's emotions, after all, a younger brother is also a biological brother. Piker is family. There is a difference between close and distant relatives. Feeling the emotions brewing, Doflamingo spoke with borrowed indignation. Piker, how do you deal with the sound of your enemies laughing at you? Picorho had an honest and simple face, showed ruthlessness, and spoke in a sharp voice. Smash them into a pulp. Then why do you want to ridicule Rossi? Isn't Rossi my family? Isn't he your family, Toripol? Diamante. And Piker felt the dissatisfaction and anger brought by forced empathy. They looked at Rocinante, who was silent. and moved their mouth slightly, yes, *3, raising his hand to interrupt the three people's conversation. Looking at the shame and guilt on their faces, Doflamingo spoke coldly. Those who bully my family will be destroyed with all our strength. If you can't beat him, that's another matter. Yes, Dover. Yes, brother, in Naval Headquarters. Marineford has not yet been visited by demolition, Captain No. One golden lion. Watching Kong put down the den mushy that was talking to the five elders. Garp the Fist, who was holding his nose with a booger in his hand and chewing on the senbei he stole from Sengoku, spoke vaguely to the serious-looking Sora. Well, Sora, what are those five elders going to do again? Call me back from the new world. I'm about to catch Roger. Garp don't question the government's judgment. And put down my senbei. Sengoku's veins bulged, and he felt helpless towards Garp, his old friend of many years. Sora looked at the three people in front of him. Garp has never had a good impression of the government. Otherwise, he would not have refused the promotion to Admiral. He has been traveling back and forth between New World and East Blue for a long time just to avoid contact with celestial dragons. It is a rare act of responsibility for him to come back to defend Marin Fendo. Zephyr is an upright person, but it is difficult for him to cooperate with the government in this matter. And the Marine training camp also needs him. Sengoku firmly believes in the government's orders and will attack anyone who doubts the government. Even his peers, it is appropriate to deal with this matter. Kong spoke up and ended the daily routine of the two old rogues. Okay, the world government has issued a mission, and the location is the Eskimos, the northernmost non-world government member country of North Blue. You can go to Sengoku. Garp, don't go to New World for now. Stay at the headquarters. The situation at sea is becoming increasingly complicated. What happened on that island? Celestial dragons. New World just released another devil's descendant. And these celestial dragons can't. An Eskimo port town. It's a nice day with bright sunshine. A small to medium-sized sailboat with a pink flamingo head, which looked a bit dreamy, was docked at the port. The thugs with dull eyes and numbness were tirelessly moving supplies. If you look closely, you can see that each of these people has a tiny thread on their heads, like a sapling taking root in their brains. Although it was not the first time that Toribol and the other three had seen this, they were still in awe of this devilish sight and looked towards the figure in front of them with reverence. I say, Tilda Dover has developed something new. Ha 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 ha, this is a natural-born king. And Doflamingo, standing on the deck. He looked at his own underworld move and smiled with satisfaction. Although I can't achieve the mandatory control of the original parasite's string, this one is not bad either. Originally, he was promoting the environmental protection idea of waste utilization. I feel it would be a waste to just kill these enemies, used to practice parasite string. But these people saw that all those who participated in the hunt for the two Doflamingo brothers were dead. He was quite emotional, which caused some trouble to his cultivation. Rocinante happened to fall in front of him. It reminded him of a special operation he had seen in a mental hospital. Lobotomy. This operation was also very simple, and even using an awl to stir the brain from the eyes a few times could be considered successful. To put it simply, the principle is to use physical means to turn the small half of the patient's brain under the forehead into a paste. What's more, his silk thread is sharp and pointed, which is much more useful than a hammer. Plus Ottoheim's version of observation haki. The tool version of Parasite String was a great success. He was even able to retain some consciousness and experience the deepest pain. Looking at the deck filled with supplies, Doflamingo passed through the sacred link. Manipulate the thugs with no surplus value to jump into the sea. Numantia Flamingo version 1 departs, shouting words that the 5 people behind him didn't understand. Donquixote family officially set out to sea. Bang. Pika's huge body hit the mast. Come on, Rossi, it's your turn, panting. Rocinante struggled to his feet, swallowed, raised his fist and rushed towards his brother. Bang. 3 seconds later, Rocinante flew out again and landed on Pika, knocking him unconscious. So cool. Doflamingo couldn't help but pump his fist. He openly beat up his brother, who betrayed him in the original timeline. It filled his heart with an indescribable joy. Doflamingo wiped the sweat off his body and, after 3 rounds of fighting, threw the 5 unconscious people into the small pool on the deck to soak. In his previous life, Doflamingo visited a forum and watched HNA brothers share their experiences at sea. The word most often mentioned was boring, but he didn't expect that real sailing would be so boring. The boundless ocean was enough to wear out the patience of most people. There are other things in the Eskimos that have not been discovered yet. This strong talent makes energy, physical strength, and endurance more and more vigorous. Now even the sleep time has been reduced. What should we do with the rest of the schedule? Fighting with each other every day is not a good idea. I can handle it, but Rossi and the others can't. Doflamingo lay on the deck, staring into the distant sky in a daze. New world. It is a paradise for the strong and a hell for the weak. Roger should have ruled the new world for more than a decade now, exploring the unknown and fighting with the strong. I'm so envious. It is unknown whether the solitary red Baroric Redfield of the one-man Imperial group actually exists. Admiral Golden, Lion who has not yet put his head in the wheels, should be leading his flying pirate group to expand everywhere, working hard to develop his own team and preparing for his ambition to dominate the world. Which one of Whitebeard Newgate's sons who left the Rocks received? Big Mo M, who also left Roxas, trying to have her 40th child. Hey, they both love family, why don't they have a baby? The strength of this bloodline does not directly lock in the world's strongest. Nor maybe BIGMOM wanted to borrow the seeds. But Whitebeard disagreed. Kaido should have rushed out of Punk Hazard. And he also has an artificial mythical beast fruit. Next time you come into contact with Guy, take this away. It would be a waste of resources to let Peach Pig eat it. There should be no devil's will in the artificial fruit. I wonder if Kaido will die if he eats the fish fruit of the same origin. After briefly imagining the situation in the new world, Doflamingo continued to train to use up his recovered energy. Now that we have the conditions, we must work hard to compete head-on with Mr. Kaido. As for the new world, although he longed to compete with the strong, he didn't want to go at this moment. Not everyone is a descendant of the devil. Bullet destroyed a country at the age of 14 and tied with Rayleigh at the age of 15. Now he is just an unknown soldier in the new world, not even worthy of watching the battles between the strong ones. Doflamingo suddenly thought of a record. The 19-year-old Bullet tied with the 20-year-old Crocodile. Crocodile equals Rayleigh. Is this the foreshadowing of Crocodile's cheating after he is released from prison? The 27-year-old Moria faced the 36-year-old Kaido. Although his teammate called GG he survived. Hawkeye and Red Hair spar on a daily basis, and their all-out battles are praised by Whitebeard as being wonderful. Jinbei defends the Aunt alone. Boa Hancock, the future star, is considered dangerous by Sengoku. Even that idiot Whitebeard II had the strength to break an old Zephyr's arm. Doflamingo suddenly felt a bit depressed. He can't be the only one who became a Shichibukai by robbing Tenjijin as a celestial dragon and threatening the world government. Boyle, thinking of this, he immediately gave up the idea of reducing the intensity of his exercise. The spare chain of the anchor was tied to his arm. He jumped off the deck with a puff. The lower half of the body was immersed in the sea. A feeling of weakness, as if I had been doing it all night, began to fill my body. 500 nautical miles from the Flamingo. 10 warships are marching in formation. The bowman Sengoku is wearing a blue suit and a coat with the word justice written on the back, heading in the direction Doflamingo came from. 4 years later, North Blue Spedal Maras. 4 years of dormancy. Not only the port town, but the entire country has completely fallen into the control of the Donquixote family. It became Don Quixote's arms manufacturing base, adding fuel to the chaos of North Blue. Doflamingo has also gotten rid of his childish figure. At this time, he was already a mighty figure of 2 meters and 5. His blonde hair was blown back, he wore red sunglasses, and his black shirt was puffed up by his engorged muscles, making him look wanton and ostentatious. Torbal, are you ready? Looking at Toripol leisurely, Doflamingo raised his gigantic right arm and spoke. Dover, all right, swallowing hard. Toribol tried his best to speed up the blood flow in his chest to improve his defense, staring at Doflamingo and responding with a trembling voice. Very good. String fruit, artificial muscle, arm enhancement. Hearing the reply, Doflamingo disappeared in an instant and reappeared in front of Toripol, and his huge iron fist hit Toripol's chest hard. Boom. Crack, with the clear sound of bones breaking. Toripol's huge body hit the mountain of industrial garbage piled up in the port like a cannonball, smashing a big hole. Ahem. Dover, you've become stronger again. Toripol got up. His face flushed, a sweet taste gushed out of his mouth, and he touched his broken ribs and couldn't help but sigh. Is this the qualification of a king? Success. The fight with Kaido-sensei is just around the corner. Looking at the pieces of internal organs spilling from the corners of Toribol's mouth, Doflamingo smiled with satisfaction. Slowly retract the muscle fiber threads wrapped around the muscles, relaxing the muscles that were strained and the bones that were vibrated due to extreme exertion. The harder he worked in the past 4 years, the more he felt the limits of the string fruit. The seemingly wonderful control of the parasite string could only work on the weak. String fruit can currently only create solid strings and shape them. As for his concepts about timeline destiny line, magnetic field lineage, they are extremely wonderful and inspiring, but I really don't know where to start. So Doflamingo returned to the most essential pursuit of power. This dangerous world, most of the so-called skills, so-called abilities-gifted bodies final. It's all about pure strength, an even more powerful burst of power. The human body exerts force through skeletal support, and muscle fiber contraction and stretching provide explosive power. However, in order to protect the body from self-destruction, the human brain limits the limits of muscle explosion. In critical moments, the rapid secretion of adrenaline can allow the body to temporarily break through its upper limit. Perhaps the life return technique could break through the limitations of the human body and unleash a self-destructive force. But Doflamingo won't, however. The compulsory education in his previous life taught him this. The essence of muscle is fiber. Through this, after 2 years of dissection and imitation, Doflamingo successfully mastered the new power. String fruit artificial muscle, fiber muscles strengthening. Artificial muscles do not have the body's self-protection mechanism. The disadvantage of this extreme strength that is under one's own control is that it puts a huge strain on the bones, muscles, and heart. But with his current strong body, he can handle it. Toribol. If you still can't use iron body skillfully next time, then you'd better get out and be in charge of shipping. Doflamingo clenched his fists, veins on his forehead throbbing, and his tone was not very friendly, although the effect of trying out his new power made him in a good mood. But Toripol was so vulnerable that he gradually lost his patience. Half a year has passed, and he still can't even train an iron body. This Toribol's physical talent is too poor. Is his life too comfortable? How about sending Toribol to New World to expand the market? Well, Dover, your strength is growing too fast. You are a natural king. How can we catch up with your strength in the same amount of time? Hearing these thorny words, Toribol, whose soul was traumatized by the crazy fights over the past 4 years, picked up his green hat, and then carefully changed the subject. Dover, I say that the newly born kingdom of Germa has crossed the red line and wandered in the North Blue for 3 months, and is currently heading towards the 4 countries of Nordic Odes. The 4 Nordic countries located on the same huge island were once rare peaceful countries. Tallinn and Estonia grow crops on the inner side of the island across the inland river, and also take advantage of the convenience of the inland river to develop freight, boost the economy, and bear the tax revenue of the 4 countries. Violet and Finland watched each other outside the island to prevent pirates, and the 4 countries worked together to protect peace. But most nobles are always greedy, and now this island has become a big customer of the Donquixote family. Has the Germa kingdom returned to North Blue? Didn't the royal families of the 4 Nordic countries sign the approval agreement? Contact the clients and the stupid royal families in Nordic countries. Tell them about the movements of Germa 66. And remember to give them some information about Germa 66 so that they can recall the former ruler of North Blue. Let them take as many of your slime bombs as they can, and make the welcome ceremony for Germa 66 more enthusiastic. When Lao Ji comes back, let him lead your Plum Blossom army first. Doflamingo spoke in a cold tone as he glanced at Toripol's body, which had become a little more muscular after 4 years of training. Jorah Lao Gand, Marbases, the losers of the New World, were picked up by him when he passed by the edge of the calm belt on his way to Spedal Meras. Overwhelmed with maternal love, Jorah immediately took Lao Ji and the other 2 to join the Donquixote family to repay her gratitude. Doflamingo felt that he needed to recruit more new members to offset the debuff of these losers. Yes, Dover. None of the 4 royal families of Nordic Des signed the agreement openly. King Virat V signed the approval agreement in the name of the rebels. Toribol dragged his injured body and lowered his head to respond. Interesting. It seems that our King Virat V has enough ambition. Toribol tell the news to only his family. Let him take as much arms as he can. Squeeze the Nordic countries dry. Doflamingo ignored Toripol, who was leaving, and looked at Rocinante, who looked a little thinner than him in the distance, and asked, "Rossi, are there any new members of the family who are worth training? How many candidates for the family have Diamandi been looking for?" There was one Mana brother named Senna Peak, who was from Aquariraith commercial island of North Blue, whose family was destroyed by the local marine branch and gangsters for money. Paramisha is a user of the water fruit. He escaped a disaster by hiding underground. He joined the family a year ago. His mission completion rate is 70%. He is worth training. And Diamandi has taken in more than 2,000 children from the war. Those who are too youngly or physically weak have been eliminated, and 900 of them have been listed as candidate members of the family. The eliminated ones have been incorporated into the family factory as apprentices. Senna Peak. Loyal, infatuated, strong talent, worth cultivating. FFFFFFFFF, very good. I provide them with life insurance and they work for me. Which makes sense. Check the marine organization in Aquariri and put them on the black market for wanted. Give the 6 styles to Senna Pick and let him choose 2 to practice. Did Virgo pass on any new information? Doflamingo knew the importance of intelligence and knowledge. As early as 3 years ago, after Don Quixote initially settled in Spedalmouts, Virgo was sent to the Marine branch a year ago. After outstanding performance, he entered the training class of Admiral of Headquarters Black Arm Zephyr and became the 6th Marine student. He also passed on the valuable physical skills of Marine 6 styles. Yes, brother, Virgo intends to tell you in person. Virgo's steady voice came after taking the Den mushy handed over by Rocinante. Dover. The Marines deployed a large number of troops to New World a few days ago, including Admiral Buddha, Sengoku Marine Hero Garp, and Chief of Staff Crane. However, I have not been able to learn the specific mission objectives. FFFFFFFF, buddy, you've done enough. This information is very valuable. Ensure your own safety, Virgo. If there is a risk of your identity being leaked, find a way to leave the Marine as soon as possible. Understood, Dover. I will hide myself well, crack. After ending the call, Doflamingo fell into deep thought. 1495, New World, Marine assembled. Putting all this information together, the only major event that fits the situation is the Battle of Edvard. Marine has to go whether to prevent Roger and Golden Lion from joining forces or to take advantage of the opportunity. No wonder Vinsmoke, judges a member of the world government, dared to take the opportunity to occupy the 4 countries and was not afraid of Marine's liquidation. Where did he get the news, world government? What price did a fugitive of Mads pay for making peace so quickly? Later Granny, Crane, who had freed up her hands, was expelled from North Blue. And then I was discovered while I was growing up in North Blue. Blanche, it turns out that it was you, old man, who caused the trouble. However, the bloodline factor technology and clone soldier technology that Judge possesses are good things. A 20-year-old soldier can be produced in 5 years. And ideological concepts can also be added. How loyal? No, it's a waste of talent to just be a soldier. These are high-quality coolies and laborers who never complain about hardship or tiredness. It is still high-quality consumables produced in batches of 5 years. With this, anyone can be a wise ruler. Ryuju isn't even born yet. And the 4 lecherous chef brothers are nowhere to be seen. Judge's bloodline factor-enhanced human technology is undoubtedly not yet mature. The strength of the technological combat suit is also questionable. This is a rare opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. Originally, I just wanted to take the opportunity to divide up Nordic's property. Now I want the land, the people, and the technology. Maybe I can start the era of artificial fruits 20 years earlier. After clearing himself from all conflicts of interest, Doflamingo looked at Rocinante and spoke. Rossi, have Lao Ji and Marbesi focused their exploration on the West Blue Giant's territory. If they haven't found anything yet, go explore the New World Mogu town, Toribol. Have Diamandi's children's boat in the open sea return and stop operating first. And go to the base of Nordic Odes to collect intelligence and rescue some families. This is a good opportunity to help the poor. FFFFFFFFFFF. Oh Rossi, there is one more thing. Frevans's lead and platinum products are very suitable for you and me. Go and get in touch with them, however. Frevans involves the world government and nobles from various countries. So remember to be careful. Torbol, get ready, we are going to Nordic Des. Oh, are you done with the training, young master? I prepared your favorite sweet shrimps and pasta for lunch. Are you satisfied, seeing Doflamingo finish the meeting? Jorah, who was standing aside, waiting, came over. Of course, Jorah, who raised meaned, I like everything you do. This is the truth after picking up Jorah. Doflamingo's life can be said to be easy. No wonder she also raised Doringa herself. So Doflamingo's attitude towards Jorah, who had taken care of him for nearly 4 years, was much better than that towards Toribol and others. Oh, you said I'm Miss World, that's so annoying. So annoying, hearing the compliment. Jorah held her still blooming face in her hands. Her heart blossoming, that's the bad thing. Suppressing his silence, Doflamingo asked about the training of candidates' families under the age of 10. Cora, are there any potential candidates for family members? Oh no. There is still a large group of little brats who are still in a state of malnutrition. However, some of them are clamoring to see Yao Young Master, to express their gratitude. FFFFFFFFFF, very good. I like people who know how to give back. Talent can be cultivated. Cairo La, go and prepare the dinner first. The clock town is adjacent to the only inland river in the Nordic countries and is located on the border of Tallinn and connects with Finland. As a town famous for its handmade watches, it was once one of the most prosperous towns in Shikoku. But it was only once, boom boom, don't tilde. Hearing the explosions and screams getting closer, the terrified woman picked up the child and stuffed him into the cellar. Gladius, quiet and don't come out no matter what happens. Mom, where's Dad? Where is Dad? Didn't he ask us to wait for him here? It's okay. Dad is protecting us. We will be back when your dial has completed 2 days. Listen. Gladius, stay in the cellar. And don't come out no matter what happens. Ha, come on, there's still an intact store here. Oh, there are women's. Tilda, please, not here, boom. The collapsed buildings covered everything. Watching all this happening, Gladius had never thought the sound of an explosion was so beautiful. 3 days later, a huge flamingo-shaped ship sailed into the inland river of the 4 Nordic countries. In the cabin, Doflamingo was reading the newly arrived newspaper in his hand. The Battle of Edvard breaks out. Golden Roger fights Admiral Golden Lion, and the Admiral is defeated. Admiral Golden Lion's hairstyle change was a great success, coupled with the heavy losses caused by the tsunami. Now the crazy pirates are eager to attack the Golden Lion territory. It is really a passionate new world. Dover, here we are. Doflamingo and his group walked into the once prosperous town. At this moment, road was littered with charred corpses, ruined sand, shattered clockwork parts, kicking away the rubble that blocked his way. Doflamingo glanced at Toribal behind him and asked, "Toribal, where is Diamandi now, Dover?" Diamandi is in the capital of Virat, less than half a day's journey from here. According to the news we received, the armies of the other 3 countries have already fled. The royal families have exchanged money for asylum from Virat V. Now the royal families of the 4 tribes have gathered in Virat and are engaged in a fierce battle with Germa. Oh, the situation has become like this in just 3 days. Such a fragile resistance. Let the war continue. Only then will the surviving citizens cherish peace. Rest here and prepare to take over this country tomorrow. What's the name of this town, Rossi? Clock Town, brother. What a pity, I quite like the watches in this town. 259 quadrillion 190 trillion 259 billion 190 1,259,192. FFFFFFFFF. It seems there are some lucky ones who survived. Feeling the faint sound coming from observation Haki, Doflamingo shot out silk threads from his hands and pushed away the collapsed wall in front of him. The silk thread was recovered, and a young figure was carefully rolled out from the ground. The originally tight-fitting gentleman's suit and grey-blue curly hair was stuck to the skin due to the high temperature. There was not a single piece of healthy flesh on his body, and the only thing that could be considered intact was the pocket watch that was protected by his hands. At this moment, he was still counting the seconds with a hoarse throat. 259 quadrillion 197 trillion 259 billion 190 8,259,199. Looking at the miserable state of the young figure, Toribal and others had cold and numb expressions. Only Rosanantuho had good intentions. Showed a look of pity. Brother, is there any hope? Feeling the dead silence at destruction, and thoughts of annihilation coming from the emotional resonance. Doflamingo's lips curled up, talent worth cultivating. Of course, that's a great will. What's your name? Can you make a watch? Hearing the question, Gladius came out of this trance and answered with a deadpan expression. Gladius, yes. Gladius, FFFFFFFFFF, very good. From today on, you are a member of my Don Quixote family. Now let's do a small operation first. After wrapping Gladius into a mummy with protein thread and sutures, Doflamingo fell into a long-awaited deep sleep. In the 4 years since he became strong, his energy has increased exponentially, and he only needs 2 hours of sleep a day. But full body burns are a big job, especially in an environment like this where there is nothing. Doflamingo came to the dream space again, was already familiar with the place. He skillfully came to the lighthouse, which was now a larger size. After admiring the picture of Donquixote family showing off their might in North Blue, I opened the panel with satisfaction. Donquixote Doflamingo, named after North Blue. Donquixote family, North Blue Evil Party. See Circle Calendar 1495. Birthplace, Marigioa, the Holy Land of the Red Line. Skills, Conqueror's Haki Advanced. Fighting slightly accomplished. Marine 6, Styles slightly accomplished. Navigation, Advanced Armament, Haki Advanced. Observation, Haki Advanced. Advanced Technique, Forced Emotional Resonance. Fruit, String Fruit Comprehensive. Talent, Strong. Achievement, Father's Death and Son's Filial Piety. Conqueror's Haki, enter the hall. You who freely release Conqueror's Haki are the practitioners of the Road of Kings. And your reputation is spread all over the underground world of North Blue. Fighting slightly accomplished after a long period of self-destructive fighting. The next punch will either mean life or death. Is there no defense in your mind? Marine 6 styles slightly successful thanks to your inhuman physique. You can quickly master superhuman physical skills. But of course, you can only use them skillfully. You still need to work hard to reach the true secret. String fruit comprehensive, I have to say that you have a lot of energy. You can do needlework all day. However, your imagination is really weird. Promise me, don't use this for other things. Navigation mastery. Know the weather changes within a 10-mile radius. Enough to deal with 80% of the sea conditions. You can fly freely, but be careful of cloudless areas. Armament Haki Master, thanks to the guidance of Raoji. You have initially mastered the hardening technique of Armament Haki, which can cover your body and objects, making them as hard as steel. Even Logia will temporarily bow down before you. Observation Haki, thanks to your innately strong spirit. You can sense the position and number of objects outside your field of vision. Range 1 km. Forced emotional resonance. Feel the other person's thoughts and emotions, and convey your own consciousness to others, influencing others' minds and thoughts and generating strong resonance, changing the other person's values and ideology. After reading the panel's summary of the past 4 years of hard work, I found the notes on individual capabilities a bit exaggerated. Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction. Pass the lighthouse and look at the 3 road signs behind. 1 grey and red and 1 blue. The grey road sign appeared for the first time, and Doflamingo looked at the words engraved on it. New World Summit, Roger Gold Shiki the Golden Lion. Newgate Whitebeard. Red the Lonely and other legendary pirates are fighting for fame and fortune. As excellent celestial dragons, why should they stay in North Blue instead of becoming the king of pirates? Go fight, challenge, and attack the top of the world. Reward depends on the challenge results. Looking at this grand and ambitious goal, Doflamingo's face darkened. Damn it. You want Laozi to die by challenging these people now. Although Laozi's fruit development has been somewhat successful and his mentality has swelled, he is not so arrogant. He passed the grey signpost of the idiot and looked at the other 2. Dressrosa, as early as 800 years ago. This was your family's territory at that time. Under your family's rulette was extremely wealthy. Let the current poor people embrace a glorious future again. Reward, Talent Strong Evolution *1. This reward is quite good. After becoming stronger and evolving once more, I can now say goodbye to my rest. 24-hour full power exercise to kill those lazy pirates. Dressrosa has the orthodox blessing and serves as the planting site for artificial devil fruit and a high-quality labor force of the dwarf race. Moreover, its geographical location in the New World is very close to the world government and the future Sea Emperor's territory. It can serve as a transit point for New World arms trade. Importance is indispensable, however. It has not yet touched upon the New World area and needs to be carefully considered. King of Sky Island, Mariewa is not high enough. The Sky Island, 10,000 meters above the sky, is where you, as the king, should live. Rule all Sky Islands and let the evil Beihai people welcome the gods from Qinghai. Reward, Bone Strengthening *1. This is a good thing. With this artificial muscle, The explosive force can be stronger. Strong secondary reinforcement plus bone reinforcement. The combination of the two will make it possible to fight against Garp in the near future. The focus next will still be on Sky Island. The fact that Golden Lion has been flying in the sky for more than 10 years without being discovered shows the superiority of Sky Island. It would be even better if we could control Visalia Island, which is clearly the culmination of navigation. If only I could create a movable Sky Island freely. This is absolute air supremacy. And Visalia also has the technology to change the celestial phenomena, which is good stuff. But why hasn't Mahabashi's information about the Western Summit been delivered yet? The next day, the capital of Virat, the once prosperous city, is now completely engulfed in flames of war. Filled with smoke and corpses. More than a dozen giant amphibious snails of the Vinsmoke family have spread across the royal palace in the center of the city. In the center of the snail sea, the last soldiers of the four countries are putting up a feeble resistance. On the largest snail stood a muscular young man with a mustache and the same hairstyle as Super Saiyan 3, with an orange cape draped over his back. Whether it is the yellow-green combat uniform on his body, the long white gloves on his hands, or the golden belt around his waist, they are all engraved with 66 characters representing the glory of the Germa kingdom. He wears black combat boots with jet thrusters on his feet and holds a spear in his hand. This is a technologically modified spear with electricity attributes, which will carry electric current when attacking. At this moment, he was conducting a trial with the crown in one hand and a spear in the other. Judge Vinsmoke stop forgive Mayafan Seth's Kuntrina. These four countries, the rebels, they are all yours. Spare me Virat V, who was once powerful and attempted to unify the four kingdoms. At this time of golden hair was burnt yellow, and the jewel-studded coat was full of dried bloodline. His limbs trembled irregularly, and he knelt on the ground facing the judge, looking at the approaching electric spear with horror on his face. Seeing the trembling Virat V, Judge Vinsmoke became more and more excited. The new legend of the Germa kingdom will begin from now on. And he, Judge Vinsmoke, will be the new legend of North Blue. Speak with pleasure, no need. These are already in my pocket as Judge Vinsmoke. I will use your lives to remind North Blue of the fame of the Germa kingdom. Electromagnetic thrust. A huge amount of high-voltage electricity came out of the spear in Vinsmoke Judge's hand, and against the backdrop of fierce electric light. It was like Thor judging mortals. The electric spear pierced into Virat V's defenseless body as smoothly as a hot knife cutting through butter. Sizzle, sizzle. The scream stopped abruptly as the head fell. This is the announcement that the Germa kingdom will dominate North Blue again. Wiping the blood off his face, Judge felt the depression of being hunted down by the world government for illegal research disappear. Spreading terror to North Blue is what the Germa royal family should do. Crack who, Judge Vinsmoke, who was feeling smug, was blinded by the camera flash, looking up. I saw a tall man in a pink coat, black suit and red sunglasses, with arrogance written all over his body, standing silently 10 meters above. FFFFFFFFFF. That's awesome, don't get excited, Judge Vinsmoke. I am here to celebrate the return of your kingdom to North Blue. Look, I was considerate enough to take a photo for you. This glorious scene is worth remembering, Doflamingo said as he swung the camera in his hand. Judge Vinsmoke looked at Doflamingo, who appeared silently above him. and the sense of crisis in his heart made his body unconsciously tense. He didn't believe that North Blue's notorious arms chief was here to work as a part-time reporter. He pushed the power of the spear in his hand to its limit, and the high-energy electric current crackled. Staring at Doflamingo's figure, Judge Vinsmoke began to question, "What is your purpose?" Doflamingo, too naive. Not every scientist is Superman A. Guang. Looking at the nervous Vinsmoke Judge, Doflamingo showed a sunny smile. Vinsmoke Judge doesn't have a father as good as himself. Note 1. Unlike his children, who possess superhuman qualities and abilities acquired through bloodline factors, 80% of his combat effectiveness comes from his equipment. But the technological gap of 30 years is too big. Vinsmoke Judge is not mature enough at the moment, and his equipment is just as immature. Ignoring the sizzling spear, Doflamingo walked slowly along Sky's path towards Vinsmoke Judge and spoke calmly. "Relax, Judge Vinsmoke, I come here in friendship." Judge Vinsmoke suddenly felt that the surroundings were a little too quiet for a battlefield. Looking around, the soldiers who had just been fighting bravely were now standing still like puppets. These were his hopes for reviving Germa. All gone just like that. Listening to what Doflamingo said about friendship, the anger in my heart could not stop boiling. The judge raised his spear, pointed around, and spoke angrily. "Is this what you call friendship, Doflamingo?" Explosive flying kick electromagnetic thrust. Vinsmoke Judge's high-tech boots ejected high-voltage energy from behind, and his speed increased to ultimate. He thrust a spear of concentrated high-voltage current at Doflamingo. Seeing Vinsmoke Judge rushing towards him, Doflamingo's face darkened. There are always people who don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Put away your camera, spider's web wall. Hundreds and thousands of transparent silk threads burst out from Doflamingo's body, quickly entangled towards the forming a huge spider web. Like a wall blocking him, boom. The impact of the electric spear was completely absorbed by spider's web wall. But the high temperature caused by the electric current caused the silk thread to become brittle and deformed. Seeing this scene, Judge Vinsmoke's bad feeling suddenly disappeared, and his face lit up. "There is a weakness. Calm down, your soldiers are all fine." He doesn't even need to use the Hakami technique. The obvious emotional changes on his face are already proving how proud he is at the moment. Doflamingo was furious. Veins bulged between his eyebrows, and his words of persuasion changed. "Judge Vinsmoke, it seems that you still don't understand what my friendship means." String fruit arms strengthening. Countless fine special fibers emerged from Doflamingo's right arm, combining and entangled together to form external armored muscles, making his arm thick, huge, full of strength and beauty. "Damn, you don't listen to my nice talk, right? Laozi is so polite, but you still don't understand Laozi. You have never been beaten." Doflamingo was furious, and a grim smile appeared on his lips. The skills represented by intermediate fighting allow the muscles to contract and stretch perfectly. The huge fist rushed towards Judge Vinsmoke's stupid head at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Seeing Doflamingo's changed appearance, Judge's pupils shrank, and the big fist was right in front of him. The wind from the fist hurt his face, and he only had time to put the spear against his head. Boom. His fist slammed down on the spear in his hand moment. The spear broke in an instant, and the arm holding the spear flipped and broke under the extremely fast impact. The iron fist didn't slow down at all and hit his helmet hard. Judge's body flew out like a cannonball. It crashed through the hardest shell of the sea snail, which was strong enough to catch a cannonball on its face, and sank into the wall of the palace behind it. Tap, tap. Vinsmoke Judge felt that these footsteps were the knell of his death and wanted to fight back. But the combat suit he was currently researching had lost its ability to resist after this attack. He grabbed Vinsmoke Judge's bleeding head and pulled off the broken helmet on his head with a pop. At this moment, Judge's face was a mixture of red and white, and his arms hung limply at his sides. Looking at his miserable condition, Doflamingo smiled brightly. FFFFFFFF. Do you realize now how precious my friendship is, Judge? Judge Vinsmoke, who had been severely beaten, felt the extent of the injuries on his body and calmed down. He tried his best to make a weak sound. Flamenco, what do you want? Our Germa kingdom is a member of the world government. You attacked us as pirates. Do you take the 800-year-old majesty of the world government into consideration? It seems that you are still not sober enough. You don't have a deep enough understanding of your own situation. Doflamingo looked disdainful when he heard Judge Vinsmoke's stern look. Oh, you're still trying to use the world government's name to justify yourself at this stage. Here's a free piece of news for you. Don Quixote is Donquixote. World government. It's just a pet dog that devours its master. And you are a member of the illegal scientific research group, MADS. You are the landless kingdom of Germa 66. How much weight does it have in the eyes of the world government? King Judge, the newly crowned king. You are still too immature. Let me teach you again. The first step to learning as a king is to face setbacks. Doflamingo held Vinsmoke in his left hand, and the silk threads emerging from his right hand formed into thick muscle fibers, which gathered together to form a powerful fist. Doflamingo is celestial dragons, this. Doflamingo's arrogant attitude and this explosive news shocked Judge Vinsmoke. After hearing the following words, he ignored the shock in his heart and quickly spoke up to stop him. Etc. Judge's eyes were filled with fear. He didn't have a helmet on his head. If he was hit by a fist like that, he would, etc. Doflamingo's smile became more ferocious, and he thrust his right fist backwards to gather strength. Judge Vinsmoke, learn to respect the friendship of the strong. Boom. Tilde. A piece of soft silk flew behind Doflamingo and transformed into the figure of Diamante. Doflamingo stopped grinding and asked, without turning back, Diamante, long time no see. Are there any crown princes of the 4 Nordic countries still alive? How are the results of the family members collected in the 4 countries during this period? Dover, long time no see. The crown prince has only a pair of grandchildren of Vijayarat V alive. I came too late, and there are only about 300 family members of the right age to be accepted. Who is this? The king of Germa 66. Seeing Judge's miserable appearance, Diamante's eyes widened. FFFFFFFF, it's okay, Diamante. Bring the pair of crown princes here and ask about the collection of the Torribald treasure. Then you can go back with your family. As for our dear judge, he needs to learn something. I'm teaching him now. Wait. I can't do this with so many important responsibilities. Diamante, I'm really mad right now. Yes, Dover. Seeing the faint black and red lightning flashing on Doflamingo's body, Diamante lost the mood to play around and turned around and ran away. After 4 years of extreme fighting, not only Torribald had a trauma in his heart, but he also had it in his heart otherwise. Why would he just want to drift on the sea and gather his family all day long? Looking at Judge Vinsmoke, who was barely breathing and whose consciousness had already become blurred. Doflamingo showed mockery in his eyes and put his pointed leather shoes on Judge's head again. Applying a little force, Judge Vinsmoke, you said that the kingdom of Germa was at war with the four nations of Nordic Des. Don Quixote was hired by Vigilat VI, and the evil Germa was destroyed. Or is it better to hear the news that the new king of Germa killed 4 people in one day and dominated the 4 countries of Nordic Des? Doflamingo licked his lips and gave a wicked smile. Judge, you don't want the Germa kingdom, which ruled North Blue for 66 days, to be completely forgotten, right? The judge, who saw the revival of the Germa kingdom as his own responsibility, naturally could not just give up his life like that. Although Judge Vinsmoke hates sympathy and kindness, believing that they make people weak and incompetent. But Cake Island's performance has already shown that his spiritual core is the same as what he hates the most. After realizing his current situation, Judge suddenly found that his royal status and kingly temperament, which he was proud of, were not worth mentioning at this moment. And the judge suddenly realized that what Doflamingo said was quite right. As the only descendant of the Vinsmoke royal family, if he died, all the great achievements of the Germa kingdom would be in vain. Thinking of this, Judge Vinsmoke endured the pain and tried hard to force out an unskilled and flattering smile. Doflamingo, what do you need from me? Looking at the bloody smile on Judge Vinsmoke's face, Doflamingo showed a playful smile and looked him up and down. Judge Vinsmoke became more and more frightened as he watched, and the emotions coming from him became more and more horrified. He then nodded in satisfaction and spoke with a smile. FFFFFFFFF, very good. It seems that you have learned to respect as a reward. The name of the Germa 66 kingdom will be sung in North Blue tomorrow. Versed, tell me about the location of Punk Hazard and your clone soldier technology. Please allow me to do some simple treatment. Punkard's location is 10 days later. Red Line, Holy Land, Mariewa. Golden Lion should be able to rest for a while after being injured. These remnants of rocks are really active. The flame disaster djinn that appeared next to Kaido must be the Lunaria from Punk Hazard. They should have all been locked up in Impel Down. What about the progress of the weapons that Vegapunk and Guy scattered? Geisa wants gas fruit. The design of the Kingdom of Death requires it. Vegapunk only has a concept of a pacifist. This is the remaining royal letter from Nordic Des. What should we do with it? Then give it to him. Vegapunk is currently leading the protection force, Judge. The escapee of the MADS team actually dared to invade the 4 countries of Nordic Des. It seems that Germa 66 still hasn't given up the dream of restoring his country. Let's give him a warning. Inform CP0 to expel Judge from Nordic. Germa 66 is not allowed to own land. Support the remaining royal family to ascend to the throne, and exempt the heavenly gold for 10 years. Vegapunk's protection force is led by Long Zai. The name sounds familiar. It must be the son of that old man Garp. I propose a replacement. I second that. The 2 bloodlines of the Huamingu family in North Blue and the survivors of the Valley of God. Let's just let it go for now. The other side. The Germa Palace on a giant snail. Doflamingo took the news he made from the news bird's mouth, and looking at the headlines and his own camera art, I believe Vinsmoke Judge would be very satisfied. Diamante has resumed his journey of arms trade and kidnapping. Not collecting his family. Toripol and Rocinante have returned to take charge of Spedal Meiras. At this stage, the processing plant in the old nest is equivalent to an endless source of cash flow. So it is necessary to protect what needs to be protected. Cairo La is worried about leaving him alone to guard it. As for the two surviving crown princes, they were brainwashed by Doflamingo using his observation haki. The value of the crown prince's existence lies in orthodoxy. The 66-day Germa kingdom that unified North Blue is a potential threat to the world government's rule. They will not be allowed to own land in peace. It is only a matter of time before they are expelled. By then, the four Nordic countries know. The four countries will no longer exist. Whether this island is used as an experimental territory for Judge or as an arsenal for Don Quixote, it is up to him to do whatever he wants. Out of consideration for protecting his partners, Doflamingo decided to stay for a while until Vinsmoke Judge could move freely. As for the two people who were looking for the top of the West Heaven, although they had lost contact for more than 10 days, Lao Ji and the others had at least run through the new world. And their life cards had not changed, so he was not panicked. 10 days ago, Vinsmoke Judge had just provided Punk Hazard's location, saying that he would die if he didn't get treatment. And then he was lying unconscious in the incubator under the giant snail castle. Although he knew that Judge might be worried about being killed if he revealed all his skills, Doflamingo didn't care and wanted to be a better person. With Punk Hazard in place, Gaisar and the first artificial devil fruit were already in his bag. Using his observation haki to sense Judge Vinsmoke's awakening, Doflamingo walked towards the basement of the palace with a freshly published newspaper. Looking at Vinsmoke Judge, who was removing his bandages, Doflamingo threw the newspaper in his hand and uttered words that seemed to be praise but were actually criticism. FFFFFFFFFF, new king of the Germa kingdom. Judge Vinsmoke killed 4 people in one day. The evil rule of Germa 66 reappeared in North Blue. It's really great hearing this shocking headline. Judge Vinsmoke was stunned when he took the newspaper. When I saw the big bold headline at the top of the newspaper, I was so happy that I couldn't express it in words. But when Judge saw the funny photo below, in which Doflamingo took a photo of himself from top to bottom and made himself look like a dwarf, his expression suddenly turned from sunny to gloomy. Happiness still has to be built on the suffering of others. But watching Judge's changes from confusion upon waking up to excitement and then to loss, Doflamingo laughed even more happily. Don't dwell on this short-lived achievement, Judge. Let's talk about your bright future clone technology and the results of your bloodline factor. The cloning technology is based on the application of the bloodline factor that Vegapunk, Geisa Quinn and I discovered together. We select strong soldiers and then clone them. What is your current cost for soldier clones? 1 million berries. The cost is so high. No wonder you have been a mercenary for more than 20 years in the original timeline and still haven't managed to gather 1 million people. But in this case, the cost-effectiveness of clones is low for me, no. Doflamingo continued to ask questions. I don't need soldiers, I need population. If we do not consider the bloodline samples of high-intensity physical fitness soldiers and select ordinary civilian workers, can we reduce costs and shorten the training time? This you can try. Then the labor plan still has a chance of being completed. Prepare to evacuate Nordic. The world government should be on the way. Go visit the royal families of North Blue on this list. Spread the reputation of your Germa 66. And clean up the garbage occupying the space. I will leave the land of Nordic to you if there is a chance. Doflamingo returned to the throne and fell into thought. After discussing bloodline factors with Judge Vinsmoke, I was a little disappointed. The bloodline factor can be understood as the genetic map of all life in this world. It exists in the genes of all people if it can be used freely. For this world, it should be not much different from the Creator. Speaking of bloodline factors, we have to mention one person. A scientist who possesses 99% of the pirate's world's technology. The first is to perfectly replicate the mythical beast fruit. The second is a pacifist who has fused with Warpo memory metal and can use the power of the flash fruit. Finally, there is the Seraph, which is made with upgraded clone plus cyborg technology that is comparable to the Shichibukai. As for Vegapunk, Doflamingo can only say he is greedy. Not just about knowledge, but at this moment he had no intention of coveting it. Because the world government would go crazy. Judge has mastered the technology of cyborgs through advanced cloning. Exoskeleton defensive types of paramecia. And only 5 works in more than 20 years. And Gaisar was even more useless. He spent more than 30 years researching and creating the artificial Zoan fruit. It would be fine if the animal's self-awareness would appear in the body. But the success rate is only 10%. The gigantic experiment cannot be said to be a waste. But it is also a deviation from the right track. But he just didn't believe that it would be impossible for Judge and Guy to make a Zoan devil fruit. As for popularizing paramecia abilities among Judge's 5 children in the future, he didn't dare to think about it yet. 3 months later, the name of Germa 66 spreads throughout North Blue. As the situation in North Blue became more chaotic, Doflamingo's arms business became increasingly popular, and more partners in the approval agreement were added. As for some people not buying it, his enemy nations, the invading pirates, and the Germa kingdom would let him buy it. After signing the approval agreement, the island force will become a unilateral ally of Doflamingo and will establish a base for the Donquixote family. As for why it is unilateral, it is because we cannot rule out the possibility that he will eliminate his allies and replace them. This allowed Donquixote family North Blue to gain more control and collect more family members. As for the North Blue people who are in dire straits, just endure a little longer, and you will be liberated when he unifies the world and opens the era of pacifist machine labor. Nordic Des is now ruled by the Child King above, and the Germa Warhouse Exchange is underground. The port town of Spatelmayers, the residence of Don Quixote family, Dover, I'm back. Toribol has already left. Doflamingo looked at Diamante with deep meaning. Not only because Sky Island's next operation would require his abilities, it was also because he had been away for more than 4 months and his body had not been tempered by life and death. He sneered and spoke, FFFFFFFF Diamante. You're 15 days late for the training that was originally scheduled every 4 months. String fruit, artificial muscle, arms strengthening. Feeling Doflamingo's gaze, Diamante had a bad feeling in his heart. Suddenly, I remembered that I had just met Toripol, who was happy about going out to sea. Looking at the increasingly round-thick black and hard arms, my heart skipped a beat. Psychological shadows began to emerge and excuses began. Wait, Dover, I'm. The enemy doesn't have time to keep you waiting." Doflamingo said this coldly and disappeared from the spot. Boom, Toripol, who had just boarded the ship, looked towards the location where the loud noise came from, saw Diamante being thrown into the air, shuddered, and walked towards the cabin. Donquixote Doflamingo intimidate North Blue. Donquixote family, North Blue evil party. See Circle Calendar 1495. Birthplace, Marigioa, the holy land of the Red Line. Skills, Conqueror's Haki advanced. Fighting slightly accomplished. Marine 6, styles slightly accomplished. Navigation, advanced armament, Haki advanced. Observation, Haki advanced. Advanced technique, forced emotional resonance. Fruit, string fruit comprehensive. Talent, strong. Achievement, father's death and son's filial piety. King of North Blue available. King of North Blue, Germa 66, is the whip in your hand. The economy is the plaything in your hand. The king is the card in your hand. North Blue sleeps in the nightmare you weave. The underground world of North Blue starts with you. You are the true uncrowned king of North Blue. You can choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. Conqueror's enhancement. 2. Seeing and hearing color, listening to the sounds of all things. 3. Devil form. Finally got the achievement. It's been 4 years. If my brother wasn't my biological son, and I had raised him like a son, I would really want to kill him to get the buff. Doflamingo was a little excited to see the achievement appear again after 4 years. It was too difficult to judge this achievement. It took him a lot of control over half of North Blue's arms market to get it out. After calming down, Doflamingo looked at the 3 rewards and fell into deep thought. It seems that the more you controller, the more you conquer. It is indeed a way of practice for the conquerors. There are more places waiting for my notification. Conquerors does not need to be strengthened for the time being. Listening to the sounds of all things is undoubtedly the best choice to solve the unsolved mysteries of this world. But the first goal at the moment is to go to Sky Island. Enel looks young, but he is only 2 years younger than me. I really don't know when I ate the thunder fruit, and its current strength is also unknown. Although now there is armament Haki, which can catch Logia's elementalization. However, string fruit does not have Lunica's extreme immunity to lightning, high voltage and high temperature. The devil form is Douglas Bullet's innate ability, being able to fuse one's Haki with the body. Speed and strength will be greatly increased. Combined with muscles strengthening, it undoubtedly further enhances explosive power. But Enel didn't know that Haki could achieve elementalization. If this mode can be integrated with Conqueror's Haki and master the dominance, it will undoubtedly be a step up, worth a try. Devil form. After escaping from the dream space, Doflamingo did not continue to sleep peacefully. Woke up quickly. Devil form. With a low shout, new power was activated. Doflamingo sat cross-legged and felt the changes in his body. His own Haki, whether it was his observation Haki. Armament Hakia, Conquerors slowly merged with his body. It's different from the previous feeling for Doflamingo, who has a strong talent and a strong physique. The armament Haki is acquired naturally, more like a power that is naturally developed when the body becomes strong enough. It is probably like the internal force that is cultivated from the inside out by the masters of external skills in martial arts novels. And conquerors, according to his superficial understanding. It does not necessarily mean conquest. Like his own first outburst, the strongest feelings in his heart are the desire to kill and the desire to live. It is the initial manifestation of the soul's will interfering with the outside world. The seeing and hearing colors are the soul's perception of the outside world. Now, the power of will and the haki of armament are truly integrated into every cell of the body. The power is surging, increasing, and soaring. This is unparalleled power. Doflamingo couldn't help but smile brightly. 2 months later, the time has entered the year 1496. The imbalance caused by the collision between Roger and the Golden Lion led to the turmoil in the New World, finally subsiding and settling into a new balance. As for the marine side, the fame of the 3 rear admiral monsters, Akenu Aokiji and Kizaru gradually spread across the sea, temporarily filling the void left by the retirement of Admiral Zephyr. This made Marine turn its attention back to the 4 seas. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Sora frowned as he looked at the intelligence sent by the world government, and looked at the only free chief of Staff Crane. Germa 66 roams around North Blue, attacking and invading many countries as a member of the world government. You should go this time, and by the way, check the mastermind behind the wars among the North Blue countries. Good. The 16-year-old Doflamingo has successfully reached the admiral height and has not stopped growing. Just like his tentacles in the underground world, they have already reached into the other 3 seas and the first half of the Grand Line. For the elusive peak of the Western Paradise, he has lost his patience. The original plan was to go to Sky Island before Roger to find out where Burka was and the situation of Enel. But the news of the 3-day battle between the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates had spread far and wide. This means that Dee's will is about to be defeated by Odin's spirit, and Roger has been put under a spell. He knelt down in public and invited the idiot Kazuki Odin to get on board, ready to start the Grand Line sailing journey again. Just follow Roger's lead. So Doflamingo decided to go out himself 10 days later. Grand Line, boom, boom, boom. The ocean current was originally flowing downstream, but at this moment, the turbulent ocean current rushed up from the bottom to the sky. Reaching the sky, this counterintuitive place and its unique and magnificent scenery can only be found in the upside-down mountain. Where the 4 seas meet, what a miraculous place. Doflamingo stood at Flamingo Head and looked out, and couldn't help but feel emotional. Although I have seen this kind of wonder in videos, the feeling is completely different when I experience this magnificent scenery in person. There are not only natural wonders. The ocean currents of the 4 seas and the Grand Line meet here and rise and sink due to changes in climate temperature, providing the natural force for ships to sail up and down. It is a miracle of human power. All 5 wide passages on the upside-down mountain were canals dug by human hands. Even if there were capable people, it was not easy to open a sea route under such circumstances. Looked over, these are the pathetic losers, Toropol, who was unable to sit still, spoke while pointing at the wreckage of ships on both sides of the canal. Every year, half of the pirates who try to fly over Upside Down Mountain and explore the Grand Line will die on Upside Down Mountain, becoming completely one with this place, Toribol. Don't look at the losers lying at your feet. Look at the winners walking in front. Where are the Roger pirates? Doflamingo stared at the apex above without even looking. Only being the strongest is his goal, Dover. The Roger pirates arrived at the 7 Waters 7 days ago. A Whiskey Mountain, the first island among the 7 roads of the Grand Line, has a series of mountains that look like two giant spherical cacti growing side by side. Pirates are coming, ooh. Looking at the Near-invincibility Flamingo about to dock. The residents of the small town gathered at the port were not afraid or panicked, but were filled with warm welcome, Dover. The people here seem a little strange. They are not afraid of the pirates. Piker looked at the pirate flag flying on the mast and was a little confused about the unusual reaction of the town. The towns he had been to before all had great hostility towards the pirates. Without waiting for Doflamingo to answer, Diamante, who had experienced the Grand Line, scoffed at this. Don't be naive, Piker. These people may have already checked the bounty on your head. Look at the weapons hidden on their waists. This is a famous gathering place for pirates hunters. Whiskey Town, GFFFFFFFF, that's right. And they have such a bad reputation. There must be a marine branch nearby behind them. This is a good place, Piker. Let's destroy them and create some new order, whoosh. Bang, listen up, we are the Donquixote family. And we are taking over this town from now on. The 4M tall and well-developed Piker crashed into the port, and his roar spread throughout the town. After a moment's silence, all the pirates hunters burst into laughter and pointed at Piker. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, mister. Pirates, is this your show? Please come into the town. Ha ha ha, have prepared food and wine for you. Ha ha ha, of course, this town belongs to you today. Feeling the anger rising from Piker, Doflamingo spoke softly. FFFFFFFFFF, there are stupid people everywhere. Piker, go and release your anger. But remember to leave some useful people behind. Yes, Dover, Piker nodded. And his body sank into the ground under the astonished gaze of all the whiskey residents. No, it's gone. The funny big guy disappeared. It can't be demon fruit power. The ground is shaking. Even in the first half of Grand Line, they had a basic understanding of the magical power of devil fruit. But they realized too late that Piker was the demon fruit power. Picorho always hated being laughed at, was completely enraged, and used his most powerful killing move right away. Ishiba. Although Piker had not yet reached its later heights, the power used to deal with Whiskey Town at this moment was beyond their imagination. Two thick and solid stone pillars sprang out from beside the crowd. What's this, demon? Before anyone could react, dozens of sharp stone pillars protruded from the circular cross-section of the stone pillars, and the two stone pillars merged together with a loud bang. In the blink of an eye, the bustling port was reduced to rotting flesh and ruins. Ah, my leg hurts, no more, nothing at all. Now, this is what happens when you look down on our Donquixote family. Fuff, said Sail Pico. Come find us on the pressure island after you take over this place. The pressurized island was integrated with the Sky Island, which had already gone to the sky 400 years ago. And the whole thing looks like a giant skull. The golden city, called Shandora, is located here. Due to the movement of the seabed crust, the half of the skeleton where the city of Shandora was located was washed up to the White Sea at an altitude of 10.0 meters. The half that remains on the ground is not only the only way to Sky Island, but also the only way for one of the 7 routes of the Grand Line. Over time it became the gathering place for pirates. Mogu Town, it is a very suitable place for arms trafficking. As for why after 400 years, this island that flew into the sky is still above the pressurized island. It is probably because the gravity of the planet in the Pirates' King world is very strong. Looking at the huge figure appearing in the clouds in the sky and the vague land in the distance. FFFFFFFFFFF, we're finally here. The descendants of Mont Blanc should still be dreaming about pirates. Doflamingo was lying on the flamingo's head perked up. Stopped doing push-ups and stood up. From North Blue to Upside Down Mountain and then to Pressurized Island. It was a long journey of more than a month. Although they can kill time by beating up Diamante and the others every day. Humans' longing for land is unstoppable. Just like Cloud Shinobi Village's pursuit of their hometown Arpeado. As we all know, there are two ways to go to Sky Island. The first one is the mysterious top of the Western Paradise. The second is the magical and fantastic ocean current. But this is not Doflamingo's choice either. If it weren't for the extremely high mortality rate, he could fly and he wouldn't be afraid of anything. But there is no navigator like Nami. His sailing skills are not that great otherwise. You can also experience the feeling of flying a spaceship. I can only say that Nami's talent is so terrifying. But today, he, Doflamingo, is going to open up his own unique way to fly. Sky's path fly. The flamingo had sailed beneath the thick cumulus clouds. There was not a single ray of light coming through the sky. And it looked extremely depressing, crack. The Flamingo Mini was driven by Toribol and split out of the cabin of the Flamingo. Toribol, Mogu Town is now in your hands. Well, don't worry, Dover. Mogu Town will have the family emblem. Toribol made a solemn promise, but still couldn't help but ask questions. But Dover, is there really such a thing as Sky Island? FFFFFFFFFF, that's for sure. Roger doesn't know how to enjoy this heaven-sent place. Let me do it, after explaining everything to Toripol. Doflamingo looked at the sky, which was like night under the clouds, and turned to look at the two people behind him. Diamante, Laoji, are you clear about what we should do? Leave it to me, Dover. The battle-hardened Diamante responded with a muffled sound through the bump on his head. Reached out to touch the deck, and activated the ability of his paramecia, floating fruit. Under the effect of the floating fruit, the Numancia Flamingo instantly became as light as silk. But its strength did not change at all. Young master, I am ready, the bunny-eared muscular man. Raug responded in a muffled voice, FFFFFFFFFF, great. Today, let's soar into the sky. Thinking about what he was going to do next, Doflamingo felt a strong sense of excitement rushing to his head, and the corners of his mouth subconsciously cracked. The next moment, countless silk threads burst out from his body, not only fixing the two people, but also locking himself and the flamingo tightly. The silk threads that shot out extended to the low clouds. The thread shrinks, whoosh, with a loud sound of breaking through the air. The light flamingo rose into the sky at a high speed like a large kite. F-fu-fu-fu-fu, the sky should be my Doflamingo's territory. Yo-ha-ha-ha, up to the sky, Dover flying, G. Thief heh worthy of being Dover, Toripol, who was holding the rudder on the sea, looked at the flying flamingo with longing on his face. Arpeado, this pristine islandonce located in Qinghai, now sits on the White Sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The white clouds from the sea flow through the jungle, adding to the dreaminess, but at this moment, what happened in the White Sea next to Arpeado destroyed this beauty. Boom! The blue high-temperature iron flames ejected from the bazooka, modified from Fengbei, crossed the battlefield. Tilde. Both the God's Guard and the Shandia survivors who tried to escape were engulfed in the flames, and the parts that were touched immediately emitted a burnt aroma. Gan Foul, give us back our land. The warrior who looked like Weber, the ghost 25 years later, was carrying a rocket launcher. And the wind shells on his shoes sprayed high-speed winds, bringing powerful propulsion, and quickly approached the knight soaring in the sky. A burly knight in heavy armor riding a pink Madara with dead fish eyes. It was Gan Fowl, the god of Sky Island at this time. Not only does he love the people of Angel Island, but he has also been guarding the precious land from Qinghai for a long time. He is a rare and kind god, unfortunately. Just like Washington was a good president for the United States. But not for the Indians, Pierre charge, Pierre. After Pierre's bird that ate the mama fruit, let out a unique Crithen flew at top speed at the command. Ganfa accelerated the huge knight's spear in his hand and rushed into the crowd of Shandia guerrillas as fast as lightning. Like a tiger among a flock of sheep, the people who were hit were instantly thrown into the air. Seeing his comrades who had lost their fighting ability, Kaga's eyes were bloodshot, note 1. But even with the movement enabled by the wind shell and cloud shell, it was difficult to chase Ganful, who was moving freely in the sky. Looking at the hateful eyes of the Shandia survivors who had lost their resistance, Ganfa gave kind advice with a look of pity. Kaga, don't let the pain and hatred continue. Take your people and retreat. I am also working hard on Arpado now. A sudden shadow enveloped the battlefield between the two. Rain cloud, the warring parties looked up. A large ship slowly approached in the air. Looking at this extraordinary scene, everyone was confused and frightened at the same time. Pirates of Qinghai, why? There was no warning from the Angel Gate. Ganfa was a little confused. Whether it is the strong ocean current or the high-speed air route, one has to pass through the gate of heaven from the White Sea to reach the White Sea. Because whether it is the sea cloud, the White Sea or the White Sea, there are pyrobroin particles of sea stone. So Doflamingo climbed directly by hanging outside the Jiddy cloud layer. He did not pass through Jiddy cloud and naturally did not pass through the Angel Gate, but climbed directly to the top level, looking at the endgame below. Doflamingo didn't expect to encounter such a good opportunity right away. Dover is this sky island, what a dreamlike view. Although he had witnessed the species diversity of the White Sea along the way, Diamante's face was full of surprise when he looked at the islands in the distance. As an old pirate who has traveled around the New World, Lao Ji has never seen such beautiful scenery. Thinking of the legends of North Blue, he spoke with longing. Young master, there is no place as magnificent as this even on the Grand Line. The Golden Country may be right here. FFFFFFFF, of course, however from now on me name. Doflamingo'll be engraved here. Look at the flamingo head approaching in advance. Ganfuel and others finally saw who was coming. A tall man with a pink feather coat draped over his back. A dark red suit and red sunglasses, exuding an unsettling aura. There were two big men standing in the back. One was tall and thin, wearing a black suitor cape and holding a slender western sword. A man wearing a funny-looking rabbit hat, but his muscular body shows his unparalleled strength. It feels completely different from Roger and the others. As they got closer, a strong sense of crisis filled Ganfa and Kaga's hearts. And they looked at each other, the two men, who were originally enemies, attacked Doflamingo at the same time. Under Kaga's heavy blow, Yunbei quickly shot out clouds, leaving a cloud path in the air. Kaga's skates sprayed wind and slid over the clouds with huge propulsion force, using the flying shell attached to its feet. It leaps towards the ship, Ganfort riding on pier. Began to charge in a straight line. Start later, but arrive first. In the blink of an eye, Doflamingo approached the bow. Pai Jai Bei, oh, instead of running away, you attacked me. Looking at the two people attacking. Doflamingo never thought that looking vicious had such advantages. And he couldn't help laughing. Phew, 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 what a thoughtful gift. I was just thinking about what crime to accuse you of. How about attacking the god of future Sky Island, Diamante? Lao Ji, take them down and beat them until they are half dead. Yes, young master, leave it to us. Battle fist, seal of G. Lao Ji's muscular body swelled even more, almost breaking the red and blue lightning tight-fitting uniform. He stretched his strong fists to their limit and placed them in front of his head, forming a G shape to meet Ganfor's knight's spear. Boom. Crack, how is that possible? Ganfor watched as the battle-hardened spear shattered in the collision. His eyes filled with horror. But there was no time to retreat. The mark of G was stamped on the helmet above his head like a whirlwind. Ganfor's entire body along with Pier beneath him smashed into the solid island cloud below. Lao Ji followed closely behind, stepping on moonwalk with his inflated fists raised. And his iron fists kept smashing down. Cut, 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 Kaga, who was a step late, could only watch the god falling at a high speed a second ago. But there is no time to think about it or hesitate at this moment. With the huge load on his arms from using the repulse shell, he pressed towards Diamante, who was approaching. Looking at the threatening light in Kaga's hand, Diamante had no intention of dodging. He simply drew out the rapier from his waist and slashed straight at Kaga. Kaga stepped on the wind shell under his feet and struck hard, increasing his speed of advance again. He brushed past the slow-moving rapier, and his face lit up with joy when he saw his arm about to get close to the big man in the suit. The next moment, the human body in front of him twisted into a Z shape, violating ergonomics and hit empty space. A person with special abilities, Kaga was a little confused. But in a moment, he raised his right hand with the repelling sword again. Looking at Kagaho's face was filled with confusion. Diamante gave a mocking smile. Ha 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 ha. Your attack is completely useless under the effects of my floating fruit and paper arts. Also, brother, did you really dodge it? Call out. The slender western sword bent and turned, cutting through the air with a whistling sound, and slashed at Kagaho, who had no time to dodge. Puff. Blood gushed out, and Kaga's powerless body fell from the air. Watching the fight between the two, Doflamingo nodded secretly with satisfaction. Lao Ji is an old pirate who has been in New World. They are not like Toribol and his companions who were eliminated in the first round of the New World. Their fighting skills are neat and clean. But the future peak is there, unless we strengthen the fruits. Doflamingo is not a person who forces others. And you can't force people to eat the fruit if they don't want to. Besides, he is too old. As for Diamante, the combination of the floating fruit and the 6 styles is ideal. But his swordsmanship is still as poor as ever. Looking down at the god's guards and Shandia gorillas who were showing fear in their eyes, Doflamingo spoke softly. Go inform all residents of Angel Island and your Cloud Shinobi village that your new god has arrived. I don't want anyone to be absent. Sir, can you please allow us to receive treatment? Of course, I am a kind person. The news of Doflamingo's announcement was quickly brought to the mouths of all the residents of Sky Island. Ganful Kagjon is the god worshipped by Angel Island, and the other is the strongest warrior among the survivors of Shandia at this stage. And these two men couldn't even withstand two moves from his subordinates, let alone Doflamingo, who couldn't even move his hands. All the Angel Islanders and Shandians quickly gathered in the white waters near Arpado. The two groups were clearly separated, looking at the flamingo floating in the sky and the three mummies hanging in the air. They were filled with fear at this unknown power. I don't know what kind of future they will face. Looking at the crowds of people below, I felt the suspicion, fear and terror coming from them. Doflamingo moved his feet slightly and walked in the air, supported by transparent silk threads. In the eyes of everyone, it was like a true god coming to the world. The scorching air was surging. Black and red lightning was moving in the air, and an invisible and majestic aura burst out. For a brief moment, the residents below felt as if they felt a wild beast kissing their throats, making them shudder. The intense pressure almost made them unconscious instantly. His body was as stiff as a clay sculpture. He dared not move at all. His pupils contracted violently, and cold sweat covered his forehead. Looking at the reactions of the people below him, Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction, then spoke with a sunny smile on his face. FFFFFFFFFF. I'm very pleased to see that everyone is in high spirits. I hope you will listen carefully to what I am going to say next. My name is Donquixote Doflamingo. I come from the Qinghai below, and just now your god and strongest warrior has offended me. But as a merciful man, I forgave their offense and defeated the god according to your custom. Now I am your new god. Does anyone have any objection? The angels and Shandians looked at each other, looking at the three mummies hanging in the air and Doflamingo, who made it difficult for them to move with his aura alone. No one raised any objection. Very good. It seems that no one has any objection to me being the new god of Sky Island. No, starting today, the people of Shandia and Angel Island will jointly put an end to this 400-year struggle. From today on, this place has a new name, Donquixote. A few years ago, Doflamingo seriously considered that for his great cause and ambition, Sky Island must be unified. Not just Angel Island and Arpilat at the moment, but there are more Sky Islands. The demands of the Shandia survivors were easy to satisfy. All they needed was the land in a Pajado for them to live on. They don't care about gold, but even if they do, it's useless because it can't affect Doflamingo's will. The people of Angel Island did not do anything under Enel's 6 years of rule, and the same was true under Doflamingo. As for the conflicts after unification, there was a 400-year-long war between the remnants of Shandia and the people of Angel Island. There must be people who could not let go of their hatred for the past. But this is none of Doflamingo's business. Those who cannot let go of their hatred and cause trouble will be exiled to Qinghai and will never appear here again. If you raise it obediently for 10 or 20 years, you will almost forget about it. If you really want to die, then just die. You can't stop a person from dying. North Blue's clones are already being made, and when they die, a new batch will be more useful. As for the money in these people's hands, Sky Island was poor, and robbery was the lowest form of getting rich. He looked down on it, as it was not as valuable as their own labor. Thinking of this, Doflamingo added, "The land in Arpiado can be freely entered and exited as long as it does not damage the local ecological environment. The gigantism exhibited by Arpilado's creatures is important. This is his intended biological testing ground. As for the fate of the curious people who go in, He deserved to die and be a meal for the beast. Let the two groups of people digest the decrees that will be issued first. Leaving Diamante and the other two behind allowed Ganfort and the other two to keep their heads clear. Doflamingo came alone to the huge vines that stretched from the sky to the ground in Arpeado. Fly up along the vines to the top, and you will see the Shandora lamp, the golden bell placed on the island cloud. Dings, ding, ding. The deep sound of the bell resounded through the clouds. On the other side, two groups of people on Angel Island who were still in a daze suddenly looked in the direction where the bell came from. Even if one has never heard it, one can recognize that it is the sound of the golden bell. The remaining Shandia people were in tears, and the seriously injured Kaga and Gan Ful also woke up to the sound of the bell. After 400 years, the lights of Shandora are lit again. Ching Hai, be ridiculous guy. We don't have that much time to look for something that doesn't exist. Are you giving up on being a pirate just like that, guy? Gait, you are a liar, just like your ancestors. The Golden Country, it's fake, Captain. Mont Blanc Cullet guy, who had just disbanded his pirates group in Mogu town. Walking on the street, with his shoulders slightly hunched and huddled together. He looked extremely negative and depressed, with his companion's final rebuke echoing in his mind. Clang! The bells echoing in the sky made the decadent Kuli guy's eyes sparkle. The ancestors did not lie. It turned out that the lost golden city was carried to the sky by the surging ocean current. He turned around and shouted loudly to his companions who had not gone far. Hey, hey, hey! Sky Island, the Golden Country is on Sky Island. My ancestor Rolando did not lie. The Golden Country does exist. Do you want to go and see it together? In a bar in Mogu town, Toribol, who was killing people, was stunned and looked up at the sky. Hey, 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 Dover, you are worthy of me. The excitement for the Shandians, Angel Islanders, and Rolando's descendants, Doflamingo, is unknown. Looking down at the ruins of the city of Shandora that have not been destroyed by time. Looking at the information Roger had Odin's idiotrite. He had only one question in his mind. Not the correct usage of Poseidon. Nor is Raftel how to get there. But how did Roger resist the urge to hit the clock when he saw it? Such a round, bright and shining golden bell. Doesn't he want to take a picture? Or did he not see it at the time? Boom, 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 boom. The observation hacky has already felt the excitement that has been suppressed for 400 years. An enormous force that is unimaginable to ordinary people is wriggling and crawling on Sky Island, raising huge clouds of dust, rapidly approaching his current location. The eyes have already seen that long blue. The visitor is Nora, the Lord of the Sky who has lived for 400 years. A 1,000-meter-long python whose mouth alone can accommodate dozens of people. FFFFFFFF, it's finally here, my mobile gold, devil mode. String fruit, artificial muscles. Full body strengthening weapon hardening. Nora's approach also made Doflamingo excited. The gold in the belly of the Lord of the Sky. He has been missing her since he came into this world. In devil mode, Haki merges with his physical body, and his body expands again. Then, endless silk threads emerged and wrapped around Doflamingo's body, hardening it with armed color like a venom armor. Phew today. Leozi is going to tear the Sky King apart with his bare hands. Feeling the power in his body expanding to 10 or even 9 times its original size. Doflamingo turned his head, and a hideous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looking at Doflamingo's excitement, and the strong sense of crisis in the beast's senses. Nora's excitement suddenly calmed down, and her movements changed from extremely active to extremely quiet, showing the wisdom of surviving for 400 years. Vomit. His throat moved, spitting out rubble and ruined buildings. There is a lot of gold among the gravel and sand. Seeing Nora's actions and the huge amount of gold, Doflamingo froze as he prepared to attack. Although he knew that Nora had the gold of Shandora stored inside her, the shock of witnessing it with his own eyes was unimaginable. I have never seen such a situation before. As time passed, the sand and gravel slowly disappeared, leaving only a huge amount of gold gushing out from the snake's mouth like a waterfall. Then he lowered his head and lay on the ground, just staring at the Shandora lamp in his hand from afar. Nim, you are so sensible that you don't even dare to kill me. Do you mean to exchange? Nora, come play your favorite game. Knowing Nora's intelligence, Doflamingo threw the golden bell in his hand with great force without waiting for her answer. Roar! Nora roared with excitement, and her giant tail lashed out at the attacking giant bell. Ding, 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 ding. I'm sure Toribol will be very satisfied with this strength. Doflamingo took the huge bell that came at him like a cannonball and threw it far away with his backhand. Nora turned her head and ran after the golden bell like a dog playing with a frisbee. The other side. The Shandia survivors of Cloud Shinobi Village went from excitement to numbness as they listened to the frequent ringing of the bells. At evening, the afterglow of the setting sun shines on the clouds, making Sky Island even more dreamy. Nay, this is not in vain. I have great physical strength. Seeing Nora lying on the ground and gasping for breath, Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief. The physical strength of such a huge creature was unimaginable. This game will join the family training. Nora was happy. The family members gain physical exercise. The Shandia people conduct desensitization training. There is a bright future for all parties. 2 months later, outside Angel Island, the cloud processing plant has been established. Looking at the newly established factory, both the people of Angel Island and the survivors of Shandia, Noit should be the people of Donquixote, were extremely excited as it had another way to find a job. The Palace of God. Doflamingo lay on the chest of the goddess provided by Sky Island, looked at the images transmitted by the camera, and nodded with satisfaction. In the past 2 months, the new Donquixote Kingdom has established the Donquixote Sky Island Security Department. The artificial shellfish formand the Sky Road Department. Sky Island Security Department, led by the former Sky Island god Ganfa and the old chief. The main function of this Ministry of Public Security is to maintain stability and avoid unrest. People need to learn the skills of self-management. He didn't care how Ganfowl and the old chief treated their former compatriots. Anyway, whenever there was unrest, he would exile them and carry out a severe bloodbath on Sky Island. You Sky Island people don't want to live in this paradise on Sky Island. There are many people in Qinghai who have suffered from the harassment of pirates and want to live there. So far, both are doing very well, as the name suggests. The artificial shellfish farm is used to cultivate various shellfish on Sky Island. There is no need to grow lethal shellfish. All kinds of live shellfish are definitely best sellers in Qinghai. Especially, they can be marketed as luxury products. The Aerial Road Department is mainly responsible for laying new canals, and the high and aerial roads have been almost damaged. No wonder he had never found the top of the West Heaven that he had asked Lao Ji and the others to find. At first, no one came to these two factories a month ago. The first batch of Qinghai decorations clothing. Ships and weapons shipped by Diamante were only sold with Qinghai currency berry. And Sky Island's ancient coins were not recognized. As for how to transport it, the floating fruit will offset the weight of the cargo ship. And after installing the octopus baron, we will climb all the way to the destination. Although Sky Island has been accumulated through the exchanges of adventure-type pirates, most people still have some Qinghai currency in their hands. But after the money was gone, some people started working. Gradually, the people of Donquixote discovered that they could earn more by working in a factory. And the working hours were only 8 hours. 2 days later, arpeado. A dozen giant sea snails rested under the vines, gnawing on the leaves and branches extending from them. Vines deep in the clouds, Vinsmoke judges new lab. Although after being Donquixote's thug, I was able to eat from both ends and unlocked a new development mode. But when Luffy arrived at Sky Island and saw the golden ocean under the vines, Judge Vinsmoke was still quite shocked. Now Vinsmoke Judge's equipment has become more and more refined. He wears a golden helmet on his head that symbolizes royal power. The originally silk uniform now has a metallic luster, and the flashing arcs on the scepter and spear prove its destructive power. The judge who had upgraded his weapon to a better one still seemed to be in a daze. Doflamingo interrupted Judge's reverie by pointing at the original pressurized island guide bird and the giant Sky Island guide bird tied to the two beds. How do you judge? Is the abundance of pyrobroin particles in seastone in the environment one of the possible causes of biological gigantism? This is not just random speculation on Doflamingo's part. You have to know that these two are the same species, with different growth environments and huge differences in size and ability. Not only these two but also the changes in the only Sky King. Nor illustrate this point. You know Nora's ancestor was very small. As for why Nora is not the one put here first of all, Doflamingo still has due moral obligations to his friends. Secondly, whether, as a family physical strength trainer, still the only example of a cherished breed. Nora is precious. Judge Vinsmoke came back to his senses and examined the Qinghai pressurized island version of the guide bird and the giant version of the Sky Island guide bird tied to the two experimental beds. He got into working mode, took out his scalpel, and spoke calmly. The most intuitive answer is to let their bodies tell us. Looking at Vinsmoke Judge, who was getting into work mode, Doflamingo played his boss role and continued to propose new tasks. How is the process of adjusting the pyrobroin particles to precipitate seastone through cloud processing technology? How long will it take to build the controllable hot air balloon I told you about last time? Vinsmoke Judge didn't even raise his head when he started the Shikai cutaway. Doflamingo, I need more help. Otherwise, it will be difficult to cope with so many projects and the raids you have arranged. No problem. North Blue scientists have already started searching. Punk Hazard is my next target. Vegapunk and Geyser are both in my bag. As for raiding missions, there won't be any in the near future. Doflamingo didn't take Judge Vinsmoke's resentful words seriously and started another topic without waiting for him to answer. Juju found 2 Sky Islands on the Sky's path, a newly built highway nearby. The nearest one can be reached in 2 days. As for you, the Germa Kingdom, as a rebellious group that once ruled North Blue for 66 days, the world government will never allow you to own land on the ocean below. Hearing this, Judge paused while holding the scalpel. He knew that what Doflamingo said was the truth, which he had been unwilling to admit. But there is no world government here, only me. Donquixote Doflamingo. How about I allow you to use the nearby Sky Island to establish a country? The two Sky Islands located on the high-speed air road were conquered a month ago under the leadership of Toripol. As for strength, all we can say is that there is no absolutely strong person on Sky Island. As for the size, island clouds can be created as long as the technology of changing the condensation nuclei of parabroin particles is mastered. Sky Island already has this technology. Hearing these heavenly words, Judge's hands that were cutting the organs trembled, piercing the heart, and fresh bird blood splashed all over his face. Looking at the blood in the protective goggles, Judge seemed to see the Germa kingdom migrating from place to place in his childhood. Like a rootless, migratory bird without stopping. He uttered words of affirmation. Okay, boss. Very good, let's call the other Sky Island Germa. Doflamingo walked out of the laboratory with a silent smile on his face. Ever since he met Judge Vinsmoke, he has been using his perception to guide the judge's mindset. The desire for his own power, the dissatisfaction with the world government, the hope of Germa to re-establish its country, the fear and gratitude towards him, and now the reverence for him. FFFFFFFFFF. As a human being, you will have desires. Sometimes it is wine. Sometimes it is Wimminglora family dreams power. And offspring drive desire. That is what drives humans. Yo ha 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 Dover, we're rich Dover. Dover, I say, is this the legendary Golden City Dover? It turns out that the Golden City is in heaven, and it's not fake. Toribol's already stupid look, coupled with his mouth opened to the limit, made him look even more stupid. Young master, I have never seen such a huge amount of gold in my 40 years of sailing. Diamante, Toripol, and Lauji all had different reactions, but they all proved the impact that this huge amount of gold in front of them had on people. Graku. Looking at the facial expressions of the three people, Doflamingo pressed the camera in his hand. Ignoring the resentful expressions of the three people, he pointed at the golden ocean. Go pick some for yourself as a reward from the family. Woo woos woo Dover, Dover. Young master, your generosity is admirable. After a moment, Toribol's 10 fingers were covered with colorful gems, and the original wooden staff in his hand was replaced with a golden scepter inlaid with gems on the top. Diamante even made a new cloak out of gold, swaying it back and forth in an exaggerated manner. The experienced Lao Ji just added a bit of financial power to the already extremely conspicuous belt. Looking at the satisfied expressions of the three people and the increasingly reverent emotions coming from them, Doflamingo nodded with satisfaction, picked up the three people, and flew towards the newly built Palace of God. Lying lazily on the large cloud seat, Doflamingo looked at Toripol, who had a satisfied look on his face, and asked about the matters concerning North Blue. Toripol, how is the withdrawal of the North Blue family's weapons manufacturing industry going? Hey Dovras, you said. The Nordic royal family has started to tighten up since the incident. Now only a few port states near Spadalmayers remain. Some are being shipped to the Pressure Island, Dover. The marine branch near the Pressure Island has agreed to cooperate. Toripol replied with a sly smile. However, the Marine Chief of Staff Crane is currently clearing out North Blue on a large scale. The panicked pirates are madly rushing to the Grand Line. This has affected most of the business. Crane is currently rushing to Nordic Des on behalf of the world government. Well done. Inform Piker that when the last batch passes Whiskey Peak, we can rush to Pressurized Island. It doesn't matter if the things on Whiskey Island are not dealt with. As for Crane, don't worry about her. The destruction of the 4 Nordic countries has nothing to do with us. And judge, she can't be found even more, hehe Dover. This is all dependent on your superhuman foresight. Toribol gave a flattering smile. The German kingdom attacked the world government and joined the royal family, killing 4 of them at the same time. North Blue is destined to attract the attention of the world government as an arms dealer that North Blue could not avoid, even if Marine did not focus on Sihai at that time. He had already taken a step ahead and started to transfer industries. Nodding with satisfaction, Doflamingo looked at Diamante beside him and asked, Diamante, how are the defective Sky Island shells selling at sea? Tightening his golden cape, Diamante stepped forward to Kaido, Dover. Jorah and Marbais have achieved great success in Alabasta and the Iron Bucket Kingdom near Pressurized Island. Your decision on Sky Island shell cultivation is extremely wise and contains endless wealth. The islands in Qinghai are full of wonders. Despite the advanced technology, however, the complex and ever-changing ocean currents, weather and magnetic fields have caused some countries to still live in the Middle Ages. The Sky Island shell is extremely simple to operate and easy to carry. It will be the new favorite of the people of Qinghai after Den Den Mushi. Very good. Don't forget to tell the nobles of all countries that there will be better things in the future. The capital of the 7 seas. As an island that sinks every year, there are still large tracts of land. There was no urban water system as rich as that of Venice more than 20 years later. The year before the Pirates' King set off a big era. As a world-famous shipbuilding factory, there is a constant stream of caravans coming and going. The pier near the garbage station. Hey, auntie, is this really for me? Fram held the image in his hands. As someone who had been having his bombs blown up during experiments recently, he didn't quite believe his luck. Oh, really? This is the first prize. Jorah pointed at the specially made turntable in his hand. Looking amiable, thank you, pretty auntie, oh ho. Oh, Tilda, you also know that I'm the most beautiful woman in the world. Right, let me teach you how to use this shell. The businessman, Joe wearing a gentleman's hat, held the hand of the blue-haired child in front of him. I learned it, goodbye, pretty auntie. Oh wow, Espargu, Mr. Tom, Granny Kokoro, so magical. This shell is like a camera. It seems to be the Sky Island shell that Roger Odin and his friends mentioned. With a grateful look on his face, Fram ran towards his family, holding the camera that he won in the lucky draw. Looking at the figure in the distance, Kairola gave a meaningful smile 3 days later. The vast white clouds roll and surge like waves, and from time to time you can see flying fish and giant fish. But they all avoided the fast-moving fireship as if they were fleeing. Because Doflamingo opened Conqueror's Haki for a while. Looking at the endless white sea, Doflamingo, who was sitting cross-legged on the bow, felt a little bored. Feeling the approaching footsteps, he spoke without turning his head. Torbol, has the crane left North Blue? Well, let me tell Yauno Dover. The situation in each country has gradually stabilized after Germa left. Treble said as he handed over the newspaper that had just been printed out by Den Den Mushi. and Marine Chief of Staff Crane is still working tirelessly to clean up North Blue. But it seems he has set his sights on us. Dover, here's the new newspaper that Rocinante faxed over. What an energetic old lady. After giving Crane a malicious comment, Doflamingo took the newspaper in front of him. The big, bold words on the newspaper instantly caught his attention. Evil Germa 66 flies up. Suspected to be allied with Golden Lion pirates. FFFFFFFFFF, how interesting, Golden Lion. Contact Diamante on pressurized island and ask him to return to Sky Island. Tell the judge about this and let's see what he will do. Who is handling the Nordic Kingdom now? Senna Peak is now the commander of the kingdom's guard corps. Under the cover of Nordis, Chief of Staff Crane did not doubt him, as expected. They are the only reliable talents in the later period and are worth training. Doflamingo gave an order with a satisfied smile. What a reliable young man, very good. All 6 styles are open to him. The authority of all North Blue bases was delegated to him, asking him to guard the training base under the kingdom. The Crown Prince of Nordic is called D***K right. Let Pico teach him how to survive in this world. What about Pica at Upside Down Mountain? I understand. As for Pica, we killed a bunch of stupid bounty hunters. After negotiating with the local branch marine, we have taken over most of the share of Upside Down Mountain and are on our way to Pressure Island. Very good, apart from the share given to Marine. 1/10 of the profits from Upside Down Mountain will be given to the bounty hunter leaders. Let them learn to manage themselves and protect their own interests. Then we can move the brothels and casinos over there and completely drain them. What if there's a change of leadership, Dover? Doflamingo turned his head and looked up and down at Toribal, who was thinking rigidly. Then he spoke coldly. Stupid, that means the new leader is more capable. If there's some rebellion, you know what to do. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Toribal nodded Kaido. I understand, Dover. Just ask Jorah about the fruit sales situation that Marbais has contacted in Sabyori and... Gulp, gulp, gulp. Doflamingo took out a den mushi that looked like Rocinante from his arms and answered the call. Mosha Moshi Rossi. Have you seen the Sky Island recorded in the audio and video shells I brought you? Was it fun? Very interesting, thank you, brother. Thanks to Crane's cleanup, all the young family members have arrived safely in Spedalmaras. However, the outbreak of lead platinum disease in Frevans was covered up by the world government and the royal family, who declared it harmless. Rossithas is politics, covering up problems instead of solving them, seemingly stable on the surface, but in fact completely decayed. Rocinante, on the other side, fell silent after hearing the words, and his hands loosened and tightened. Brother, I want to save Frevans. Since you want to, then give it a try, Rossi. Sometimes solving problems requires contacting those annoying so-called nobles. Doflamingo hung up the phone with a malicious smile on his face. FFFFFFFFFFF, Rossi. When you try your best and find that you can't do anything, add a little ugly politics to it, and you can make the worst flowers, of course. It was Freffens himself who told Rocinante about the changes that had taken place. Rocinante's kindness will be the last glory of Frevans, and perhaps it will allow more people to survive in Frevans. These people who have lost everything will be the ones with the greatest hostility towards the world government. It will also be a solid foundation for his career. Doflamingo put away the den mushi in his hand and looked at the island of Burka. which had only a few traces left, and the tall gear tower in the center. The observation haki extends forward to explore the situation on the island. FFFFFFFFF, Toribol, there's something interesting. I'll go take a look first. Burka is at an altitude of 10.0 meters, like other sky islands. But he is different from Angel Island and the two islands on the highway. Several other sky islands also allow you to interact with the habits and enthusiasm of Qinghai people. Burka is an extremely xenophobic island that rejects anyone without wings. They believe themselves to be God's people, and their pure white wings are their best feature. The wingless Qinghai people were totally unacceptable. As for the people of Sky Island who have no wings, they are the sinful people abandoned by God, Enel. No matter how many times I see you, you're still so disgusting, a weird guy without wings. A monster like you still wants to go to the infinite land. Only with descendants of God are qualified to go to the infinite land. For the 1000th time, you damned guys. I remember everything you did to me. One day I will destroy this place, along with this island. The infinite continent exists. Looking at the violent crowd that had walked away, Enel cursed under his breath, although there are huge, long earlobes that hang down to the chest, representing good fortune. All Enel has now is beatings. Enel expertly tore off the few pieces of cloth on his body and tied them to the bleeding spot on his back next to his shoulder blades. As for the blue and purple areas, the flesh wounds will heal quickly. When Enel picked up the headscarf left by his mother, he found that it was a little torn. Enel suddenly found that he could hardly remember what his mother looked like. As the mother of a person abandoned by God, she had to raise Enel despite years of oppression and discrimination. His mother died of exhaustion 4 years ago. As for his father, he might have died somewhere in Qinghai. After all, he had never seen him, without time to feel sad. Enel tied up his afro with a headscarf, rubbed the bruises on his legs and stood up to leave. And to find food to survive another day, brush. Feeling the slight sound of landing behind him and the sense of threat, Enel skillfully squatted down with his head in his hands, curled up into a ball waiting for the next beating. FFFFFFFFFF, how interesting they really look alike. The features of the long and thin earlobes and the scars on the body allowed Doflamingo to recognize the person huddled beside his feet. If I remember correctly, he should be 2 years younger than me, but he looks about 8 years older than Rossi. No wonder he was only 2.66 meters tall due to malnutrition and looked weak. Ottoheim's version of observation haki is activated. Ouch, Enel felt his body stiffen, and his mind was filled with what seemed to be the wrong experience. The same tragedy brought about by his irresponsible father led to the death of his mother. Being expelled, beaten and hunted down. The initial pleasure of killing the islanders. The sense of accomplishment of unifying the North Blue underground world. And the wonderful feeling of conquering the sky. Destruction, ruin. Enel opened his eyes unconsciously, and due to the poor vision caused by curling up on the ground, he could only observe the tall, strong, and powerful body, and the empty space behind it. No wings. He has no wings either. Everyone in the scene I just felt has no wings. Enel's eyes, full of distractive desire, froze for a moment, and he spoke haltingly. What was that just now? Do all the people in Qinghai have no wings? Seeing the look in Enel's eyes, Doflamingo became more and more satisfied. He pointed his finger and laughed. F-fu-fu-fu-fu. This is the heart net you also have. which is used to avoid injured parts, but in Qinghai, we call it observation haki. And this is just a special application. As for what you feel, that's my life, wings. Most people in Qinghai don't have them. But a few special races have them, your life. Looking at Doflamingo's tall and strong body, exquisite clothes, and dangerous aura, Enel, with a bruised face, couldn't believe it. Could such a powerful person have such a bad past? That's right, me life. The same terrible and incompetent father. The mother who passed away due to illness. And the first half of my life where I lived like a stray dog. The difference is that I, Donquixote Doflamingo, have risen from this quagmire of this world. Doflamingo affirmed the doubts expressed by Enel. You, Enel, would you like to bear the name of my family and join me in turning this world upside down? Enel, who was somewhat confused by the huge amount of information, nodded involuntarily under the guidance of his observation haki. Good, Burka Cloud Sea Coast, Flamingo, hey Dover. Someone just saw our boat approaching the shore. Who is this little brat? Toribol looked at the young figure behind Doflamingo with some confusion. Will the gathering of antelopes be a threat to the tigers? He is our new family member. His name is Enel. Enel, this is our family, Torbol. Doflamingo pulled out Enel behind him. As for the threat mentioned by Toribol, he didn't care at all, hearing the words ringing in his ears. Toribol's pupils shrank. Don Quixote is now a contribution system. It's been a long time since Dover was allowed to join the family directly. This kid, after glancing up and down at Enel, Torbol handed over the food he had taken with his big slimy hands. Hello, Toribol, please have an apple. Young master, do you know the infinite land? Although Toribol's actions were full of goodwill, the mucus-wrapped food still made Enel hesitate. He paused for a moment and handed over the only thing he had in exchange. The infinite continent is the moon at night. Dover, the moon, is bright. Don't interrupt me, Toribol. You are now on an island 10,000 meters in the air. Is it still impossible to fly to the moon? Doflamingo had no intention of explaining Toribol's doubts at the moment. He turned to look at Enel, breaking his fantasy of escaping reality. But the infinite continent has been developed by you moon people, and only ruins remain. Otherwise, you moon people would not have moved here, Enel. Maybe there are other infinite continents in the universe, but we don't know at the moment. And Qinghai has a new infinite continent tread line, but for now, it doesn't belong to me. In the center of Burka stands the gear tower. Winged gods made of gears dot the upper part of the interior. Below the largest statue, the deity sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and a huge golden scepter stood beside him. The bald god's guard also sat cross-legged. The guards patrolling the beach rushed in, breaking the tranquility. Lord, pirates from Qinghai have landed on the island. The monster Enel has colluded with the pirates. Where will we land, Lord of the West Blue Shore? Sink them and let them return to Qinghai. But the infinite continent is not without merit. Not only does it have the technological cities left by your ancestors, which are much richer than those left by your Burka, but it also provides a chance to obtain living materials and technology from the pirates of the universe. Tap, 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 listen to approaching footsteps. Doflamingo and the other two turned to look at the person who came. The leader has a bird's head with hair curled into a fleshy bun, and a red Buddhist bead on his neck. In addition to the original wings, there is a pair of slightly larger bird wings behind his back. His loose black clothes with gold edges show his different status. Under the wide clothes, there are muscles that cannot be concealed, and he holds a huge golden scepter in his left hand. Behind him was a row of God's guards dressed in uniform. A guy with a smile on his face and holding a huge wooden stick caught his attention. Strange monk Uruj. I have to say that Sky Island is really rich in resources. In this era alone there are horse fruits, cause effect fruits thunder fruits, and this unknown bird fruit. Seeing the dangerous aura emanating from Doflamingo on the bow, the God Lord did not attack directly. He opened his beak slightly and gave a warning. People of Qinghai, leave the people abandoned by God behind and leave here, or you will return to Qinghai today. Looking at the bird-headed monk with a proud look on his face, Doflamingo didn't quite understand his self-confidence. Was this the real value of closing the country to the outside world? All I can say is that there is brains, but not much. With a sinister smile on his face, Doflamingo dashed out. FFFFFFFFFF, ordering me, threatening me. You don't seem to respect me very much, Birdman. Is it your extra wings that give you a sense of security? Super Strike Whip, whoosh. A huge whip shot out from Doflamingo's hand and was swung out diagonally, its length touching the shore. The coconut trees in front were cut like paper, boom. When the God Lord saw the destructive power of this attack, his pupils shrank and his huge wings extended out to protect all the God's guards. Bang! The huge whip hit the giant wings and only cut the feathers. Not bad, this kind of defense. It seems that this is not an ordinary zoan. An ancient species, a top-notch punching bag. Try this one again. String, fruit, arm, muscle, strengthening. Listening to the voice coming from behind his ears. Although the God Lord did not understand what the ancient species mentioned by the people of Qinghai meant due to the long-term isolation of the country. Ouch, but at this moment, the god was horrified by this situation, and an angry roar burst out of his chest. Then it seemed as if there were countless wriggling creatures moving inside the god's body. Something was constantly churning under his skin and sharp. Shiny scales and feathers were emerging from every inch of his body, and his body began to grow taller. The giant humanoid bird stood firm the next moment. The huge human beast body was thrown like a cannonball and smashed into the high tower in the center. Boom, with a loud noise. The gear tower was slightly tilted by the impact, and smoke rose in the battlefield. The god's guards who witnessed all this were filled with fear. On the contrary, Enel, who was standing at the flamingo head in the distance, had a face full of worry just now. But now it was full of excitement. Don't underestimate me, people of Qinghai. God's claw strike, the Lord God roared with anger then. The god's huge beast-like body rose from the smoke, and driven by giant wings that were more than 30 meters wide, it flew into the sky, its sharp eyes locked onto the ground below, and with enough kinetic energy to accelerate. Its claws shining with metallic light grabbed the golden scepter and fell rapidly, cutting through the air and making a shrill scream. Watching the sound of the incoming wind, Doflamingo became more and more excited, longing for a more intense collision. You're really energetic. You didn't react much after taking this blow, as expected of a Zoan ancient Esper. Your weapons are hardened. Doflamingo himself became stronger and stronger, and his huge fist was dyed black again, making the whole arm look like it was made of steel. Full of wild power, bong. accompanied by huge wind pressure. The golden scepter and the iron arm collided with each other, making a sound of gold and iron clashing. With this heavy pressure, Doflamingo's feet began to sink into the sand like a nail. Is this not possible? Seeing Doflamingo's expression not changing at all, the Lord of God felt more and more solemn. Go to hell. Qinghai people. The god raised his scimitar-like beak and thrust it forward. The center of gravity is out of balance. FFFFFFFFFF. Stupid birdman, I wanted to play with you. String fruit leg muscle strengthening shave. The moment the Lord changed his movements, Doflamingo had already seized the opportunity. The legs developed artificial muscle structures consistent with those in the arms. The powerful force surged like a hydraulic pump, and the body was like a bowstring stretched to its limit. Pushing the god's body off course, the god's pupils shrank. And even with his limited combat experience, he realized the crisis at the moment. The next second, Doflamingo appeared behind the unbalanced god-lord. Crack with the crisp sound of bones breaking. A big bump appeared on the lord's fleshy head, and his beastly body smashed into the distance again. Boom! The houses and coconut trees along the road were broken like building blocks treated by naughty children. Looking at the lord's body being thrown into the air, Doflamingo disappeared from the spot, dragging his huge arm, approaching at a very fast speed. No one understands the importance of last hitting better than him. Sticky cannon stowed, daydreaming during battle. How long has it been since you had a real battle? Toribol shot out balls of mucus at the stunned crowd. Uruj dodged the incoming slime and rushed towards Toripol with the stick raised. Seeing the attack without haki, Toribol did not avoid it. Puff Uruj with his weapon created a splash of slime, then sank into the slime. All the great strength in his body and the collection of the fruit of cause and effect to attack and enhance his physical strength were in vain. The violence on the other side continues. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, the Lord God. The Lord God has fallen. Monster, monster. Someone come save us. The civilians on the island were forced to flee in all directions by the noise of the fierce fight. The bird head of the deity made intimate contact with the ground in Doflamingo's hands. Weak, too weak. It's such a waste to put this ancient seed on you. Let me go, Qinghai people. It hurts so much. Feeling that most of his bones were broken, the God Lord could not help but beg for mercy. FFFFFFFFFF. You should say, please forgive my offense. I will offer my loyalty, but it doesn't matter. I will study hard in the laboratory for the rest of my life. Feeling the malice and dishonest words coming from the Lord God, Doflamingo became a little impatient. Some people cannot be subdued by just beating them. He raised his reinforced thigh, which was as thick as an elephant's, and stomped down hard. Boom, crack. Hanging the unconscious god lord with broken bones all over his body and the golden scepter behind him, Doflamingo stepped onto Sky's path and flew out of the ruins he created. As for why he didn't kill him, Doflamingo ate string fruit, not dark fruit, and didn't have the ability to extract the fruit. The ancient people with special abilities who remain are precious experimental subjects with extremely high surplus value. How can you die without draining away the surplus value? This is such a waste. Look at Doflamingo's figure and the new pendant behind him. The panicked islanders fell into fear for the future. 2 months later, Arpeado, the Germa Kingdom laboratory, was removed from the list 26 years earlier. Vinsmoke Judge has gotten what he wanted. It simply gave up its status as a member of the world government and saved a lot of money from the sky. He has let it go, youth world government are not letting the German kingdom revive. It's like preventing thieves. You don't even give them a piece of land. It would be better to change to a boss who doesn't make empty promises. Ziz, Enelno in a slightly healthier shape, turned into lightning and flashed back and forth in the air with an excited look on his face. Thunder fruit was found while searching the entire island of Burka. Unfortunately, drawings of the Arc Maxim were not found. As for why thunder fruit is still given to Enel first. Enel is young brainwashed and easy to train, and can be molded into whatever he wants second. Enel in the original timeline has already proven the heights he has reached and is worth cultivating. Looking at the blood that had just been drawn in the Petri dish in front of him. Lightning flashed as Enel moved. Doflamingo's eyes sparkled as he fell into thought. In the pirate's world, there is a stage of awakening in terms of mastering the power of the fruit. After the Zoan fruit power is awakened, the animal power of the fruit can be strengthened. It can gain physical strength and recovery beyond the limit, and will not die without fatal injuries. Based on the performance of Impel Down Jailerman and the setting of Bloodline Factor. The first method of Zoan awakening is to give up reason and let the beast consciousness in the Bloodline Factor control the body. Becoming a beast. Similar to the 8th stage of Jailerman and Chopper's human fruit ordinary form. Method 2, completely control the will of the Bloodline Factor brought by the Zoan Devil Fruit. Awaken it successfully and control the body freely. The awakening judgment of the Paramecia fruit ability is that it can assimilate and affect things around it that are not around it. In the original timeline, Katakuri assimilated the mirror world created by Charlotte Bruley and assimilated the town with himself. The Logia Devil Fruit is special after eating it. The body can be completely transformed into another form, which can be said to be a natural semi-awakening state. After awakening, Aokiji and Akinu completely changed the landscape of the future punk hazard. Whether it's Enel's electric light Torobol's mucilid, or Pier's transformation from a bird's body structure to a horse. It is this bloodline factor that plays this mediating role. In addition, although Vegapunk's fish fruit replica was declared a failure in order to deal with the world government, it was actually a successful one. Vegapunk's future works include Pacifist and Seraph, and the various superpowers of Judge's 5 future children. Therefore, the devil fruit is not important, and the demonic will contained in the devil fruit is not important either. What is important is the medium represented by the bloodline factor. So is it possible for the Wireman's idea to be realized? Is there hope for the Dragon Informer as well? But how does Vegapunk resolve the conflicts among the multiple bloodline factors in Seraph? Boss, this is the latest achievement. Ignoring Enel, who was making a fuss, he looked at the tiny grey-blue stone that the judge handed over. Doflamingo was a little surprised and shook it hard. The next moment, a faint feeling of weakness came from his arms, and Doflamingo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seems a little weak. Is it because of the lack of purity? Too little? Or is it because of my strong body and years of training in the seawater? Enel, come here, I'll give you something good. For the past 2 months, Enel has felt nothing but gratitude, admiration, and longing for Doflamingo, who pulled him out of his misery and gave him strength. Good. Before he finished speaking, Enel, who heard the call, appeared in front of Doflamingo and looked at the stone in his hand curiously. Young master, what is this? Here, take it. Although he was a little confused, He took the sea stone from Doflamingo without hesitation. Bang! The next second, Enel's malnourished body collapsed to the ground, and he spoke in fear. "What is this?" "Young master, I can't transform into an element. It's true that people's physiques cannot be generalized." Seeing Enel's embarrassed expression, Doflamingo smiled. FFFFFFFF Enelthas is Seastone, the nemesis of us ability users. And also the first lesson you need to learn. It is in non-combat state, so you should carry it with you from now on. Now let's check his body, Judge. Yes, boss. No, young master. The Palace of God, Toripol Diamante. Guard Sky Island and keep an eye on the pressure island below. I'm going to go to Punk Hazard under the world government to pan for gold. The pressure island may be visited by the Cypher Pole organization. So remember to keep a close eye on it. World government. Toripol almost lost his mind upon suddenly hearing the name of the world government, and his whole body turned into a state of slime. Cypher Pole Diamante also looked panicked, although they were showing off their power in North Blue. With Doflamingo's training of the two, they had a basic understanding of the power of the world government. They dared not even think about facing the world government directly. Two useless pieces of shit. Adjusting his sunglasses, Doflamingo's originally upturned mouth corners converged, and the blue veins between his eyebrows began to show. The original purpose of explaining the relevant information about the world government to the two was to give them a basic understanding and establish a reference for the top forces, instead of letting both of them reveal such an ugly behavior just by hearing it. People will always face countless failures and setbacks in their lives. But it's not the failure that matters. It's how you respond after the failure. But Toripol and the other man were already frightened out of their wits and had an inherent fear of failure. You can only fight when the wind is in your favor. If you still can't practice, give up on training your combat abilities. Yes, this Sky Island contains the technology and capabilities of this ancient era. This is an endless treasure trove, but it requires professionals to develop it. And I'm going to go look for some talent. Doflamingo smiled again and spoke to comfort her. Don't worry, Sky Island was here 400 years ago. 400 years later, the world government still has no power to govern here, and it will remain so in the future. So all you have to do is take care of the house. 10 days later, Doflamingo is flying across the red line with his newly made Q-version Flamingo and arriving at the new world. Why so fast? I can only say that you don't understand the joy of sailing in the sky. Don't be afraid of storms. You don't need to care about the changes in direction and undercurrents of waves. Just identify the direction and do it. As for whether you can go on the red line, of course you can. In the original timeline, Germa 66 took 3 weeks to crawl across the red line and attack the Corgi Kingdom in East Blue. Celestial dragons are the ones who live in the Mariewa, which is called the Holy Land in the red line. Not everywhere in the red line. As for why you should bring a small Flamingo Mini. Although Doflamingo can walk on the sea in areas without clouds, it uses wires to make pedals. But this time, we were going to Punk Hazard to loot. And we couldn't just make a bag out of string fruit to carry our loot. Punk Hazard is located in the first half of New World, near the red line. There are 3 scientific research bases, which are test sites affiliated with the world government. As the general manager of the 3 major research bases, Vegapunk commands that most people in the base must obey, even if they cannot understand them with their IQ. Of course, there are others. Logia gas fruit is available whenever you ask for it. World government has a rich collection. Wearing a research suit on the outside and an orange-yellow suit on the inside. The pervert with goat horns was looking at the purple fruit in his hand with an obsessed look on his face. I geisser courant. I'm always second in both maths and world government science classes. I've had enough, Vegapunk, now I'm going to surpass you. With a loud shout, Guy stuffed the whole fruit into his mouth. It tastes terrible. Guy felt that all the biochemical poisons he had tasted were better than this devil fruit. After eating the fruit, Guy felt a stirring in every cell of his body. Without any suppression, Guy followed his instinct to release it. Boom. Guy expanded into a ball of highly toxic gas, tumbling around the room, fortunately. Because of Guy's research project, there were no other colleagues around. SHHH, this is the devil fruit, Vegapunk with this. I am the best scientist who can create killing weapons. Intoxicated by the wonderful experience brought by gas fruit, Guy became inflated. BOM, Kaido is back. Damn, no wonder Vegapunk hasn't been here lately. Listening to the explosions outside, Geyser was scared when he thought about how Kaido almost destroyed the entire base. You know, he was also involved in Kaido's related experiments. Why don't we find a place to hide first? Kaido will only cause some damage at most, and the world government will send someone to deal with it soon. When the thought of running away came to my mind, I suddenly felt the world was wide. Guy transformed into a gas form and quickly flew to the bottom floor of the experimental base. Outside world, a few minutes ago, hey, what's that? As an important research base of the world government, it is impossible for it to be without garrison personnel. On the watchtower by the sea, the CP personnel on guard were a little surprised. In the distant sky, a black dot is approaching rapidly. The CP members who noticed the abnormality quickly gathered. The ship in the sky. This is the way to move, Big Pirate's Golden Lion. Quick request support, ding 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 ding. This dangerous approach was obviously ill-intentioned, and alarms rang throughout Punk Hazard. As the distance got closer, the CP members were finally able to see the person coming clearly. A small flamingo sailboat with a smiling skull hanging from it. Atop the bird's head stood a tall man in a robe of fiery red feathers. His burgundy suit was bulging with muscles made of steel, and he exuded an unsettling aura. With a slightly ferocious smile on his face, he was approaching at an increasingly high speed. As a CP member, this is a familiar face. No, not the Golden Lion, Donquixote Doflamingo former. Reporting intelligence, Doflamingo attacked Punk Hazard. Stop him at the same time. Shells were fired like raindrops under the operation of the CP personnel. FFFFFFFFFFF, what a disobedient servant. Spider's web wall has increased elasticity. Countless elastic threads suddenly emerged from Doflamingo's body and then entangled with each other. Like an air cushion blocking him, puff, 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 puff. Under the impact of the shells, the soft and dense special spider web was stretched. But the shells were not triggered, devil fruit. Paramecia, quick seastone weapons. As an independent organization of the world government, CP members naturally have enough combat experience and are aware of their current situation. But without sufficient strength to fight back, it is all in vain, rebellious slaves. Go to hell and reflect on your mistakes. The stretched spider web was like a giant slingshot. And Doflamingo fired back the shells he had received at a faster speed. Boom, boom, boom. Looking at the CP personnel in black uniforms running around under the shells, Doflamingo knew that this wave was a sure win. Although I don't know why Punk Hazard is still so lax in their defense after experiencing Kaido's escape. The CP, organization full name Cypher Pol, is a secret spy agency under the NI's lobby. A direct subsidiary of the world government 19. It is responsible for espionage, assassination, arrest and protection, and is the black glove of the world government. The strongest CP0 among them is an official directly under the world's nobles. The strongest shield of celestial dragons, wearing a white uniform, and the strongest personnel among them can match the admiral. And the black CP, 1 CP9. The weak ones include the Spandam father and son, who are not very good at fighting. And the strongest ones include Rob Lucci, who is as strong as the vice admiral in the original department when he first appeared. FFFFFFFFF, so full of energy, parasite string. Looking at the surviving CP members, Doflamingo grinned and flicked his fingers, and the cushions spread out again. The dense silk threads covered the sky like thick fog, enveloping the surviving CP members. Release the hatred in your heart, emotional resonance. Bang, search, as Doflamingo finished his words. The air cannon fired by the skilled finger pistol and the sharp slash of Tempest kick shuttled across the battlefield. But the one who was hit hard was the teammate next to him. My body is out of control. What are you doing? Die, all of you. Doflamingo, as a celestial dragons this is. F-fu-fu-fu-fu, come on, my lovely servants. The victorious survivor will receive my reward. Doflamingo laughed as he flew the Flamingo Mini over the battlefield of fratricide. There are 3 experimental bases on the island, and he really doesn't know which one is the location of Vegapunk. After all, Judge only has the location information here and has never worked here. However, he had already seen the dragon that Vegapunk raised. At this moment, it is flying away in fear. Wild dogs will also return to their most familiar places to lick their wounds. So just follow along, the door is wide open. Looking at the base, with its gate open, and the neatly arranged scientific research team, Doflamingo looked strange. Is this the value of a true scientist? He is much more knowledgeable than Judge, the part-time king. The Flamingo Mini has just touched the ground. A voice full of nervousness and fear sounded. We don't have any gold or treasure here. Please tell us what you need. We will cooperate with you if we can satisfy you. Please don't hurt us. It's great to be taught by the powerful world government. After a brief sigh, Doflamingo spoke with a smile on his face. FFFFFFFFFFFNO, thanks, I'm very happy with your attitude. Relax, you'll all be fine. Where are Vegapunk and Guy, Doctor? Vegapunk has been summoned by the world government and has been away from the island for half a month. We are not authorized to know the date of his return. As for Guy, he was just here. Seeing Doflamingo's increasingly furrowed brows, the leading researcher became more and more nervous. No wonder there are only low-level CP organizations. It turns out that Vegapunk is not here at all. I said that Vegapunk is also protected by Marine in the future. Now even if SSG is gone, at least there is some contact with the dragon, being able to use Kaido and Jin for experiments. The defense ability should not be so weak. What a pity. Now we have Sky Island. If we tie up Vegapunk, we can rule the world in 10 years. The life signal emanating from the bottom of the base must be from Guy. The cowardly B*********, D, thinking of the other two targets. Doflamingo relaxed his frown and asked, "Where do you keep the scraps from failed experiments?" "The base, the bottom floor." "It matches the number. It is indeed Guy Sar. Very good, relax. You are not dead. Your surplus value is very high. Go out and stay on the Flamingo," coming back to his senses. Doflamingo spoke to comfort the researcher, who was trembling more and more obviously. "He's not some murderer. Don't find me, Kaido. It's all Vegapunk's fault. I didn't do anything." Guy felt the outside world becoming calmer. Even though he was hiding at the bottom, the feeling of uneasiness in his heart could not be stopped from rising, and his body could not control itself and dissipated into gas. "Hey, isn't this the failed product that Vegapunk mentioned? Wasn't it said to be destroyed? Why is it placed here? FFFFFFFFFFF Great Harvest. Killing two birds with one stone." Looking at the shivering Guy and the blue Madara apple in the glass device beside him, Doflamingo was a little annoyed because of Vegapunk. Smiled brightly, "Hey, who are you? Don't kill me, I'm very useful." Looking at Doflamingo, who suddenly appeared, and the sense of crisis surging in his heart, Geisa showed amazing facial expressions and immediately chose to kneel down and surrender. "If I remember correctly, Guy Sakuran should be 14 years old this year. I was probably less than 10 years old when I hooked up with Vegapunk. Quinan Judge, he is also a genius boy. What a strange world it is. Either there are many children or there are all kinds of young geniuses." Looking at Guy Sakulan kneeling obediently, Doflamingo gathered the thoughts in his mind, touched his chin and spoke to comfort him. "Don't worry, my lovely future subordinate. As Judge's boss, I know the talent you have. I believe you don't mind having a new boss, right? My life is saved." Guy's frightened expression calmed down a little, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He nodded his head like a rattle and gave an answer from the heart. Yeah, of course, boss, but Judge Vinsmoke. FFFFFFFF, that's right, Judge Vinsmoke. Your former colleague is now working for me. But you are still a little bit away from Vegapunk's talent. For example," looking at Doflamingo's clenched thumb and index finger, Guy always felt that there was an inexplicable malice directed against him. Crack as he spoke, Doflamingo shot out a thread from his hand and shattered the glass vacuum device. Doflamingo held the artificial mythical beast, the fish fruit, in his hand and looked at it with fascination. "If I hadn't eaten the string fruit, it would have been great to eat this. It would have made me both handsome and strong. Let me ask you, which Huxia person doesn't want to be a little dragon with horns on his head and a tail behind him?" If other people in the experimental base said that he was not as good as Vegapunk, Guy would be furious, but he was still kneeling, so he could only focus on this fruit. He spoke with stubbornness. It's just a failure of Vegapunk, artificial devil fruit. At least I made a defective product. Vegapunk can't be as tall as me. I already have a new experimental idea for making artificial Zoan fruit. By gathering the bloodline factors in animal blood and finding plants that can carry them, a real artificial Zoan devil fruit can be cultivated. I, Geisa Kurant, am the best in science. Guy's expression of being angry but not being able to speak out, coupled with a hint of stubbornness, makes him look like a classic loser. Doflamingo, who failed to catch Vegapunk, was in a good mood and decided to show mercy and tell him the truth. No, failure is just Vegapunk's humble term. We don't want to hand over such a terrifying power to the world government. But the truth is me seeing Hickey has already seen the future. It is the perfect, artificial, mythical beast, fish fruit. The blue dragon fruit. As for your experimental ideas, I know where they can be improved when the results come out. You will know where the mistake is. This is, of course, a lie to fool fools. His observation Hacky can't predict the future at all. He is just reading a script, however. Next time, when I find someone to eat with, letting Guy Sar witness, it will naturally completely destroy Guy Sar's remaining pride. SHHHHHHHH, impossible, absolutely impossible. I can't be wrong. Geyser certainly knows about foreseeing the future. But that is only in battle. He doesn't believe in foreseeing whether a fruit he has never seen is real or fake. Moreover, he is definitely not inferior to that old man Vegapunk. FFFFFFFFFF next year Roger will arrive in Raftel, become the king of Perate Sand, then turn himself in. By then, you will naturally understand the truth. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is just young, don't treat him like a fool. The communication between the evil party is always pleasant and simple. It took a little time to go around the 3 bases. About 50 scientists and movable scientific instruments filled the young Flamingo Mini to the brim. As for the rejection, Doflamingo has already started a free life restart plan. After all, he can't leave it to the world government. What's more, they have plenty of people, so just recruit them. He is just a poor orphan who ran away from home. So it is normal for him to go back to his hometown to get some scraps. Moreover, the core figure of Vegapunk is left for them. One person can at least replace 500 people. This loss is nothing. It's a pity that we didn't find the blood samples of Teacher Kaido and Flame King. Passing by the port, looking at a field of pink tender meat. A feast of barbecue and offal. Here, this is your prize. Doflamingo took out the pink den mushi that could contact him and placed it on the only person who was still breathing slightly. Dover Langmingju. FFFFFFFFFF, what did you say? Speak louder. Although he was missing an arm and a leg, and his neck was cut, he was still alive after all. The vitality of people in this world cannot be calculated by common sense. Whitebeard can still have a burst of energy after he opens his mind. As for whether he could survive until support arrived to rescue him, Doflamingo didn't know. Anyway, the reward has been given, and the world government will contact him. As for why we should contact the world government, one day later, Mariewa, looking at the sexy pink den mushi on the table, and the files that collected what happened in Punk Hazard, make the 5 elders furious. The 5 elders holding swords subconsciously drew out their swords and shouted angrily. So reckless is the evil offspring of the Huo Mingu family trying to provoke the world government. It turns out that the whole family is crazy, the head judge. 5 elders couldn't help but squeeze the scepter in his hand. Where is his so-called Donquixote family now? What does he think of the honor of celestial dragons? The only one who remained sober. The long-haired and long-bearded 5 elders calmly gave the answer, it's unknown at this time. But North Blue and Grand Line still have some tentacles. Let the Marine attack with all its might and destroy it. It's not important. Vegapunk's guard force has loopholes. How did Doflamingo know the location of Punk Hazard? Thoroughly investigate CP9 and Marine intelligence. It should be Judge Vinsmoke, who informed the sea that the Germa Kingdom is no longer a member of the World Alliance. Contact Doflamingo and ask him what he wants to do. Looking at the ship, moving farther and farther away from the sea level. Everyone on the ship showed fear in their eyes. But I just witnessed my colleagues reopening and the heavy-tasting scenes of the port. I didn't dare to speak up to dissuade him and could only silently beg him not to fall. Gurgle, gurgle, moshi. Long time no see, 5 elders. Den mushy perfectly replicated the demeanor of the 5 elders on the opposite side. With its grey beard curling up in anger, Doflamingo. Recognize your identity, or you will appear on Marine's wanted list next time. Den mushy perfectly replicates Doflamingo's playful demeanor. Oh, who am I, celestial dragons? Are you going to present the family chip belonging to Donquixote to me? Doflamingo's condescending attitude made the opposing 5 elders furious. Why do you do this? The 5 elders with long hair and beard, and Sima Chang's expressionless face appeared on the snail. But this has no deterrent effect on Doflamingo. I just went home to get some things. It is reasonable for me to kill the ignorant servants who tried to stop me. Besides, isn't Vegapunk worth much more than these people? It's just a small loss, don't be so stingy. Be more open-minded. You are challenging the 800-year-old majesty of the world government. Donquixote Doflamingo. You are betraying the glory of the 23 kings. Glory. It turns out that I have the same dirty blood as you. Then why am I struggling in this mortal world? Doflamingo had a mocking smile on his face. The ancestors he acknowledged were not from this world. Moreover, as he possessed 2 mental powers. He remembered clearly the torture his mother had suffered during her lifetime. We don't want to hear it. Listening to the conversation between Doflamingo and the 5 elders. The people crowded on the rear deck had panic written all over their faces. And they wished they could have their ears ripped off. Especially the words, identity, go home, house slave, etc., which made everyone's hearts beat wildly. Unfortunately for safety reasons, he was tied to the boat by Doflamingo's silk thread. And he couldn't even plug his ears. Let's stop arguing, 5 elders. Let's get down to business. I think you are interested in Seastone. I have a new channel. Doflamingo interrupted the bickering cycle. These 5 old guys just wanted to save face. If they had the guts, they could come to Sky Island and kill him. After a brief silence, state your terms. No matter in which era. Powerful people with special abilities are always the most troublesome group on the sea. Countless of them have become pirates. And the only reliable weapon to deal with people with special abilities is Seastone. For the new acquisition channel, 5 elders chose to compromise. What I want is very simple. Now I have the researchers of Punk Hazard. What I still lack is the detailed experimental data of Punk Hazard. Most of Punk Hazard's experiments were failures. But that didn't matter. As long as the experimental data of Vegapunk's perfect artificial devil fruit was there. It was enough. I think Gaisar and Judge can do a simple copy. Impossible. The slave trade in Sabjodi can be handed over to you. You know their value. The 5 elders with a mustache refused directly. Punk Hazard's experimental data includes a variety of illegal projects that cannot be seen in the light. Not to mention how much Guy and the kidnapped scientific members can replicate. If Doflamingo directly makes it public, where will the face of the world government be? The 5 elders' reply made Doflamingo a little confused. No way, no way. Do they think he still misses the life in the Holy Land and indulges in the slave master's game? What he wants is something that can make him stronger. Doflamingo raised his eyebrows and taunted, "No, no, no. I have no interest in being a slave supplier to those fat pigs. It's worthless to me, so what exactly do you want?" Doflamingo, the five elders became more and more angry. They didn't want this, and they didn't want that. And even if what Doflamingo said was true, it was not for an outsider like him to judge. And people who have lost their status just want what they once had. Right. We are still in such a hurry to continue the discussion. It seems that Kaido's entry into Wano Kuni is not going smoothly. Now the value of Seastone can be mentioned again. Thinking of this, the smile on Doflamingo's face became brighter. FFFFFFFFFFF, I'm not interested in money. Please exchange it with devil fruit and gold. Apart from the profits I deserve. I just want a little bit of legal business rights and Vegapunk's private communication time. For the blood-sucking world government, money is just like waste paper. At most, they can just print it regardless of inflation. But devil fruit is always valuable in this world. And gold has a special function, as for Vegapunk. Owning him is equivalent to owning all the technology in this world. Gold and devil fruit can promise you. But Vegapunk is impossible. Let's change the conditions, Doflamingo. Faced with Doflamingo's huge offer, the five elders rejected it outright. No one knew the importance of Vegapunk better than them. And even Seastone was not a condition for exchange. Doflamingo had anticipated the five elders' firm attitude and changed the subject. Then let the Marines, the hyenas that are coming here smelling the scent, calm down a bit. The old man, Vice Admiral, has too much energy. He had not intended to achieve this goal from the beginning. Of course, it would be better if he could achieve it. But he also had alternative goals. This condition is proposed for the purpose of creating the broken window effect. Eliminate some interference from Marine. The Crane's cleanup of North Blue during this period had a great impact on the war trade of his Donquixote family. Fortunately, Sky Island found some replenishment. What do you mean? The Crane staff are all elderly people. So what are these five people? Are they immortal? The five elders all frowned, suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart. The bald five elders holding the sword slowly spoke. K. In exchange, Germa 66 will not attack any more North Blue World Government member states without provocation. Of course, that's fair. Let's put it in Sabayori. Now let me talk about. Doflamingo, of course, agreed to the world government's small request. The restrictions on Germa 66 were of no concern to him. Now North Blue's courage to directly confront Don Quixote has basically disappeared. Moreover, he had already completed the accumulation of original capital and life milestones. Otherwise, he would not have moved Germa 66 to Sky Island. The so-called peace in North Blue today is only brought about by the Crane's cleansing fruit. By adjusting the supply of weapons, North Blue can be made unstable again at any time to strike at those who dare to offend Don Quixote. Not all kings and nobles are kind people. Not to mention this chaotic world. They also have their own desires. Another thing is that they only promised to attack North Blue, but did not promise not to attack other places, of course. The core element to make the deal happen is the existence of Seastone. Seastone is a valuable item that can attack, imprison, and confine people with special abilities, and is a treasure on the sea. Most sea stone is produced in Wano Kuni. The current Wano Kuni has not yet completely fallen under the control of Mr. Kaido. The so-called samurai really hates the world government. Otherwise, the country would not be closed. Therefore, the number of sea stones that can circulate in the hands of the world government is naturally very small. It is natural that the world government will not give up new channels for obtaining sea stone. And for Doflamingo, pyrobroin particles exist not only in sea clouds, but also in sea water, so for him, besides technology and labor, are there any other costs in extracting sea stone? Using sea stone to exchange for golden devil fruit and legitimate business rights is equivalent to getting it for free. As for the purity of sea stone, isn't it still sea stone if it's not pure enough? Moreover, as long as we fully master the pyrobroin particles, it is only a matter of time before the purity is improved. As for why we should not burn, kill and loot in order to make money, you can only rob the common people once, and there is not much left as long as people are alive. They can make money by cutting back and forths, and at the same time they can build up their reputation and exchange it to collect more fruits. Things that cannot stand the light are even more afraid of being eaten by villains. As the light of the dark world, Doflamingo will be the reliance of everyone in the underground world. By then, he will have channels in both the white and black worlds. What's so sweet about being called the king of world arms? Pirates, nobles, and rebels are always loyal customers of arms. If you encounter unruly pirates, you can not only make money, but also rob money. As for why we need money, the first is the living expenses of family fighters, candidates and stronghold staff, and the maintenance of major commercial channels. Secondly, the development of the tool human embryo in the cloning device and the judge bloodline factor, as well as the Sky Island artificial shellfish breeding plant, the Sky Road department and the cloud processing plant. Of the three departments, only the new high-speed Sky Road, opened by the Sky Road department, now generates some commercial and military value. The other one can now be said to be pure input with no output. After Alit takes time for shellfish to grow, and Guy added more than 50 workers. The projects of biological gigantism and artificial devil fruit can also be launched, which is another bottomless pit. But a new source of income and expenditure has also been added. Weapons of mass destruction. There are many people who would be happy to pay for it. And now he is the source of Doflamingo's wealth. First, the cost of arms purchased by the royal family nobles. Gangster Sand Pirates of North Blue. Second, Sky Island specialties, sound shells, lamp shells, image shells, flavor shell sand, incomplete fire shells. These things naturally have the attributes of luxury goods, and royal family nobles and celestial dragons are very willing to spend a lot of money to buy them. As for the fire shells, wind shells, flash shells, heat shells, battle shells, and impact shells, these strategic materials cannot be sold casually. As for the gold Nora spat out, and the gold that is slowly being excavated and collected from the ruins of Shandora on Sky Island, this has another use, of course. The future will be brilliant with multifaceted investment. In the futureal places will face attacks from 10,000 meters above the ground. At that time, if he Doflamingo was not Uranus, then who was Uranus? The golden lion must be killed. It would be a waste to give him the ability of lion fruit. Holy Land, Mariewa. What a willful brat, who does he think he is? The 5 elders wearing a judge's hat held the hung-up den mushy with a worried look on their faces. Have Cypher Pole find where he is hiding, seize the Seastone production site, and destroy his support. Bring him back and imprison him in the Holy Land. Let's focus on New World first. Stussie's message about Wano Kuni has been delivered. Kaido has already moved in. This is a good opportunity. 9 days later, as the distance increased, the Flamingo Mini began to touch some scattered sea clouds. Looking at the real-life clouds around them, the scientists in front, who used to be frightened and worried because they were 10,000 meters above the ground, now had faces filled with enthusiasm and excitement. What's the principle? With such thick clouds and such a high content of water vapor, why doesn't it rain instead? Why can we sail? Sky Island. Sky Island is real. The place we are going to now is definitely Sky Island. The hollow fish thigh's unique flat structure is definitely a hollow fish, Little Sky Island. I've already told you I've seen Little Sky Island. But you still don't believe me, Little Sky Island. These scientists are really valuable talents. Who caught the important keyword sand Doflamingo, who was standing at the bow, turned around and asked with interest, "Oh, where have you seen the Little Sky Island appear?" In the Sabjodi archipelago in the first half of the Grand Line. It is just by chance it is a moving island. Feeling the pressure of Doflamingo's gaze, the researcher stumbled in his response. FFFFFFFFFF, your news is very good. You will get the reward you deserve. What is your number in the science class? 59. Drive through the newly opened high-speed airway by the Ministry of Skyways. The Flamingo Mini successfully reached the location of the sky-reaching vines. More than 50 scientists were almost numb with shock by the pure white-winged angels and the unique creatures of Sky Island. You have arrived at your station. This will be where you will work from now on. Doflamingo loosened the silk rope that was used to secure the boat, glanced at the people with dejected faces, and pointed at the huge snail docked in front, the crowd. Somewhat numb walked down the sailboat woodenly, looked at the golden light reflected on the vine leaves, and subconsciously looked towards the ground. After seeing what was under the giant vines, everyone stared in shock. Is this an illusion caused by lack of oxygen at an altitude of 10,000 meters? I need to record it. What is this golden sea? No, it's not a dream. It's not the Golden Sea or the Golden Country. This is the Golden Country mentioned by the big liar king of my hometown North Blue. Change. This will allow me to live a life of luxury for the rest of my life. Boss, I will work hard, crack. Doflamingo closed the image shell in his hand. This kind of scene where others are impressed and worship one's wealth should be treasured. In the past it was just a static collection. But now it is a dynamic picture in the future. It will be built into a museum and played in a loop. FFFFFFFFFF, that's a good spirit, as long as you work hard. You will have everything, not only the gold below, but also power and beauty. Doflamingo shot out a silk thread from his hand and rolled up a huge gold brick from the golden sea below, and held it in his hand and tossed it up and down. Seeing everyone's attention being attracted by the gold bricks and looking at No. 59 in the crowd, Doflamingo uttered devilish words. Now let's do the basic reward. No 59, come on, it's yours. Hearing Thisvion including Guy turned their attention to No 59 in the crowd, and greed seemed to be bursting out of their eyes. Really? Really? FFFFFFFFFF? Of course it's true, come on. No. 59 walked forward tremblingly and took the gold brick. As if caressing a lover. His hands ran back and forth over every inch of the gold brick. The emotional resonance of seeing and hearing began to stir up the desires in everyone's hearts. Watching everyone gradually get excited, become high-spirited, and even start to enter a fanatical state of mind. Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction. Roll them all up to layers to create core technology and dominate the pirate's world. The me in the original timeline just didn't understand this principle, didn't have my own flagship product, and was dependent on Kaido in many ways. This is just like selling mobile phones without making chips, and will always be controlled by others. Come on, guy, go meet your old friend. You can also take a look at the future working environment. The hostages were handed over to the judge, whose eyes were dark, seeing Judge's weak and overworked condition. Doflamingo felt a flash of guilt. In the face of this strong and short-lived feeling of guilt, he chose to ignore it and run away. After all, like some things, if you can't see it, you won't react to it. Come to the palace of God on the vines. Toripol, Diamante, and Lao Ji are already waiting here. Seeing Doflamingo, everyone stepped forward to greet him. Dover, young master, where are Enel and Pika? Pika had already taken care of the base matters on the Pressure Island and came to Sky Island, where Enel usually stayed. Doflamingo felt a little strange when he didn't see the two of them. Well, Dover. Burka supported the so-called Son of God and caused a riot. Enel took the initiative to suppress it. He was so fast that we couldn't intercept him in time. The increasingly mature Toripol stood where he was and answered honestly. Doflamingo was very satisfied when he saw Toripol had corrected his sticking problem. The management of Sky Island and the interaction with Nora over the past 6 months have been very helpful. As for Enel, it has no problem running rampant in Burka without armament haki. I guess he just wanted to vent about his past experiences, which is understandable. But how could this kid be so arrogant? He went out without permission and continued to beat us up when he came back. Inform Enel to resolve everything as soon as possible. And go play with Nora for 10 days after you come back. Where's Pika? As for Pika, he discovered a new island on the repaired Sky Island Highway, and he is in charge of that. Still such an honest and loyal stone man. What a good subordinate, really reliable. After Toribol is finished, you go and help Pika take over the new Sky Island. Let him rest for a while. Don't forget to let him go to the Golden Country to choose something he likes. Diamante, how many Sky Islands do you control now? What's the situation of each island? Dover, Angel Island. Arpiado, Germa Island, Terrafa, Diamante, who had just been to North Blue and Grand Line. Let loose in her style, adding some summer flair and sporting a colorful crown behind her head. As for Germa Island, it is now in a state where the natural people of the Germa Kingdom and the original natives live together, and no major industries have been established. Terra has also newly established the second artificial shellfish breeding factory and the second air route department, and has also adopted self-government. So there has been no unrest. Arpado and Angel Island created new island clouds on the Celestial Road between the White Sea and the White Sea and established a new seastone processing plant. The original God Guard and the Shandia guerrillas jointly established the Donquixote Air Guard to keep an eye on the pirates who came to the White Sea because of good luck. To prevent the seastone processing plant from being affected. Some of the natives, led by the Shandian warrior Karga and Burka's Uruj, requested to join us. The two wanted to go to the sea. Uruj's choice of Doflamingo was somewhat expected. After all, Uruj is one of Qinghai's future supernovas, and after suffering a severe beating from him, it is understandable that he would be curious about Qinghai. However, Karga's choice is somewhat unexpected. After all, the Shandia survivors are conservative in their own way, and Oda's creation god, Hai Indi, is also good at it. But he didn't care. He accepted all the requests and gave a reply, "Very good. Let Judge be in charge of Jerma Island. If there is no unrest and it does not involve the safety of the Jerma royal family, do not interfere too much. Delegate Karga to the Pressure Island and let him be in charge of the trade route to South Blue. Remember, it is a trade route. Uruj will let him go to Sabyodi to assist Jora and Marbais. What about the impact of seastone production on the White Sea and the White Sea? Let me answer this question, boss." The voice came before the person arrived, and the person who came was Vinsmoke Judge, who looked tired. The sky currents in the waters near the pressurized island still occur 5 times a month, and the cumulonimbus clouds are a special cloud layer that does not rain, causing both the White Sea and the White Sea to be in a state of slow expansion. The production of seastone will not change the ecology of Sky Island at present. As for the management rights of Jerma Island, let Diamante take it over, boss. I don't have time to deal with it for the time being." Doflamingo raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Of course, he had no objection to the judge's choice. What he wanted was labor. As for the internal affairs of Jerma, it was estimated that when there were more and more clones, there would be no such thing as internal affairs in Jerma. There would only be the will of the judge. However, Judge's cooperative attitude is still genuine, and he has become the working king. Speak with a smile. FFFFFFFFFF, that's it. 30% of Diamante's profits from Jerma Island will be given directly to Princess Sora. Judge, you and Sora are getting married soon, right? Hearing this, Judge, who had originally looked tired, showed a bit of joy. Yes, boss, it's scheduled for next month. Do you have time to participate? Doflamingo naturally would not miss such a good opportunity to win the hearts of his subordinates and gave a positive answer. Of course, I will attend, Judge. The next 2 months are your rest time. Prepare for your wedding. Have you found any technology to transform the bloodline factor? Preparations have begun for the experiment of transplanting the bloodline factor of the Marmar fruit into the guide bird. This progress is really good. Scientists should really do research instead of thinking about restoring the country all the time. Just wait for Laozi to make cakes. Listening to Judge's progress on the bloodline factor, Doflamingo became more and more satisfied with Judge's human fruit worker form, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. FFFFFFFFFF, very good, Judge. Don't aim for overnight success. Sometimes all we need is a fulcrum, a possibility, terrible. Announce the wedding date of the Donquixote people and the allied Jerma kingdom. King Vinsmoke, Judge, and the whole country celebrates together. Thank you for your gift, boss, with the help of the goddess. Doflamingo lay back on his king-sized cloud bed with a comfortable look on his face, and dialed the den mushy to contact Rocinante. Gurgle, gurgles. Happy birthday, Rossi. How's Frevance doing? Thank you, brother. With the help of the nobles and royal family of Sky Island, some high-end products of Frevan's lead and platinum products have been purchased by the family and sealed up as you requested. However, there is still no progress in persuading the people of Frevans to leave. Not only have some small nobles launched an expulsion of us to the royal family, but even some ignorant people are expelling us. Rocinante's slightly low voice came from the other end of the den mushy. Frevans's obstructed rescue made him a little confused as to why his king and nobles would abandon their subjects. The acquisition of lead and platinum products was naturally instructed by Doflamingo. As for why he wanted to acquire them, because this thing is really profitable and has begun to circulate among the nobles. As for why it should be sealed, it is sealed now. And when Frevans is completely destroyed and becomes a limited edition product, it will make more money. It's just like the paintings of dead painters are more valuable. Doflamingo certainly understood Rocinante's predicament. And destroying someone's financial resources is like killing his parents. To take the upper-class route, sufficient benefits must be offered to feed the country's nobles and royal family, so that these greedy beasts can shift their eyes away from the humble people. Oh, get rid of the king and the royal family and forcibly expel the people of this land. However, Rossi can't do either of these, so... Don't be so sad, Rocinante. For the nobles and royal family of Frevans, you are destroying their money-printing machine. Of course, they will be unhappy. Allowing you to come into contact with the royal family and the nobility only allows you to enter this abnormal vicious circle. If you want to save others, they also need to save themselves. It is not advisable to be wishful thinking. Go find a doctor in this country, Rossi. The other side, Burko. The once beautiful island is now covered in smoke and blood. Enel's youth. The living islanders turned into human-shaped charcoal and fell to the ground. 997, 998, 999, why is there still one missing? Enel sat on the cloud, looked at the controlled crowd below, took a bite of an apple, opened his dead fish eyes, and spoke lightly, For the last person, I leave it to you to choose. Pick the one you hate the most. Let me execute him and save yourselves. Hearing these tempting words, the expressions of the people who were trembling with fear, panic changed. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd, Son of the Lord God. You have to bear all of this responsibility. This is all caused by you. After a brief silence, voices filled with fear and accusation emerged. Yes, Son of God, it's your turn to protect us. Hurry. Son of God, or we will all die. The Son of God, who originally had a look of death on his face, looked at his subjects, who looked like crazy, and suddenly shouted, I don't want to die. Enel, I have something to exchange with you, knight. After Piker Enel pacified the island, Doflamingo entered the long-lost dream space. Looking at the lit king of Sky Island sign, Doflamingo was somewhat speechless about this. I spent the last 10 days frantically collecting information about the little Sky Island from the science class. So I guess I'll just have to collect all the information about the natural island. Let skillfully arrived at the lighthouse, which had grown another size. Doflamingo looked him up and down. The current lighthouse is more than 5 meters high. The mural above has reached the level of a simple sketch. It depicts the process of Doflamingo from arriving at Sky Island to unification. After a careful appreciation, Doflamingo prefers the first one. The flamingo was suspended in the air and he, Diamante, and the other two stood at the bow of the flamingo, with the sun hanging behind them. The cast shadow covered the god's guard and Shandia gorillas below. He appears unbridled and extremely arrogant, which is very consistent with his majestic temperament. After a moment of slight intoxication, Doflamingo opened a new panel. Donquixote Doflamingo name from all over the world. Donquixote family, Sky Island. See Circle Calendar 1496. Birthplace, Marigioa, the Holy Land of the Red Line. Skills, Conqueror's Haki, somewhat accomplished. Fighting, somewhat accomplished. Marine 6, Styles, Mastered. Navigation, Mastered. Armament, Haki, Mastered. Devil Mode, beginning to learn. Observation, Haki, Advanced. Advanced Technique, Forced Emotional Resonance. Fruit, String, Fruit Perfection. Talents, Strong. Achievements, a filial son who always shows his filial piety to his father. King of North Blue. Signpost, King of Sky Island. Rewards available. Get your reward. The magic mirror appeared in front of Doflamingo again. Countless points of light emerged in the mirror, submerging his body, and his bones seemed to be glowing. Ouch! Doflamingo felt pain in the dream space for the first time. The first attempt at artificial muscle failed, resulting in a comminuted fracture of my right arm. But it didn't hurt this much. Damn, where's the adrenaline? Give me some pain relief. It feels like all the bones in my body are being ground into powder bit by bit, and then put back together bit by bit. Hiss, hard. I don't know how long it took before the pain slowly subsided. Wiping the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, Doflamingo gathered his tired spirit and looked at the newly appeared and changed skills. Bones strengthening, with bones 10 or even 9 times stronger than those of ordinary people. Go and collide. Use your iron fist to smash this chaotic and corrupt world. Destroy it and blast it into mud. Conqueror's Haki, slightly accomplished. You are the uncrowned king of North Blue. New World and Sky Island are singing the fame of your Doflamingo. You are the king of heaven and earth. Your path to becoming the king is unstoppable. Your desire for dominance is brewing in your heart. Let other overlords come and tell them who is the king. Marine 6, Styles Mastery, thanks to your increasingly strong physique and long-term self-improvement, you will automatically advance. I have tested it, and it is all cheats. Devil Mode, First Glimpse, able to fuse armament Haki with the body, greatly increasing speed and strength, seconds. Wonderful, such a wonderful skill. 10 times harder than Bones, who can stop me. Doflamingo was shocked and couldn't wait to test the strength that his bones could bear. Restrain your excited heart. Doflamingo looked at the signpost behind the lighthouse. Dressrosa, as early as 800 years ago. This was your family's territory at that time. Under your family's rulette was extremely wealthy. Let the people who are now in poverty embrace a glorious future again. Reward, Talented Strong Evolution, *1. It seems that as long as the goal remains unchanged, the corresponding mission's signpost will not disappear. Vegapunk, don't you want to have such attractive and wonderful talents? Go search, explore, and master the core productivity of the pirate's world. Reward, Bloodline Factor Application. I admit that I am greedy for Vegapunk. But if Vegapunk is available, what is the use of your reward? Strong Clash, I know you are impatient, right? You can't wait to reach the top of the world. Now is your chance to kill Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Roger under the ship. Tell the ignorant and stupid people who is the real pirate's king. Rewards depends on the challenge. Laozi is a little arrogant, but he doesn't want to die, no. Golden Lion Shiki, has a certain possibility of operation. But we have to wait. Boss, the project in the laboratory has been stopped. Very good, Guy. Get ready to record the combat data. After giving instructions to the scientific members, led by Guy Sa, Doflamingo looked at Noraith, Lord of the Sky. As for Judge, of course he is on vacation. Nora, use armament hacky hardening to feel this blow. Hiss, come on. Nora's head begins to be covered with visible armament hacky. Yes. Nora successfully learned the armament hacky under the guidance of Lao Ji. In this magical world, the ability of armament color can be mastered not only by humans, but also by animals with thinking ability such as manatees, gorillas and baboons, as the 400-year-old Lord of the Sky. Nora is certainly not a fool without any wisdom. After nearly half a year of training, she has successfully mastered armament hacky. String fruit, artificial muscle arm enhancement, 5 success rate. Extremely fine nylon fibers flow out of Doflamingo's body, slowly gathering and piling together to form the shape of springs or coils, together forming huge strong and thick external muscles. The performance of muscle tissue composed of nylon fibers is more than 85 times stronger than natural skeletal muscle. Of course, every increase in strength also represents a load on the limit of skeletal muscles. But now, Doflamingo felt that his strengthened bones did not tremble at all. However, the tendon tissue in his right hand had been stretched to its limit. Looking at Nora, who was ready, he no longer suppressed the surging power of his fist. He arched his legs and kicked hard, leaving holes in the solid island cloud with his feet. And his body was in front of Nora's head in an instant. The thick, giant right fist was imprinted with Nora's big head. Bang! Nora's huge head smashed into the ground, leaving a dent, and its huge mouths opened wide and collided with each other. And the scream that had just come out came to an abrupt end. Boom! The noise made by the huge body shook the entire archipelago, and the animals in the forest were startled and ran around in panic. The science class member who was recording the battle video with a camera on the vine next to him felt the trembling of the vines below him, and was so scared that his face turned pale and sweat poured down. Guy's eyes bulged even more, and his tongue stood straight. I'm going to die, tilde, the vines will not collapse, horrible, this size knocks down. Like a monster. Sky Island won't just fall into Qinghai like this. SSSSSSSSSS. It hurts, I'm angry. There was a huge lump of flesh on Nora's head, and her yellow eyes were bloodshot. The body curls up like a spring, and the next moment, the huge body pops out. FFFFFFFFFF. Do you still have the strength to resist, Nora? Then keep going. Doflamingo became happier as he watched Nora coming at him. This was a good time to test his strength. He clenched his fists and activated the power of the devil fruit in his body. His chest, arms, back, core, and entire body were wrapped in the gushing artificial muscles, as if he was wearing a huge external biochemical armor. The power was stirring in his body. String fruit, artificial muscle, full body enhancement. Nora, it's coming, shave, hiss, disappeared. Nora opened her huge eyes wide, trying to catch Doflamingo's disappearing figure. The next second, Doflamingo's enhanced huge figure appeared in front of him, and his huge fist hit the big bump on Nora's forehead again. Scored twice, bang, crack, boom. With a crisp sound of bones cracking, Nora's huge eyes lost focus. Her huge body crashed to the ground, leaving a deep pit in the land of Arpeado FFFFFFFFFF. Incredibly beautiful, powerful force. Looking at Nora, who had lost consciousness, Doflamingo laughed with his head tilted back. And all the pressure from Roger and other top warriors in his heart disappeared. Ever since he developed the enhanced state of artificial muscles a year ago. The only thing that limits the power he can exert is the strength of his bones, muscles, and physical power. As for the wear and tear of artificial muscles, as long as he still has the strength, the line will be endless. The bone strengthening he obtained now undoubtedly made up for one of his shortcomings. 20 years later, in the original timeline, Enel used God's sanction to defeat Nora. Leaving her unable to resist, Enel is the god of creation Oda, who has designated him as the god-tier ace, who is comparable to the ace with a bounty of 500 million. Now he can do what Enel did with a 50% success rate. And with the addition of the devil mode, he finally has the capital to gain a foothold in this world. The sense of security has increased greatly. Looking up at the science class members with dazed expressions, especially Gaisar's wonderful facial expressions, Doflamingo was in a good mood. Doflamingo took out a camera to record everyone's facial expressions and then gave a reminder. Guy, after this is over, pass the recorded footage to the family members. Seeing Doflamingo restored to his original state, Gaisa's desire to escape suddenly faded. Yes, boss. Can we have the next battle with Nora somewhere else? The intense shock will affect the progress of the experiment. Okay, seeing Gaisa becoming more submissive, Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction. Wait for the science class to continue the previous research project. Doflamingo lay back in his own palace of God, and with the dedicated goddesses of Angel Island serving him, he looked at the den mushy on the table with a comfortable expression. Gurgle, gurgled. Dover, I'm telling you, what's the matter? The den mushy revealed Treble's slightly obscene expression with snot hanging from his nose. Inform the Donquixote Security Department to build a small island between Arpeodo and Angel Island for your battle with Nora. Let's call it Grinding Island. By the way, has that kid Gladius come to Sky Island now? How's his training going? Got it, Dover? I'll issue your decree as soon as the meeting is over. As for Gladius, according to your request, except for the information transmission, everything else is to train with the candidate family members. This kid has a strong desire for self-destruction and likes to study explosives and his watches alone. After listening, Doflamingo nodded with satisfaction. FFFFFFFFFF, very good. Some fruits only need simple carving to be delicious. After arranging the matters on the Grinding Island, send Euradius over, you should come as well. It seems like it's been a long time since your last grinding. When Toribol heard the word grinding, he felt a dull pain in his body and could not help but beg for mercy. Dofu, I say, how about? It's really like applying mud to a wall. Listening to the evasive words in the den mushy, Doflamingo's anger rose in his heart. Veins bulged between his eyebrows, and he interrupted the hesitant Toripol. What? Or next time, stop the F***G nonsense. Don't worry about anything else. Just come here and get beaten up now, sweet. Kaido has 3 big names. BIGMM has 3 generals. Whitebeard has Blackbeard and Marco. And Red Hair has Ben Beckman, who is equally powerful. Doflamingo doesn't have many people under his command, let alone top-level talents. Can he rule the world by himself? standing on the beach of Arpeado facing Angel Island. Doflamingo was waiting for Toripel. Became angrier and angrier, and the joy brought by the further improvement in strength disappeared completely. Sizzle, young master, look at this. The Lord's stupid son took it out from the foundation of the Burka Lord Temple. Enel's figure appeared in front of Doflamingo with lightning, followed by a surprised voice. Could it be the future Ark motto? Looking at the thick drawings handed over by Enel, Doflamingo's gloomy expression eased a little. He took the drawing, and it was somewhat different from what he expected. The big ship on the drawing is similar to the future Ark motto, but the Ark motto is more like a miniature version of the one in the drawing. The text used to annotate the drawing is the same cuneiform as the historical text. Sure enough, these things are the Moon People's black technology. As a teacher, Enel copied the Ark proverbs plus thunder fruit according to the blueprint and could destroy an island. Wouldn't it be better to let Judge Guy send a bunch of science classes to analyze manufacturing? Wait, this shouldn't be such a waste. By analyzing this flying technology, the popularization of airships can achieve this, and we will be able to take control of the air. Seeing his young master's unpredictable expression, Enel felt uneasy. Would the young master not hold him accountable for attacking without permission? Doflamingo came back to his senses and looked at Enel, who was very nervous. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. He patted his shoulder and spoke loudly. FFFFFFFFFF, Enel, you did a great job. Very good, I will reward you handsomely. He took out the Den Mushy from his arms and broadcast it to Judge, who was on Germa Island. Gurgle, gurgle, boss, what's going on, Judge? Stop your rest time for a moment and come to Arpeado. After hanging up the Den Mushy, Doflamingo looked at Enel with a malicious smile on his face. Enel, come on, I'll teach you something new today. Broken, 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 the figures, one blue and one red, were colliding and chasing each other at a speed that was difficult for ordinary people to catch. Doflamingo's strengthened muscular arms, wrapped in armament, hacker struck Enel's body continuously. The sound of the collision of flesh merged into a percussion music. Too slow, Enel. As a user of the Thunder Fruit ability, do not use your physical reactions to limit your speed. Use your observation haki and your mind skills to move it on. And attack after punching Enel hard in the chest. Doflamingo stood quietly in place as he watched him fly backwards. I was beaten before the young master came. And I was beaten again after the young master came. Then the young master's coming was in vain. Feeling the severe pain in his chest and arms, Enel, with a bruised face and nose, recalled the time when he was beaten every day in Burka before Doflamingo came to Sky Island. No, it hurts more than before. This is the power of armament haki. Thinking of this, Enel subconsciously retorted, don't use your body to react. But my observation haki can't capture the speed at which you move. Young master, FFFFFFFFFF, it's okay, I'll help you. Sometimes people are forced to do things. Think about what your observation haki has in common with the Thunder Fruit. String fruit arm strengthening. Infinite heavy punch, Doflamingo smiled dangerously, raised his huge fists and disappeared from Enel's sight. What do they have in common? At this critical moment, Enel had a flash of inspiration. Grasping this faint feeling, the innate spiritual power and the electronic field of Thunder Fruit were briefly integrated. The brain frantically absorbs all kinds of information transmitted around it. Captured buzz. The body turned into a ball of lightning and dispersed. Enel dodged and moved away from his young master's attack range. The youthful nature made him feel a little proud, and he couldn't help but start showing off. Master, I have learned it, now I can dodge them all. Why is it like Jisukiko? Seeing that Haki Enel had mastered observation and was starting to be complacent again, Doflamingo had wanted to give him a compliment, decided to give him a hard blow. A malicious smile appeared on his face. Phew, 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 phew. You are worthy of being my future right-hand man. Since you are so confident, then you can just hide from now on. String, fruit, full body muscle strengthening. Nylon threads flow out from every inch of Doflamingo's skin. Aggregate together to form a muscle bundle-like structure, and then combine together to form pieces of artificial muscle. The artificial muscles quickly wrapped around every inch of Doflamingo's muscles like a symbiote armor, and his entire body grew larger, taller, and full of ultimate power after the end. Doflamingo's strengthened. Thick legs began to flicker in the air. Enel, the normal human reaction speed, is 0.203 seconds. A qualified shaving requires stepping on the ground dozens of times in an instant to produce an explosive movement effect. That is within 0.36 seconds. Guess how fast I shave. Enel, show me the limit of your reflexes, shave. Enel couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His lower body widened, staring at his young master who was accumulating power, and used the thunder version of the enhanced observation haki he had just mastered to lock onto the opponent with all his strength. At this moment, Doflamingo's figure suddenly disappeared from Enel's sight. What should I do? There is no time to judge the next landing point. Enel only felt that his Death Star was shining. His temples were throbbing, and he could not see the movement track at all with his naked eyes. The thunder version of observation haki could only sense that his young master's figure stayed for a brief time. Boom! Enel chose to transform into lightning and spread out, flashing back and forth nearby to avoid possible attacks. The next moment, that is a moment of 0.018 seconds. A dark figure covered Enel's next landing point. No. Enel, who had no time to change direction, could even clearly see the patterns on the black iron fist. Wake up! Doflamingo's big iron fist collided with Enel's right face in both directions. Boom! Enel's body flew out like an arrow, and with a dull sound, it hit the unconscious Nora and made her faint. The gigantic fibers turned into small hands and began to loosen and massage the muscles that were stretched to the limit. Seeing Enel and Nora lying on top of each other after they fainted, Doflamingo became happy again. The training should be left to those with potential. For example, Enel, Virgo Pika, Gladius Piqua Future Monet, and Baby 5 as for Diamante and Toripal. Two guys with weak spirits. Let Nora take care of their physical training. If you can keep things under control, you can just be an explosives maker and material transport team leader. But who else can be gathered? Tap, tap, tap. Listening to the footsteps, Doflamingo glanced behind him and saw Toripal slowly walking towards him, leading Gladius, who was wearing a protective suit. Toripal arrived long ago and only came here reluctantly after watching the battle end, looking at the wounded Enel and the Sky Lord Nora beneath him. With that heavy gaze, Toripal's pupils shrank. He swallowed subconsciously and took a step back involuntarily. Dover. He's even scarier. Watching Toripal's subconscious actions, Doflamingo became more and more dissatisfied. What a good-for-nothing. Facing that creepy gaze, Torribol spoke cautiously. Hey Dover, I said, Gladius has brought it. Well, let's station revolving heaven on the island. He glanced at Torripol with an ambiguous look. Doflamingo took Gladius by the hand, wrapped up the unconscious Enel, and flew towards the Germa laboratory high in the sky. Gladius froze as he was being held, well, watching Doflamingo leave Torripol, who was not beaten, sighed deeply and turned away. After throwing the unconscious Enel to the members of the science class for treatment, Doflamingo pulled up the small figure beside him. Arrive at the Palace of God. Only then did he take a closer look at Gladius, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. The aqua-blue hair has sprouted an inch from the healed scalp, in order to cover the burned skin on his body. He wears a protective suit. The loose clothes are covered with gear decorations, which was once a popular clothing in Clock Town. Even his eyes are covered with gear-shaped goggles that block his vision. The bulge at his waist is obviously an explosive. I have to say, Ottoheim, your observation hacky is really useful. Feeling the respect and gratitude coming over, Doflamingo loosened his tightly clenched hands, touched the aqua-blue hair and spoke in a gentle voice. Gladius, can you still make a watch now? Hearing this, Gladius carefully took out a gift box from his chest, held it in his palm and handed it over. He seemed excited but restrained, and made a somewhat dry and nervous voice. Master, this is my work. Doflamingo opened the gift box, took out the watch, put it on his hand, and looked at it carefully. The white cassette is made of Sea King's leather, and the red dial shows tiny gears that couple with each other to provide power for the movement of the pointer. The tiny gears form two symmetrical eyeglass patterns, which are exactly his Doflamingo eyeglasses. FFFFFFFFFF, I have a heart, Gladius, what is your dream? Hearing this, Gladius was stunned. His young mind had never thought about these things. After a moment's silence, he finally gave his answer haltingly. Master, I want to give you everything, want to be like you. Doflamingo was very satisfied with the sincere emotion. This is called loyalty, and he spoke with a smile. That's great, Gladius. Next, you need to study in the Seven Waters City for a while. Read this, Doflamingo said, pressing the video button in his hand. Oh wow, iceberg, Mr. Tom, Granny Kokoro, so magical. This shell flashes like a camera. See this guy with blue hair like you, and this mullet man. Remember their appearance for the next period of time. Your mission goal is to learn the world's best shipbuilding technology. And there is also a thick set of drawings, you understand? Understood, young master, I will study hard. Gladius stared at the screen projected by the camera and nodded vigorously. Very good, Gladius, remember, you have 2 chances. The first chance will be in 2 years. Your second chance will be in 16. This means when you can return to the family. I remember, young master. I will create opportunities for you. You have already learned the best way to communicate with your peers from your family. Take the video with you and go down. In the Germa laboratory, Judge and Guy were tearing through a thick stack of blueprints. Guy Arc Maxim is clearly Uranus' real name, not Pluton. Give it to me, the smug judge looked at Guy, sir, whose dark circles were gradually becoming more obvious, and felt relieved. It felt good not to have to work overtime. He couldn't help but start to mock him. Who said Pluton can't fly? The legend of Pluton is that it can destroy an island with 1 shot. Look at the demonstration on the blueprint. What doesn't conform to the characteristics of Pluton? Guy bared his fangs with excitement. Foolish. Look carefully here. What is this demonstrating? Thick dark clouds. This is the power to change the sky. This is the symbol of the ancient weapon Uranus. Hey. Stupid judge, you said I was stupid. Listening to the judge's increasingly excessive questioning, Guy lost his temper and began to experience gas leakage. Draku. Seeing the faint sound of the copy of the blueprint due to their noise, Doflamingo smiled brightly at the two of them. Faltho, I like your energetic competition. I called you here to analyze this blueprint. You can put your arguments aside until I leave, understand? Guy Sorho was about to lose his mind. Immediately came to his senses after hearing what was said. He flashed in front of Doflamingo and spoke with a seductive smile on his non-mainstream face. Hey, my extremely wise boss, I understand. This blueprint undoubtedly represents the pinnacle of ancient weapons lethality. Leave the construction task to me. As an expert in killing weapons, no one else can compare to me. Once I've made it, where can't I go? Looking at Guy Sar, who said one thing and meant another, Doflamingo's smile became wider, and the corners of his mouth stretched closer to his ears. You are wrong, this is too low level. Simple imitation is the most clumsy application. Imitate, understand, and surpass, step by step. This is what you should do. Guy, you are not a Vegapunk. You don't have the ability to understand this directly. However, you are still young, and you have plenty of time. After hearing this, Geyser still dared not say anything. Boss, leave it to me, the German 66th Army. We will be your most loyal hounds. Judge stepped forward at the right time to express his loyalty. Don't worry, Judge. Now let's analyze the secret of Arc Maxim's flight. This is your new task. Guy, you should take a month off too. Burka has established a new flower street. You will like it. While you are there, take a team of science class members to Burka to analyze the remaining lunar buildings. 1 month later, New Germa Island. Special pink clouds float in the sky. The new Donquixote female subjects walked around the wedding reception like little angels, making the whole scene even more dreamy. Sora, I love you. Pa 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 pa. As Judge Sora and the other girl kissed passionately, the venue burst into applause of blessing unexpectedly. After Judge put on a suit and shaved off his unsightly mustache, he looked quite gentlemanly. Watching the wedding ceremony ending, Doflamingo stepped forward to offer his sincere blessings. Congratulations, King Judge Princess Sora. And happy wedding. Judge and Sora bowed their heads in fear and trepidation in response. Thank you, boss. Following Doflamingo, members of the Donquixote family also came forward. Behehe, Judge, happy wedding. Ahaha, Judge, happy wedding. Judge, I wish you a happy wedding. Both the host and the guests had a great time. Judge Sora was satisfied. Doflamingo was also very satisfied. After all, Judge's 5 unborn children are high-quality fighting seeds. His extremely scarce talents. 3 months later, the sea area near the Seven Seas capital, Lake. The captain of the crocodile pirates from North Blue was looking at the mission scroll that he had almost torn apart. His eyes swept over the fiery red birdman on it, as if he wanted to engrave this image into his mind. His bloodthirsty eyes swept over all the crew members, including the bomb boy who had just joined the team 2 months ago. His words were fierce. Guys, we found a big bargain in the black market of Mogu Town this time. The mission just released was snatched by Laozi. Let Laozi take a last look. Remember this birdman flying in the sky and catch him. This head is worth 1 billion Baileys. This is a F **** G billion and, as far as I know, a mingled. Weapons everything, ah. The tired pirates were ignited by the passion for money. The latest intelligence indicates that the mission target is in the Seven-Water City. Let's go above the pirate's ship. There is a cloud that moves with the ship like a kite. Above the clouds, Doflamingo's tall figure stood like a god in the clouds. The garbage station dock of the Seven-Water City is gradually approaching. Perfect for collecting garbage, Super Strike Whip. The hard and slender whip attacked the pirates' group below from top to bottom. The huge kinetic energy transmitted by the whip sheath effect cut through the air with a shrill sound, and quickly wrapped the top of the whip in flames. Whoosh! Get out of the way! As the user of the crocodile fruit and Nile crocodile ability, pirates with a bounty of 3,000 W from North Blue to Grand Line. Rick is certainly not a complete waste. The moment I heard the voice from above, I had already sensed the approaching attack. He changed into orc form and leaped to the side from the throne in the center of the ship. The next moment, the whip pierced the hull at an angle and penetrated deep into the keel. Crack on, what's this? The keel. The keel is broken. The pirates who were unable to escape were cut in half along with the ship, their organs flying everywhere, and the cross-section gave off a tempting smell of denatured protein due to the high temperature. The taste of pirates the sea knows. The surviving pirates looked towards the source of the whip with fear on their faces. A garbage station. 10-year-old Katie Frame forcefully hugged Ace Bargu, who looked unhappy. Let's go, iceberg, and see what I've just made. Boom. What is that? The movement in the distance interrupted the tug of war between the two. Ace and Bargu picked up the telescopes hanging around their necks and looked over. Fram put down the telescope, looked at Ace Bargu, who was equally surprised, and spoke excitedly, "That's amazing, iceberg. Did you see it clearly? What kind of weapon was that used to attack the pirate's ship?" "The ship sank in 2 hits. I can't see clearly. It's going too fast. It seems to be emitted by a person. There are people in the sky. Is it the Marines from the naval headquarters clearing out the pirates?" "Iceberg, come over here. There seems to be a person in the barrel. He has the same blue hair as me." Ace Bargu looked through the telescope in the direction that Fram pointed. A man of similar size to Fram was huddled in a broken barrel, his chest rising and falling slightly. Quick, quick, Fram, alive. I'll go get Mr. Tom." What the two men couldn't see was that there was a silk thread on the wine barrel that was invisible to the naked eye, connecting it to the clouds in the sky and driving the wine barrel slowly to the shore. After a busy day, in Tom's room, Iceberg Flame Tom, Granny Kokora, and the pet frog Yokozuna gathered around Gladius, who was lying on the bed. Because the first aid tore off the mask on his head, the burns on Gladius' body were exposed, and he looked both sad and pitiful. Granny Kokora, who was wearing a bikini, took back the stethoscope that was on Gladius' chest with a look of pity. As a woman who was married to a human, she also had sympathy for the miserable experiences of humans. There's no danger to life, just choking on some water. But the child is injured, quack Tom, who had experienced many big scenes, had already recognized the cause of the scars. It's a burn caused by high temperature. It must be from the war, but it's not a new injury. Although he's a child, he's also a well-known man. Iceberg, where did you find him? The pirate's ship that just passed by was destroyed. It floated over from that side, ahem. After choking on water twice, Gladius woke up. Looking at the unfamiliar environment and the faces he had remembered for 4 months. He was stunned despite his long-term training. Sneaking in is that simple. Wake up, where are you from? Did you make these bombs? Awesome. Fram's words interrupted the dazed Gladius. North Blue, thank you. As for this, I did it. I will repay you for saving my life. Where are you from? Why are you on that pirate ship? I come from the destroyed country. The clock town of Tallinn on the North Blue Nordic island. Watching Gladius being picked up by Flam, Doflamingo turned and stepped onto Sky's path, heading towards Sabyodi. As for whether Gladius can be successfully adopted by Tom and gain Tom's trust, he doesn't care. If he doesn't give it to me, can't I just steal it? At least we can know that the blueprint is definitely in Tom's hands. As long as he stays in the Seven Water City long enough, Gladius will find an opportunity. Why not just force Tom to rub him? First, Roger is not dead yet. If the world government wants to take action against Tom, they have to wait for 2 years after Roger dies before they dare to take action. Doflamingo is not so ignorant. Second, Tom is indeed a powerful man, and threats can only be used on people like Guy Sar and Judge. Some people would rather die than live in disgrace. Sabyodi Archipelago. Because the world's largest mangrove, the Archiman mangrove, grows here. Its extremely developed roots extend beyond the water surface, slowly forming the Sabyodi Archipelago. And different islands are divided by the different distribution of the roots. The roots of the Archiman mangrove tree secrete a special natural resin due to respiration. The resin expands due to the air to form bubbles, which then fly into the sky. Let Sabyodi add a touch of fantasy, special scenery, plus the unique geographical location. Not only the naval headquarters is located next to it, it is also close to the sanctuary of Mariewa. It also connects New World and Grand Line, therefore. On this island, there are tourist attractions that cater to people and caravans from all over the world. And there is also a human trafficking market that caters to celestial dragons and nobles. There are also illegal areas and coating industries that cater to the pirates' gang. And there are also bases where the naval headquarters are stationed. And Island No. 1, his young family business. Putting down the information in his hand, Doflamingo looked at Mahabais, who had not yet completely fattened up, and spoke with a smile. FFFFFFFFFF Marbais. Is this the result of your 6 months of work? Upon hearing this, Mahabai's huge body trembled, and he began to defend himself cautiously. Young master, the situation in Sabyodi is too complicated. It is difficult for us to intervene in the auction house. So what about the Seastone transaction that happens every 3 months? Tell me, who is our Don Quixote's trading partner? World government. Marbais' voice grew weaker and weaker, and the gaze of his young master brought him great pressure. Is Seastone important? It's extremely important. Sabyodi is the back garden of the world government. Tell me, is there anyone in Sabyodi who can declare himself an enemy of the world government? You have been following Diamante for so long, Marbais. Don't you even know how to use the basics of leverage? It's of no use looking at the silent Mahabas. Doflamingo rubbed his throbbing eyebrows and suppressed the urge to beat him up. To put it bluntly, it is not unexpected, after all. Marbais has experience in running North Blue with Diamante. But most people in this world are not King Luffy, and they are afraid of facing the world government directly. He is used to being a thief and is afraid of officials. Even direct contact with the world government has been handled by Urouge alone since his arrival. Typical ostrich mentality: if you can't see it, you won't be afraid, and others. Lao Ji's mind was full of fighting. It's okay for Piker to guard one place. Rocinante looked after his home and was busy with other things. Diamante and Toropol were both overwhelmed with the affairs of North Blue and Sky Island. Sky Island is the current foundation, and most of the branch house clan's power is placed on Sky Island, so it is impossible for them to leave. There are still too few talents. Enel can be directly promoted to a combatant position after some training, but there is still a lack of core management talents. Where is Monet's secretary? We have to make do with the existing ones, with a sigh. Doflamingo's depressed expression disappeared. Kairola saw the solemn atmosphere relax a little, stepped forward and broke the silence. "Oh, young master, you must be tired after traveling for such a long time. I prepared sweet shrimp and Sabyodi's unique sparkling drink for you for dinner. Are you satisfied?" "Of course I am very satisfied. Long time no see, Jorah. Thank you for your hard work in Sky Island. Go and get ready." "Oh, you said I'm Miss World. I hate it so much." Jorah, who still maintained his profound auditory hallucination skills, walked towards the kitchen happily with his face in his hands. "Mahabais, have you found any information about Gilda Tesoro?" "We found 49 of Themand. They must be the same age as you." "Young master, there are 3 in Sabyodi's area. Here are their photos." "Very good, let's go to the human auction tomorrow. We need some talents, a corner of Island No. 1. The man with grass-green hair finished a day of hard work. Wearing your best clothes. Run towards the human trafficking store. The tranquility of the night gave the people who had been enslaved in the human trafficking market a respite, without having to face the indignity of being picked over like merchandise. A blonde woman was staring at the dark street in the distance through the cage, her eyes full of anticipation. Tap, 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 tap. "Stella, I'm here to see you." Stella looked at the sweaty man outside. Her star-like eyes narrowed into a beautiful arc. Although he is trapped in prison and has no freedom. But her broken heart had already been protected by the man in front of her. Filled with indescribable happiness, "Yes, I know." Stella nodded sweetly, ignoring the sweat on the man in front of her, and stroked the man's face with both hands. "Tesoro, go home and rest. Come back next time. You've worked hard enough." Tesoro's hands, which were rough and calloused from work, gently held his lover's hands on his face and shook his head slightly. "It's okay, Stella, listen to my new work." The next day, walking on the road to the human trafficking store, Doflamingo and his group were particularly eye-catching. It's not the average height among people, rather. The large wings behind Urouge are particularly attractive to certain groups. Doflamingo was a little curious when he saw Urouge, who hadn't been in shape for a while. "Urouge, is your fruit ability to strengthen your body permanent?" Urouge answered with an unchanging smile on his face. "This strengthening effect cannot be retained permanently. As for my growing body, God, I am really growing just like you." "I'm still growing." Doflamingo came to his senses and suddenly realized that he was indeed still in adolescence, and his growth was reasonable. Far away, human trafficking store. Getting ready for a new day of business. Everyone pay attention to Laozi. Anyone who dares to make a mistake will be Laozi's slave. Hearing this, everyone shuddered and wiped the surface with a little more caution, seeing the staff members who dared not relax even a little. The slave trader Disco finally removed his sharp eyes. He turned with his men and headed for the street where the slaves were imprisoned, which was the capital for his livelihood. Boss. That rare treasure, the man with wings, has appeared again. He must be very valuable. The subordinates who rushed over interrupted Disco's next inspection of the cage market. He excitedly grabbed his subordinate's neck and shook him, then spoke excitedly, "Where is he? Which island? Prepare to stop him and don't let him escape to the Marines station. Here he is heading towards us and next to him." Disco was so excited that he couldn't hear what was said next. Quick, gather together and capture him for me. The big shots in the Holy Land will definitely be very satisfied. My human auction will be realized soon. As we get closer to human trafficking stores, scenes of some nobles leading slaves began to appear. That's right, not only celestial dragons keep slaves. Nobles also imitate this behavior that represents status. This is called fashion. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar scene, Doflamingo was a little dazed. What was familiar was that he had done this before in the Holy Land. What's strange is that in my previous life, I was just an ordinary lake-type cow and horse. I have never seen such a scene before. Even as for the alphabet circle, he had only heard of it and had no chance to practice it himself. Tap, along with dense footsteps, a group of gunmen with real guns emerged and blocked their path. Feeling the malice coming from him, Doflamingo's expression became more playful, and he waved his hand to signal Urouge and the others to stop. At the back of the crowd, a pervert man wearing a tall hat, star-shaped sunglasses, long pink-purple hair, and a long skirt stood out. This unique pervert outfit awakened Doflamingo's somewhat distant memories. What, Disco, the subordinate in the original timeline? He is really passionate about the slave trade. He has persisted for more than 20 years and still loves it so much. Is this also a way of not forgetting his original intention? Disco walked out of the crowd with his unique steps, raised the sunglasses on his nose, looked at Urouge's sturdy body and the big wings behind him, and nodded with satisfaction. Ha. It's indeed a rare treasure, the legendary Sky Islander. With such a sturdy body and solid horse, the big shots in the Holy Land will definitely like it very much. As he spoke, he walked forward involuntarily. Let me check out these wings, bring it to you. Looking at the defenseless Disco, Urouge reached out and grabbed him, and the unprepared Disco was lifted up like a chicken. Hey, don't kill me, I'm very rich, don't get excited. The world's nobles are standing behind me. Disco realized his situation and screamed like a girl as he felt the huge force coming from his neck. Doflamingo turned a blind eye to the gunners who were surrounding him like they were facing an enemy. He was just a weakling, Doflamingo said mockingly to Disco, who was cowering in Urouge's hands originally. After reaching a cooperation with the world government, I was planning to buy some slaves. Since you are so rude, then I will not be polite either. Bullet string. The silk threads whistled through the air and passed through the surrounding gunmen. Wait a minute. I'm also a partner of the world's nobles. I'm very rich. World government, what did I do? Disco's pupils trembled, and he desperately tried to break free from Urouge's hand. If he was pierced by such a thread, he would definitely die. Oh really? Yes. You can have all you want with my money. Disco was extremely well behaved, nodding his head like a rattle. Doflamingo's face broke into a fierce smile, and he hooked his finger. FFFFFFFFFF. You don't seem to understand the situation, Mr. Disco. All your money is mine. 5 color strings, puff. 5 sharp threads slid across Disco's body, and the pink tender meat sashimi platter fell to the ground. A human trafficking store. The slaves had gloomy faces and huddled in the corners of the prison, unwilling to approach the sunny side. The human trafficking storeroom, like an auction, is formed by streets of cages gathered together. This unique structure is also designed to facilitate the selection of nobles traveling to and from Sabioti. This is also the ultimate insult to the dignity of the people of non-world government member countries and other slaves who have become slaves. Whoosh cracker. The sound of the broken fence woke up the slaves, who looked at the open prison numbly, not knowing how to react while everyone was still in a daze. A domineering voice came. FFFFFFFFFF, you have 2 choices. One is to join my Donquixote family, and the other is to become a slave again after being caught. For the slaves, the experience of being treated as commodities for a long time was enough. And who would not choose to be a human being? Including Stella in the crowd. Then they swarmed out. In the evening, Don Quixote arrived at his residence. After a little tidying up, the slaves finally showed some lifelike spirit, looking at the huge bodies of Uruj and Mahabais in front of him. Although he was still afraid, at least he knew that there was no life-threatening situation at the moment. Mahabais held a handful of printed forms as tall as a person, and Uruj, who was standing beside him, spoke with an unchanging smile on his face. Those who have business experience, please step forward. Those with special skills, step out. The slaves looked at each other and quickly stood apart according to the instructions. As Mahabais handed out forms one after another, he made a few linguistic statements that were inconsistent with his stature. Look at the price list in your hands and remember this amount. This is your worth. It is also the cost of your family's redemption. In the future, as long as the contribution you provide to the family is equal to the price you deserve, freedom will belong to you. My name is Mahabais, and I'm your supervisor, free. The slaves were delighted to hear what these funny words meant, but they were afraid that this would be considered as a mockery of Mahabais's words, and their faces turned pale with fear. It's okay, laugh if you want to, and work hard in the future. And gurgle gurgle. It seems that Seastone really makes you excited. 5 elders, you've been watching it so closely, and you came as soon as there was some movement. Although he thought so in his mind, Doflamingo did not show it at all. He picked up the den mushi to contact world government and spoke calmly. Moshimoshi, 5 elders, what's going on? Donquixote Doflamingo. Why are you attacking human trafficking stores? The hooded 5 elders asked through the den mushi. No, it's not an attack, it's a counterattack. This time Disco's immortal actually dared to attack me as a celestial dragon and treated me as a slave. I have helped you get rid of this master-devouring idiot. You should thank me, I'm talking about slaves. Doflamingo. And you've lost your celestial dragon's identity chip. Doflamingo was unmoved by the 5 elders' questioning and even whistled. They were already partners. Why were they acting so arrogantly? Besides, he had seen the world government slave ships when he was a child. What's more, there are several human traffickers from Sabioti. I just wanted to warn him not to be too presumptuous. But how is that possible? So he started to act sarcastic. FFFFFFFFFFF, don't get so excited. The old man will get angry to death if he gets too excited. As for slaves, if there are not enough, just send Cypher Pol to capture some from non-world government member countries. Aren't you very skilled? As for my identity, will you help me tell the sea, come on? Let the Marine send out the Admiral to escort my business. I don't have the hobby of playing with slaves. I just like doing business. They should be happy to escort my caravan. How about we sign an approval agreement, where Marine's routes will not sell arms, and the profits will go to Marine, or you can take 30%. Draku. Unfortunately, the world government did not agree. His current identity as a celestial dragon was only recognized by the 5 elders under the pressure of Seastone. It can be said that it is a flexible celestial dragon's identity. Doflamingo now suddenly understood his decision to hold Tencho Jin hostage in the original world line. The celestial dragon's identity is really useful. It can communicate with nobles and royal families from all over the world, and can also remotely control Marine in some aspects. Now North Blue, Mogu Town and Whiskey Town. Just by colluding with the branch Marine, business is becoming more and more hot. If you take the naval headquarters and meet royal nobles from all over the world, even if they don't sell arms, caravans selling Sky Island specialties can immediately spread across the 4 major sea areas of the southeast, northwest, northeast and southwest, as well as the first half of the Grand Line. For intelligence, the speed of acquiring wealth will increase significantly. Shaking his head, Doflamingo dispelled his beautiful fantasy. Looking at the blonde-haired and well-built woman below him, he smiled brightly. It's not like there are no alternative plans. At least the future Golden Emperor Guild Tesorwa on the way. Looking at Uruj approaching, he spoke softly. Uruj, the family is in the illegal zone Island 16 and needs a site as large as the destroyed human trafficking market. Do you know what to do? God, I understand what you mean. Uruj bowed slightly. 2 months later, Sabyori Island No. 1. Donquixote family residence, boss. This is the recent weapons sales report for Demon Valley Town and Sabyori Land over the past 2 months. The first batch of mature Sky Island shellfish has been released to the Pressure Island for distribution. And the premium quality Sky Island shellfish that meet your standards has been shipped to Sabyori. Gilda Tesora, dressed in a red suit and looking sophisticated and capable, handed over the business report for the past 2 months. What is a management talent within 2 months of joining? He transformed from a laborer to a housekeeper. Looking at Tesoro, who was calm and talking eloquently, Doflamingo became more and more satisfied. He took the sorted files and put them aside, then spoke with a smile. Tezulo, you did a great job. As a reward, Stella's debt has been forgiven. She is now a free person. Tesora, who had just seemed capable and mature, was suddenly surprised. The sudden reward really caught him off guard. According to his previous calculations, it would take at least 5 years for the 2 of them to pay off Stella's debt. Thank you, boss. Not only did you rescue Stella from the human trafficking market and free her from slavery, but you also forgave her debt. I will continue to work hard. Doflamingo naturally accepted all of Tezulo's thanks. And as for why he directly forgave Stella's debt sometimes, helping people in trouble first can gain more. A gangster who is willing to work hard for a few years for his lover and walk the right path, rather than burning, killing, looting, cheating and kidnapping is worth cultivating. This is just a trivial matter. Tesoro, do you want to join the Donquixote family? Of course, Stella is also possible. Her personality is very suitable for getting along with younger family members. What do you think, 2 months? As a Tesoro who has lived in Sabyori Archipelago since childhood. Naturally, I understand what it means to attack a human trafficking store and nothing happens. This means that the world government can't do anything to the Donquixote family at this moment. Of course, this also shows that he and Stella actually have no room for bargaining. Moreover, with his intelligence and talent, he naturally knew that the speed of his promotion in the past month was the result of the promotion of the man in front of him. And he is a gangster that can be seen everywhere in Sabyori. The only thing worth looking at is the talent for management. If we could go one step further. Tesulo's throat tightened, swallowed, leaned down towards the figure in front of him, and gave his only answer. Boss, Stella and I are willing to join the family. It's easy to communicate with smart people who know the times. Looking at Tesoro's salute and the respect and gratitude in his observation haki, Doflamingo nodded with satisfaction. He flicked his fingers slightly and took out a special document from under the table and handed it over. Very good. Check this document for any mistakes or omissions. All family business matters related to Qinghai will be gradually opened to you in the future. Stella will move to Sky Island with the next batch of candidate family members. Tesoro looked at the document in his hand and subconsciously opened it. He was confused by the big words, world government, and didn't even pay attention to the key words such as Stella. He had imagined in advance that Don Quixote's reliance might be his special identity. But I never thought that even the world government is Don Quixote's partner. Suppress your trembling mind and immerse yourself quietly in the content. Doflamingo didn't care about Tesoro's confusion. Although the world government has no face in front of the big pirates, but there is still some level in Qinghai. As for why they simply expanded Qinghai's business territory to Tesoro. First, both Tesoro and Stella are orphans in the literal sense, with no one to rely on and clean backgrounds. Second, Tesoro is not the golden emperor of the original timeline. A person without power. Whatever is given to him can be taken back at any time. Third, the world of pirates is truly a world of war, with only a handful of educated people. And natural business people like Tesoro are 1 in a million. It's hard to catch one who can be used. So you have to make full use of him. Boss, the prophet is correct, but this clause. Boss, what is the Sky Island you are talking about? After a long while, Tesoro came back to his senses and asked the question cautiously. He couldn't help but be careful, as it concerned the light of his life, Stella. He had heard of the name Sky Island since he took over the business. But about the location of Sky Island, he didn't know it all along. Just think of this as a special island. The incorrect terms should be modified in the direction you think is beneficial. As for Sky Island, it is a benefit for the family. Sky Island is located at an altitude of 10,000 meters. It will not be attacked by pirates or oppressed by celestial dragons. It is a safe place for young family members. You can follow me in 3 days for some industries. You need to have a deep understanding so that you can better formulate market rules. There is no oppression from any world, noblesenly from him. Doflamingo, 10,000 meters in the air. Tesoro's dramatically dilated facial features revealed his uneasy heart. Crack after putting away his new work. Doflamingo spoke with a smile That's right. You will be the host of the Sky Island Rare Treasure Auction in 2.5 months. Tezulo, you need to give me a plan that will allow me to gain more benefits after understanding Sky Island. Of course, Ave, you do well enough. You will gradually take over Sky Island's business. Maybe there will be more test. Tezulo took a deep breath to calm his restless mood. He knew that this was a test of loyalty and ability. But after a preliminary understanding of Don Quixote's power, he did not intend to give up this opportunity. Don't worry, boss, Magic Valley Town. After the Donquixote family took over, arms stores, underground black markets, bars, casinos, and brothels followed, plus an endless stream of pirates. Mogu Town is becoming more and more prosperous. It's not that no one has tried to challenge, but Pika's stone fruit is truly invincible in the first half of this grand line. A small bar. A dozen people in black suits gathered in a corner. Their uniform attire seemed out of place with the fanatical pirates outside. Damn it, what a damned rip current. We've lost 5 boats. There's no way we can reach Sky Island. Damn Doflamingo, what a lucky guy. Even though you've already lost your status as a celestial dragon, you were able to find the sea stone. If I had found it, I would have been promoted long ago. Ha 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 ha, just thinking about it makes me excited. The group was led by a middle-aged man with naturally curly hair, a fierce look on his long face, and a prison-style black and white striped jacket. When I think about the fact that I have gained nothing in the past 2 months, I start to complain, sir. We need to get going and infiltrate the Donquixote family's warehouse. The subordinate beside him gave a reminder. Doflamingo is coming soon. This time we need to follow him to find the sea stone. This is a task that the world government and the 5 elders have repeatedly urged us to do. Sir, we don't have much time. The middle-aged man's body softened, and he leaned back on the sofa in the booth behind him, a look of displeasure written all over his face. I understand. We must find the sea stone and not get into conflict with Doflamingo. He is a celestial dragon, I know that. We will leave immediately. Oh, are you so confident? Sure, Spandine. It seems that Punk Hazard has nothing to do with your CP9. FFFFFFFFFFF tilde. The mocking words and sarcastic laughter immediately made the middle-aged man angry, and he turned his head to look behind him. Damn it, who is saying bad things about me? A tall body, a pink cape, and scarlet sunglasses. His target was standing silently behind him. Doflamingo, be on guard. Spandine turned around and roared at his subordinates. A dozen members in black suits stood still and could only support their boss mentally with unwilling eyes, looking at Spandine, who looked flustered. Doflamingo walked up and sat next to him with a swagger, not paying any attention to the crowd. Don't be so nervous, Spandine. You are such an idiot after all. Want to go to Sky Island? I'll help you, do you know me? Spandine was stunned for a second, but then realized that this was not the time to be doubtful. Kaido stumbled, no thanks. Doflamingo smiled mockingly at Spandine's stupidity. He suspected that the B family might have the blood of celestial dragons. Otherwise, how could they be so stupid that their son, who was exactly the same as this guy, could become the leader of CP9 more than 20 years later? He patted Spandine's trembling shoulders and spoke with a smile. It doesn't matter. I have a good character of helping others. I just want to go to heaven. It's very simple, Tesoro. It's so beautiful. Look at this cloud. It looks like you. It was too fast. I didn't see it. Haha, stellar look. Is that the legendary air fish that jumped out? The Numantia flamingo climbed rapidly in the air. Young master, you are so beautiful. Young master, will we live in heaven in the future? Young master, young master. Doflamingo was surrounded by his young family. At this moment, Doflamingo was a little confused. If I had known, I would not have created a friendly character. This is not suitable for me. To outsiders, it looks particularly warm, however. Some people don't have time to admire these beautiful views. Ara bangs bangs bangs. Hanging outside the ship. Spandine's head hit the hull back and forth. But he had no time to care about the pain at the moment. Because the last subordinate has completed the free fall. And he is almost there too. I can only look at the silk tied around my body with hope and pray silently. No, don't break it. Looking at the silk thread that is about to be worn off. He became more and more frightened, and his lower body uncontrollably discharged yellowish liquid and solids. Wetting his pants, help, 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 tilde, 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 help. Time passes. Looking at the island in the sky approaching and the remaining strands of silk thread. Spandine breathed a sigh of relief. Alive, alive. Damn Doflamingohen, I find the location of Seastone. You will all die by then, ha 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 ha. This fierce malice attracted evil people. Oh really? You're still here. The devilish words interrupted Spandine's fantasy. He raised his head and saw the terrifying figure standing above him. Look at the big hand placed on the silk thread. The familiar fear appeared on his face again. And Spandine's body shook like a vibrator, and he began to beg. No, no, I am very valuable Doflamingo. I can pass on the message, for you let me go. The smile on Doflamingo's face became more vicious, and sharp threads emerged from his fingertips. But it's of no value to me, Spandine. Congratulations on finding Sky Island. Below is the White Sea. As someone who doesn't have special abilities, you'll only be valuable if you survive. Bye, remember to say hello to the 5 elders. After saying that, he hooked his finger, bang, no. Arara, puff. Sure enough, happiness is built on the suffering of others. Seeing Spandine's miserable condition, Doflamingo smiled even more brightly. As for why he doesn't accept this bully as an insider in CP9, it's because he doesn't need him now. If the base is still on the sea, then it is understandable to place a stake in the world government. But now on Sky Island, the world government has not left any traces on Sky Island in 400 years. And it will be the same in the future. He placed his young family members, along with Tesoro and the other 2, in the Angel Island Security Department and handed them over to Toropol and the other 2. Doflamingo stepped onto Sky's path and flew towards Arpilado. At this moment, the Don Quixote laboratory has moved to the edge of Arpila. In the new laboratory, every creature, whether from Sky Island or Qinghai, was isolated in special glass and fell into a deep sleep. The researcher, with the number 69 on his chest, holding a blood-red pill the size of a fist, walked towards a creature that looked like a horse but not a horse, and a bird but not a bird, with its entire body covered in muscles. Bang! As the blood-red ball fell into the glass cage, the sleeping bird-horse creature opened its blood-red eyes and opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth. With a teeth-grinding friction sound, he scraped across the ground and swallowed the blood-red pill. Tilde roar, with a roar of comfort and discomfort. The bird-horse creature's body swelled again, and its horse-like features became more and more obvious. The next moment, It spread its wings behind it and accelerated towards the glass surrounding it. Boom, boom, it's a bit like a stronger rumble ball. It has great potential. As expected, he is one of Chopper's cheating teachers. He can come up with something like this with just an auxiliary experiment. What a genius, looking at everything in front of him. Doflamingo patted Guy's shoulder and praised him highly. FFFFFFFFFFFF, Guy sir, you're really well done. What's the name of this thing? Does it work on pure humans? Or does it only react to Zoan users? No way. The name of the boss hasn't been chosen yet. This thing only works on Zoan bloodline factors for now. When Guy heard the praise, he immediately looked gullible and all his unhappiness about helping the judge disappeared. Temporarily. Does that mean it may work on all bloodline factors in the future? This thing exists in all living things in this world. It seems that Guy has really come up with something incredible this time. Doflamingo nodded secretly, looking at the bird-horse creature that had lost its strength and fell into sleep again, and raised a new question. Then let's keep it simple and call it Enhancement Drug Type 1. This is something very valuable and can be further developed. Apart from the risk of losing your sanity, are there any other risks with this enhancement drug? According to your previous information and the experimental data collected so far. Boss. After use, strength and speed will be greatly improved. The degree of improvement is related to the mastery of the fruit ability. The closer a Zoan user is to awakening, or the stronger their will is, the more sanity they will retain after using it. Others will most likely lose their sanity after using it. They will continue to run wild and destroy until they collapse from exhaustion, or even lose their lifespan. Of course, if you want power, you have to pay a price. Doflamingo curled his lips into a vicious smile. FFFFFFFFFF, great stuff, start making it. Set up a Zoan enhanced medicine processing factory, and half of the profits will belong to you. As for lifespan, the pirates who live in danger at any time on the sea will not care so much about it, nor will they know about it. They will only cheer for the rapidly increasing and wildly growing power. The ones who survive will be our loyal customers, and the scumbags who died from this drug will not leave bad reviews to affect us. Gaithais will be a 100% positive thing. As for why they didn't give gold this time, it's because showmanship should be done in appropriate occasions. Shahyu are the most generous person in the world. Boss, at this moment, Geis's face was flushed, and his mind was filled with the milky white Zhu Zai from Red Custom Street. He was lost in fantasy and could not hear anything his boss said afterwards. Doflamingo ignored Gaisa, whose head was filled with dirty thoughts, and looked at Judge, who was recording data with a computer-like tool. This bird-horse creature is your masterpiece of combining the horse-horse fruit. Judge. As for whether there are things like computers and microscopes in this world, of course there are, after all. Normal people cannot see bloodline factors with the naked eye, and cannot clone, yes boss. This is a derivative of cloned replicants and my previous imperfect human transformation plan. The judge responded after hearing this paused, and then continued, its number is 997, and it is one of the 25 that survived out of 3. 0 samples from Qinghai, 25 out of 3,000 survived. That's 8 out of 1,000. This success rate is pretty low. Doflamingo frowned subconsciously, somewhat dissatisfied with the progress, and fell into deep thought. Judge's daughter, Vinsmoke Rieju. It was when she was a child that she gained a superhuman body through the modified genes of the bloodline factor. Not when she was born. Ryuju should have been born between 1497 and 1498. Judge and his 4 sons were not able to undergo genetic modification in the womb until 1501. This shows that in the 2 years 1499–1500, in the original time and space, Judge's bloodline factor transformation technology gradually became mature. Can be initially applied to the human body. Only young children or embryos can be transformed, however. Judge himself did not gain the transformed abilities. But the Judge from the original time and space is wandering around North Blue. And he should be officially facing me at this stage. There shouldn't be the superior conditions I offer now. However, the number of projects assigned to Judge as the chief scientific researcher seems to be a little over 100 million. So, seeing Doflamingo's uncertain expression, Judge felt uneasy and spoke with gritted teeth. Boss. Regarding the transplantation of bloodline factors, all other samples have died due to rejection. As long as these 25 advanced samples have no other problems, we can start the next stage without any delay. Doflamingo patted Judge's shoulder gently to comfort him, and then spoke with a smile. It's okay, Judge. You've done well enough. I asked you to be responsible for too much. The simplified topics of pyrobroin particles and arc maxims will be assigned to the research teams. You only need to summarize and adjust the direction regularly and report. Let's have Toribol transfer a group of prisoners from North Blue to you so that you can start human experiments right away. Sometimes we need to take bigger steps. Your focus now should be on bloodline factor transplantation and transformation. Start with Burka's Birdman bloodline factor and Enel's Thunder Fruit. I'll have Geyser and Enel cooperate with you. Yes, boss. Judge heaved a sigh of relief. Being a wage earner is much harder than being independent, especially since he was making a minifigure with Sora recently. Besides, these failed products are not necessarily useless. We will have better testers for the experimental products. They will definitely bring out the best in your masterpiece. What do you mean? 2 months later, Holy Land Mariewa. The realm of the gods. This is where the world's noble celestial dragons live. During tea time, several celestial dragons wearing space suit-style helmets sat together holding invitation cards with smiley faces drawn on them. Drinking tea and chatting, St. Carlos. This new auction will open next week. And there will be things from Sky Island. Do you want to go? Of course. This time there are sound shells that can store sounds for a long time. They are much better than the defective ones I bought from Sabyori last time. I want to buy them. I have a slave with a beautiful voice who is about to die. I want to keep her singing. What great stuff. And there are also videos. I want to keep a record of the slaves who resist being tortured. It's very interesting. How boring, you only have eyes for slaves. Yunbei is the best. Look, this spraying cloud can be laid on. Saint Mindaros, you idiot, wake up. This cloud will only last for a while in Qinghai before it disappears. You are an idiot who is even lower than the fishman. You should read the instructions carefully. The usage time can be extended at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The Holy Land is at an altitude of 10,000 meters. And there is also a supplementary service, right? Just refill it after use, **** hole. Saint Mindaros, you, 2 lumps of fat with bubble covers wrestled with each other. The celestial dragons standing by smiled as if they were watching the fun. Celestial dragons, most precious creatures in the world, live in this holy land thousands of meters above the sky. Money is worthless to them. The only fun is to compare with each other. Luxurious experiences, treasures, slaves. Of course, the most common subjects were slaves. Slaves have many uses, whether as a means of transportation, being beaten and abused, or making slaves fight each other like dogfights. These are all very common uses. Compared to celestial dragons' gameplay, simple physical violence is nothing at all. They not only abuse the slaves' bodies but also their minds. But now they have new fun, Sky Island Shell. Then let's go down to the underworld and take a look. The CPO, in a white suit, appeared in front of the celestial dragons, leaned forward slightly and spoke in a deep voice, "Nobles, according to the instructions of the 5 elders, only Saint Mindaros can go this time." Everyone was furious. What 5 elders? There are **** hole. Why are you restricting us? Why can he go? On the contrary, Saint Mindaros let go of his compatriot who was being pressed down, and a happy smile appeared on his chubby face. He also didn't want to go out with his compatriots. "It's okay, I can help you bring it," a few hours ago. Between rights, looking at the invitation card with a smiley face on it on the table. The 5 elders had different expressions. "What do you think? Should we ban the world's nobles from participating in Doflamingo's auction?" The head judge, 5 elders, asked in a deep voice. "The products sold by Doflamingo can only be fully digested by the nobles and royal families of the world. He should not destroy his own walls. There is no need to interfere too much. I agree." According to previous contacts and intelligence gathered by Cypher Pol, he has a fanatical pursuit of gold. Even the requirement for this auction is gold. It's probably North Blue's experience that made him like this. But it cannot be ruled out that Doflamingo hates her compatriots who didn't rescue her mother. I object. Besides, Doflamingo still remembers what he did to CP9. He may attack fellow citizens who participated in the auction. I am against that. The 5 elders were somewhat confused about Doflamingo's current state of mind and had different attitudes toward it. Doflamingo's attitude towards the world's nobles during the previous conversation was undoubtedly one of contempt and disdain. But the Spandine squad was completely wiped out, as well as the punk hazard and human trafficking stores that were attacked. This shows that Doflamingo, who is also from Celestial Dragons, has no respect for the world government at this moment. How much respect one can have for the world's nobility remains unknown. However, due to Doflamingo's special identity, they could not directly send the Marines to arrest him. After a brief silence, the 5 elders with long hair and beards suggested in a deep voice, "Let Donquixote Mindaros Saint go alone. This lineage is really full of crazy people and kind people. Tell Doflamingo about his situation. If Doflamingo chooses to attack, it is just right for Sengoku to go out and capture him openly." It makes sense, everyone nodded slightly. If Doflamingo attacked the world's nobles regardless of the consequences, combined with everything he had done before, it meant that his goal was undoubtedly to take revenge on everyone who had refused to rescue his family. Letting Sengoku capture it not only ensures the inviolability of celestial dragons, but also allows the capture of Sky Island and Seastone behind it. If Doflamingo hadn't taken action, Sky Island would have to be built slowly, using an alien celestial dragons in exchange for an unstable factor, and Seastone is acceptable for 5 elders. That's it, second. However, please tell Sengoku to be on standby. This is a rare opportunity after discussing for a while. The topic shifted to the situation in the world. The turmoil in the four seas has eased somewhat due to the cleanup of Akenu, Aokiji Kizaru and Crane, but the new world is still in ruins. There is still no trace of the Golden Lion since it disappeared in the Battle of Edwo. If it is connected with Doflamingo, he is flying in the sky, and Cypherpole has difficulty in tracking him. The threat level of lion fruit will continue to rise. The sky is an area that is difficult for us to get involved in. As for Doflamingo, is not a fool looking for death. Otherwise, the Golden Lion, who is killing people in the Valley of the Gods, would not mind killing him. Let's not worry about a missing person for now. Roger has set out again in the New World. He just had a conflict with Charlotte Linlin in the Kingdom of Toto Land. The person who expanded the historical text has been verified to be the heir to the daimyo of Wano Kuni. The New World already has weapons from the closed country of Wano Kuni. The daimyo of Wano Kuni is probably having problems with Kaido. This is a good opportunity to have CP0 go to Wano Kuni to check out the situation of the battle between Kaido and the samurai and see if they can get new sea stones. Who should we send? The waters around Wano Kuni are not very friendly. Wano Kuni is like a volcanic crater exposed on the sea surface. Ships can only reach Wano Kuni through a waterfall connecting the sea surface and the inland sea. Let Huangmu go. His abilities are very suitable for crossing this natural barrier. Okay, that's it. The next day, Subyodi Archipelago. FFFFFFFFFFFIU are so cautious or rather timid. 5 elders, however. I still have to separate the days when these fat pigs from the Holy Land come to visit me, to avoid affecting my other clients. Looking at the intelligence about his own people revealed by the world government in his hand, Doflamingo moved his fingers slightly, shot out a silk thread that turned into waste paper, and turned to fly towards a huge building. Not to mention that he was the one who sent out the invitation. Breaking off relations with the world government now is not a good option, as it will not be of any use to him who is still accumulating strength. Besides, he had no interest in attacking individual celestial dragons. What he wants is for all celestial dragons in the Holy Land to be turned into slag. The headquarters of World Economic News Agency. A man-bird with a big beak, small eyes. White feathers all over his body, a big tail. And wing-shaped hands. He is wearing a black hat with a red and white feather on it. A light blue shirt and a yellow bow tie. He is wearing red and white plaid trousers and a black cloak. It is Morganus, the user of the albatross form of the bird fruit, one of the emperors of the underworld and president of the World Economic News Agency. At this moment, he was looking at the red figure sitting on the sofa in his office with a bright face. Doflamingo, are there any new types of image shells? The image shell you gave me last time is indeed much more useful than a camera. It would be even better if it could be connected to the projection Den Mushi. What you want is the camera that can be connected to the projection telephone bug. This auction will have it. It guarantees that you can observe the big scene remotely and let your ideas flow, so that you can write shocking news that will shock the world. However, Morgans, I have something serious to ask you this time, me friend. I need your help. Doflamingo rubbed the reel-down sofa beneath him skillfully and spoke with a comfortable look on his face. What? Please help me publish my family's new work in your great newspaper. Doflamingo took out a transparent box from under his cloak. Inside the box was a round, red object. For the sake of the cameraman at your auction, I will help you promote it, but what is this? Morgans touched the bird's head with his wing and pointed at the red ball and asked in question. Enhancing drug type 1. Help our warriors at sea gain greater strength. Doflamingo showed a playful smile, took out the video shell with the experimental records of the test subject God taking it, and started playing it, the Lord's body, which was riddled with holes from collecting samples, began to transform into a beast. His muscles continued to bulge and his wounds began to heal. Then with red eyes, he crashed into the walls surrounded by sea stone. Wow. It improves the ability of the Esperstrung's speed. And it seems that it can also maintain a certain degree of sanity. What an amazing product. Zoan's Esper will definitely keep the name of the Donquixote family in mind. After reading the record, Morgans gave his evaluation and changed the subject. And what's the price? As one of the emperors in the underworld, he doesn't believe in free lunch. It just consumes your energy. The out-of-control rubbish will exchange its life for yours. But you are wrong. It is not only effective against Zoan. Oh, you mean to everyone? Morgan's bird eyes widened. This meant something special. FFFFFFFFFF, that's right. But currently, the Zoan users benefit more. The surprised expressions of others are Doflamingo's eternal pleasure. Currently, do you mean there will be subsequent products? Morgan said seriously, amazing product. I will reserve a page for your auction in tomorrow's news. No, Morgan said there are 2 pages. The rare treasure auction on Island No. 1 and the Sea Warriors market on Island No. 16. They are separate, and we will need your help when there are new products in the future. My friend, facing Doflamingo, who was getting more and more aggressive. Morgan's face darkened. He said, friends are bullshit. He spread his wings like an angry chicken and spoke angrily. No way, Doflamingo, I'm only interested in big news. Don't try to bribe me with money. Of course, my friend, I know that you are the king of news. You don't like others to control your reports. You must decide what to publish in the newspaper. So I plan to make an exchange. Morganus was delighted when he heard the words News King. But then he was stunned. He retracted his small wings that could not fly. Exchange. Yes, an exchange. Golden Roger will soon arrive at the unknown land of Raftel and become the true king of pirates. Moreover, Roger is already terminally ill. Doflamingo said the shocking words calmly. What? How did you know? The mysterious route to the unknown land is beyond the reach of even my news bird. Morganus opened his beak in disbelief. The existence of One Piece is certainly not false in the hands of a person like him. He certainly knows about Roger's movements, after all. It was he who released the news that Roger broke into the Toto Land Kingdom. But how did Doflamingo know Roger's current location and that he was seriously ill and terminally ill? Crack, after putting away the camera. Doflamingo smiled and spoke with a satisfied look on his face. 3 years ago, Roger invited a ship's doctor named Crocus on board. I'm sure you are familiar with this. You can confirm the news that Roger is seriously ill through his actions. As for Roger's arrival at the final destination, FFFFFFFFFFF, tilde of course, I saw the future, so what? There will be other big news in the future. What you want will appear in the newspapers in the next 2 days. If Roger successfully arrives at Raftel, as you said, And cooperates, as you said. Wiping the pocket watch on his chest, Morgause calmed down and said in a deep voice. He had already believed that Roger was seriously ill. As the Emperor of the Dark World, who had access to all the information, he had plenty of ways to slowly check and confirm it. As for what Doflamingo said about foreseeing the future, he didn't believe it at all. Everyone has his own information, channel sand to be friends. You have to know what's interesting. It's impolite to dig too deep into the issue. FFFFFFFFFFF, of course, you'll see, my friend. This is what needs to be sent out tomorrow. Doflamingo's mouth curled up into a huge arc. Take the free information from the future. Exchange it for advertisements facing the whole world. And make money however you want. Who will be the richest man in the pirates' world in the future? The next day, filled with pictures of rare treasures auctions. More heavy news than ever before flew to all parts of the world. Alabaster Nefertari Cobra as a newly crowned king. Cobra was filled with doubts as he faced the worsening desert and the shrinking oasis. The music played by the broken speakers in the hall could not soothe him. Fresh water resources are becoming increasingly scarce. In this increasingly chaotic world, what is the future of the people? We have cut all possible expenditures. What about conquering other islands? This will only bring pain. Your Majesty Cobra, this is today's news. Icklum, who had big curly hair, interrupted his thoughts when he walked into the hall. Icklum, is there any big event on the sea today? As he spoke, Cobra took the newspaper handed to him. Why is it so heavy? Hey. Is this the Donquixote family that came to Alabaster before? How much water can be stored for firefighting? How much water can be stored during the rainy season? Looking at the densely packed newspapers, Cobra's eyes became brighter and brighter. The condition for participation is 1 ounce of gold. That's about 220,000 Baileys. Icklum, let's go to Sabyodi, the Iron Bucket Kingdom. On the giant pillar that reaches the sky, the 7-year-old Wapple already has a broad body, and the Bangu leather jacket he wears makes him look like a ball. At this moment, he is holding a newspaper in one hand and holding his father's thigh tightly with the other. Dad, I want hot and hot shells. I want to make my palace look like summer. Wapple's brother Muxuru stood by and looked at his brother throwing a tantrum with a look of disgust on his face. As the ruler of a country, Eurus certainly saw the value of Rebe and Yanbe. His wife died of the cold after giving birth to their youngest son. What's more, countless ordinary people die from cold-related injuries every year. However, faced with the harassment of his young son, his head ached uncontrollably and he could only speak to comfort him. Okay. Compared to the enthusiastic royal families and nobles of various countries, the pirates of the Grand Line seemed a little standoffish. The pirates group from North Blue, boring. You even want my gold. Laozi is a big pirate with a bounty of 20 million. Damn it. Where is Sabyodi? Go grab these interesting things. This family icon seems familiar. Captain Damu, who looks 60% like Roger, cursed loudly. Boss, this is the logo of the North Blue Donquixote family. Almost all of our North Blue weapons are made by them. And the Sabyodi land is right next to the naval headquarters. The younger brother at the side spoke softly, then. It's okay then. The next day, new newspapers set off the sea again. White Lion pirates, hey. Guys, we Zoan users are the strongest after all. Captain Simba revealed his Zoan cat fruits, lion-shaped mane, and raised his ferocious head with great complacency. Come on, little ones, Sabyodi, with this red medicine. We will kill the damned red-beard pirates at sea, and all their treasures will belong to us. Lulu. These scenes play out in the first half of New World. Naval Headquarters Sengoku's face was livid. The gathering of nobles and royal families had already brought great security pressure to Sabyodi, and the pirates who had gathered here now made the situation even worse. Bang, looking at the news in front of him. Kong punched a big hole in the table in front of him with his strong fists. His expression was as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. He took out a document and handed it to Sengoku in front of him. Damn Doflamingo. He wants to turn the sea that just calmed down into a mess. Sengoku. This is the celestial dragon's Mindaro saint who arrived at Sabyodi this time. If Doflamingo attacks him, it's life or death. If not, let it be. Why can't we just take it? Sengoku took the information, a little confused. As a loyal supporter of the world government, he certainly had no objection to protecting the celestial dragons. But Doflamingo, not to mention that Crane has already found out that he is behind most of the wars in North Blue. As for the current predicament of Sabyodi, if we kill him, most of the problems can be solved. Doflamingo, also celestial dragons. Sora squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. What, the old woman Hizira, who had just been stroking the sheep steadily, suddenly felt her hands tremble and her eyes showed shock. No wonder the world government transferred her from North Blue. Time passes. Inside the Rare Treasures auction hall, a large number of staff members are wiping tables and chairs in preparation for tomorrow's auction. My fellow countrymen, this time, the noble's satisfaction can be used to directly deduct 1/10 of your own price. We will be one step closer to freedom. We must clean the place spotlessly. The food and drinks must be of the best quality. You must taste everything yourself to determine if there is any spoilage or corruption. Eliminate the possibility of any unexpected situation. Let Stella's soft and clear voice spread throughout the auction venue. The former slaves showed their longing for the future on their faces, and their hands moved faster the other side. The Sea Warriors market is very similar in form to the Dressrosa arena. Tezulo looked up at Picorham he met for the first time, and spoke cautiously, Pika. The boss said that the center of the arena still has some flaws. You need to make it tighter and leave a channel for seawater around it. No problem, Dover said. I'll help you, it's easy. The shrill voice made Tezulo's mouth twitch when he first met her, and he almost couldn't hold back his smile. He quickly tried to make up for it. Pika, are you a giant? The implication is that she is still in the developmental stage. Pika waved his hands helplessly. The more outsiders he met, the less irritable he was. Besides, the people in the family were different. As long as they didn't deliberately laugh at him, it was fine. Not really, laugh if you want, I'm 15 years old. But my vocal cords have developed in the opposite direction to my height. They have stagnated since I was a child, as he spoke. Pika slowly sank into the ground in front of Tesoro's astonished eyes. A wide isolation zone began to appear around the arena, and the excess land and the material of the arena were gradually compressed and became more compact. It can't handle a real fight between strong men, but it's enough to deal with these first half of the pirates. Standing in the sky, Doflamingo had just arrived here, looked at this scene, and gave his evaluation in his heart. Tesoro, how is the arrangement of the video Den Mushi going. In the meeting room, Tesoro and Piker noticed Doflamingo's arrival and looked towards the source of the voice. Then he put his left hand on his chest and greeted him respectfully. Boss Dover, Doflamingo waved his hand to get back to work. And Tesoro responded, Boss. The last shipment of video Den Mushi world government only had 3. But we just received 5, just in case. 2 video Den Mushi have already arrived at Magic Valley Town and Whiskey Town, respectively. Den Mushi are special natural creatures in the pirate's world. Den Mushi uses biowaves as a transmission medium. Each Den Mushi individual has its own unique waves. But there is also a channel that serves as a channel for public information waves to pass through. In addition, the personality of the Den Mushi itself creates different types of Den Mushi. The unique bioelectric waves can pass through the most complex magnetic fields in the pirate's world. So they are particularly precious. The video telephone mushroom and the projection telephone mushroom are the most precious among them. The functions of the video phone bug include recording and projecting images, and can be used for recording images or live broadcasts. The function of the projector Den Mushi is similar to that of a projector. It can take pictures with one eye and project pictures with the other. It is equivalent to an incomplete version of the video Den Mushi. Well done. There is still a problem with the communication between the image shell and the video Den Mushi. Only a perfect display can excite our Grand Line Sea warriors. Can you tell the gender of the Den Mushi you sent? We have already contacted the scientific team, Dr. No. 26 needs to confirm the judgment in person. Tell Diamante and Lao Ji to keep an eye on the Den Mushi they have, and transport them to Sky Island after they are used. Return the 5 projection Den Mushi to the family residence. I will take them away after the auction. Have the members who manipulate the image shell keep a record of this auction. Night. A Den Mushi that hadn't been connected for a long time rang. Dover, the Marines are gathering towards Sabyodi. Where is the landing site? Island No. 17, illegal zone. What's the target? The pirates who participated in the Sabyodi incident this time. That's great. This will be a great time to test the product out to the world. Early the next morning, a large number of tourists flocked to the auction of rare treasures. Most of them are royal nobles from the major member states. It's not noon yet. The auction was already bustling with people. The little nobles were extremely excited, not only because of the upcoming auction, but also because of the big shots who were about to arrive at the venue. I heard that celestial dragons will be coming this time. Father, I haven't seen celestial dragons yet. Ha 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 ha. Celestial dragons have visited our country before. I'm a lucky guy, I saw them from afar. Their posture was so sacred. Fellow countrymen from the Holy Land. The nobles were whispering to each other, their palms sweating with excitement. The news of the celestial dragon's arrival was secretly released by Doflamingo. As the pinnacle of nobility, celestial dragons are naturally coveted by countless lesser nobles and flock to them. If the venue is too deserted, it will not be good news for his gold acquisition plan. The celestial dragons are coming at the entrance. A celestial dragons wearing a bubble mask arrived. With the grand welcome from Baron, the professional manager selected by Tesoro, and the attention of the guests, celestial dragons sat in the center of the front row of the venue. The auction has begun. Baron stood in front of the stage, projecting the image with the image shell in his hand. In the video, Yunbei sprays cotton candy-like clouds that float in the air, and the winged Donquixote people pounce on them with smiles. Seeing this scene, everyone in the venue started talking. Wow, clouds you can lie down on, are these real? This must be the Sky Island people, they really do exist. What about the golden country that the liar Rolando talked about? Father, I want this, buy it for me, I want this. Looking at the conference hall that exploded in an instant, Baron silently praised his boss Tesora, and then spoke passionately. As the opening gift for today's rare treasure auction, the first item is 10 cloud shells from Sky Island. You can freely roam in the cloud, unfortunately. Qinghai Cloud cannot be used for a long time, so please pay attention to the height when using it. However, our rare treasure auctions include one free cloud recharge. Subsequent cloud recharges are 10 ounces each. Starting price is 100 Oz. One devil fruit also costs 100 million berries. And this experience of floating in the air, even if it is not permanentes, simply worth it. As 10 pills are only 100 ounces and cost 22 million Baileys. The venue immediately became lively, with bids coming one after another. 150 ounces, 200 ounces, 250 ounces. Donquixote Minderos, who was sitting in the front row, had his eyes almost popping out. He stood up, pulled out his pistol, and fired it into the air. Bang, I'll offer 1,000 ounces. Anyone who dares to snatch it from me will have to go back to the Holy Land with me and become a slave. Mindaro's saint is not particularly stupid and knows how to take advantage of his rights. The venue immediately fell silent, and everyone looked at the man who was bidding. His white robe and arrogant actions revealed his identity. Celestial Dragons. Saint Mindaros offers 1,000 ounces of gold. Baron excitedly announced that the auction's turnover was related to his freedom, which began to add fuel to the fire. Is there any higher bidder? The venue was quiet and there were no competitors. Everyone present knew that the only ones who could compete with celestial dragons were celestial dragons. There was only one at this venue, deal. The box containing the Yunbei was moved in front of the celestial dragons. Next is a perfect grade water clam from Sky Island. It can store and release a large amount of water. It is the best choice for sea voyages or for defense. The starting price for 10 pieces is 10 ounces. Pity. Doflamingo standing in the sky above the auction sighed inwardly if more people competed. The price of Yunbei would be raised to a level that it did not belong to, and more gold would be collected. He turned his head to look at the young and strong version of Sengoku, who was staring at him on the other side of the auction. Feeling the heavy threat coming from that muscular body, a hint of sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. FFFFFFFFFF, Sengoku-san, I'm also a celestial dragon. Shouldn't you be loyal to me? Put away your little tricks, Doflamingo. All the waves you stir up will be smoothed out by Marine. Sengoku folded his arms across his chest, looking extremely cold and unmoved by the words, really. Then you guys have to work hard. This time, the commotion is going to be quite big. The other side, Island No. 16. The Sea Warriors gathering was also packed with pirates. Tesoroho was being closely guarded by Pika, was wearing a flirty pink suit and spoke with enthusiasm. Hi everyone, I'm Tezulo. Welcome all Sea Warriors to participate in Don Quixote's first treasure competition. This time our winner has 2 rewards. The first is 10 secret medicines worth 50 ounces of gold. And the second is a precious animal given by our Donquixote family. Rare beast. Something that wasn't mentioned in the newspaper. Before the pirates could come to a conclusion, the staff pulled out 2 huge cages from the dark gate. The sunlight shone on it, and the pirates sitting in the audience could see clearly the 2 huge monsters inside. One had a bird's head, wings and eagle's claws, but a horse's body, and was 7 meters long. One has an eagle's head and wings on a snake's body, and its wide wings can only be folded together in the cage. There was a burst of discussion immediately. Is this the animal that ate the zoan fruit? A bird that ate the mama fruit, but is there a bird this big? A snake that ate the hawk fruit? No. Fellow warriors, if it is just an ordinary person with extraordinary abilities, how can it be called a rare beast? This is a miracle of creation. It is not afraid of the seawater, and is a perfect match for zoan warriors in battles at sea. Think about it when you run out of energy. There is a guardian beast ready to prevent you from falling into the sea. What is that? This is a second life. Looking at the crowd, who were becoming increasingly enthusiastic, Tezulo shouted loudly, "All participating warriors will receive a secret medicine. If you participate, you can go on stage now. If you don't participate, please go to the back of the ring to buy it." Tesoro pointed back. Yo-ho-ho-ho tilde, that's right. Buy it from the most beautiful woman in the world. 5 ounces of gold per piece. Kairola stretched out his hand as if to recruit people, with a bunch of bright red secret medicines placed in front of him. Simba in the audience could no longer contain his restless heart, so he jumped directly onto the stage with his crew, transformed into orc form, and shouted loudly to his mortal enemy, "Hey, Redbeard, let's fight to the death. You coward who only knows how to run away." The crew members behind him began to insult. "That's right, you idiot. Hurry up and hand over the money you robbed last time to the captain." "Yes, yes, yes," tilde Redbeard's face turned pale and blue, and the next moment brought his gang onto the ring. "Damn it, Simba, the precious beasts are only worthy of us. You can't pretend you didn't hear this. The rare beast is ours." Damu and his crew also jumped up. Immediately afterwards, wave after wave of pirates rushed up cursing. Looking at the audience seats that were 80% empty and the somewhat crowded arena, Tezulo patted Pika on the shoulder. Boxes appeared in front of every creature on the arena, including 2 rare beasts. The 2 precious beasts showed expressions of desire and fear, and the bloodshot in their eyes became more and more intense. Simba looked at the crowd in the corner buying secret medicine, and always felt that the secret medicine on the stage seemed much bigger. His feeling was right. The diameter on their hands is 1.5 times that of the original, which means that the dosage is 3-4 times that of the original. And what the 2 rare beasts have in front of them is 10 times more. "Let's start, warriors." Tesoro showed a meaningful smile. Simba shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He picked up the secret medicine and swallowed it like the people around him. As soon as Pooh swallowed it, Simba began to transform uncontrollably into a beast, a 3-meter-long white lion lying across the crowded stage. This is not over yet. Muscles and bones began to crack, and the next moment they began to heal. The body was still growing and blood was spreading. The intense pain made Simba howl, "This is wrong, ow." For a while, howlings were heard one after another in the ring. Simba's eyes were filled with blood. The rapidly increasing power made him a little crazy. "Redbeard, die!" he shouted and rushed towards his mortal enemy. At this moment, Redbeard has turned into a huge red fox. The next moment, the two of them started biting each other with the most primitive means. The limbs were torn apart fiercely by the other party, and the injured parts instantly grew granulations and began to heal. Simba tore off a piece of flesh from Redbeard's face and swallowed it. Feeling the changes in his body, a smile appeared on his ferocious face. Ha 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 ha. How can a fox be stronger than a lion? The pirates who had just taken the medicine felt very energetic. "Ooh, bite him hard, Captain, bite his basket. If you will fight, then fill your claws with his leather swallows. What a wonderful power. Ha 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 hey, that tajaj layosi, keep 10. A pirates who had transformed into a rhino snorted and looked towards the commentary desk, only to find that it was empty and his eyes were stunned. Where are the people feeling the surging, increasing and surging power in their bodies? The pirates became more and more unrestrained. The people who felt good about themselves did not notice the increasingly bloodshot color in their eyes. Crack at the back. The two test subjects could not resist their restless desire and swallowed the box and the stone support underneath. Roar, screech, the two monsters roared angrily. And in an instant, most of the pirates on the field felt their hair stand on end. Then the two monsters seemed to have countless parasitic creatures in their bodies that were about to pierce their skin. They kept rolling under their skin. Their bodies began to grow taller, their fur was torn, and blood was spilling, crack, 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 accompanied by the teeth-grinding sound of bones rubbing against each other. The bird horse's 4 legs changed from hooves to bird claws that could grab into the ring, and the eagle snake had a pair of eagle claws in front of its chest. Boom, the cage burst due to the two's growing size. The entire arena was filled with smoke. Those who still had sense scattered in all directions, staying away from the incoming wood fragments and shouting loudly. Hey, 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 they also took this secret medicine. Ha 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 ha, let Laozi tame them. Where are the people from the Donquixote family? Take care of them the next moment. 4 blood-red, eyes as big as wine, barrels lit up from the smoke. Ooh, roar, huff, 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 tilde. The wings of the 2 strange beasts whistled, and they moved their huge bodies to crash into the weak creatures around them. Even the pirates, who were not users of special abilities, had begun to lose control. Instinctively rushing towards those targets they considered weak. Ha ha ha, power die. Damn Don Quixote, what on earth is this? Shells inlaid at several high points in the surrounding audience seats faithfully recorded these scenes. Hidden corner. Tesoro looked at the increasingly heated situation and said to Piker, who was standing beside him. The time has come, Piker. Remove the wall facing Island 17. The beast should be unleashed, Mogu Town. Looking at the projected image, some pirates are afraid, while others are looking forward to it. Master Diamante. Will everyone lose their minds after taking the secret potion? Yoahahahe, of course not. These warriors use 4 times the amount. In other words, if you take 4 pills of this secret medicine I have, you will lose your mind, however the more you use it. The greater the increase you get. How about it, boys? This is a good thing that can save your life. The pirates with different expressions tossed the bright red balls in their hands. Hey, 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 give Laozi 4. Thank you for 20 ounces of gold. Diamante didn't care about the man's verbal offense and planned to kill him when he got out. My lord, I only have Bailey. Thank you for 200,000 Baileys, Sea Warriors Market. Boom! A wall facing the coastline pier collapsed under Piker's manipulation. The eagle snake has already felt the incoming sea breeze, which is the breath of freedom. Its prototype, before being transformed, was a sea snake. Bang! Ouch! The thick tail whistled and shook off the pirates that were crawling on and biting it, then swallowed the half of the corpse in its mouth. The eagle snake roared and flapped its wings to fly towards the town in front of it, with its not-so-flexible claws on its chest still holding the half of the corpse. The huge snake body made loud noises as it squirmed. The houses in front collapsed like paper houses under the crush of the snake's body. The thugs inside were turned into meat paste before they could even struggle. Far away, looking at the attacking behemoth, the gangsters and pirates reacted quickly, took out their grenades and guns, and threw them at the charging behemoth. After a puff of smoke, the huge snake body rushed out again, and the flesh pits on its body caused by the bomb were healing visibly. Hey, 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 what is this? Is this the snake that ate the secret treasure from the sea? And at the back, the pirates who were knocked away climbed up again with the support of the secret medicine. The price of their vitality is their increasingly grey hair. Simba's white lion has completely eaten up his old enemy, and now he is very hungry. And all around there is a lot of food. Virgo, who was watching nearby, noticed the unusual situation and took out the Den Mushi in his arms. Moshi Saul Vice Admiral. The east wall of the Sea Warriors Bazaar has collapsed. A snake that seems to have eaten the Zoan fruit is attacking the town. Gangs in lawless areas are rioting. Port 17. Saul carefully put away his Den Mushi and turned around to shout to his subordinates. Pirates are attacking the town. Go to Island 16 and stop them, but Vice Admiral. The Admiral asked us to keep an eye on the pirates staying at Port 16. Just let the team you lead stay. I will explain to the Admiral. Doing justice is what we Marines should do. After saying that, Saul rushed towards the direction of the fire with his subordinates without even looking up. Island number 1, the auction was empty. Looking at the increasingly grand fire on Island No. 16, a smile appeared on Doflamingo's face. The big thing he wanted was coming, Sengoku-san. The pirates are rioting and the lovely islanders are wailing. Is that okay? Don't even think about killing celestial dragons. Doflamingo, I'll keep an eye on you. The Marines will take care of Island 16. And as for the garbage on the island, it doesn't matter if everyone dies. Sengoku remained unmoved and silently looked at the fool who was shopping with gold in the venue. FFFFFFFFFF, is that so? Thank you so much, Sengoku-san. Island No. 16. Saul looked at the beast raging in the distance with a look of shock. It's actually bigger than him. Almost as big as some smaller sea kings. This is really something. Is this a person with special abilities losing control? Without time to think, Saul rushed forward, giving instructions to his subordinates around him. Rescue the injured civilians. If pirates appear, do your best to capture them. Report the situation here to the Admiral. Yes. As he got closer, Saul could even smell the stench coming from the eagle snake monster's mouth. The eagle snake had already discovered Saul approaching. After all, the hissing snake tongue was not just for show and had already sensed the huge heat source. Food bang! The thick snake body coiled into a ball and then shot into the sky like a spring. The recoil force caused cracks in the surrounding earthquake and smoke rose up. Then with its wings flapping rapidly behind it, It rushed towards Saul like a missile, a hidden place. Looking at the Marines rushing over, Tesoro dialed the den mushy in his hand. Mahabasi, the time has come, let's start. I understand, Port No. 16 is crowded with pirates' ships docked. Looking at the fire in the distance, the pirates who stayed on the pirate ship docked at the edge began to get excited. Woohoo! How much treasure will the captain and his men get this time? I don't know, I should be able to get 100,000 Baileys. How about we go get some secretly? The captain isn't here anyway and there's a party tonight. So they won't remember. I think it's okay, little brother, where is your treasure? In the cabin below deck, no, who are you? The silly pirates looked at the mountain of meat floating above their heads in confusion. Thank you, bro. Dong dong, 1,000 tons of destruction, basying. As soon as he finished speaking, Mahabai's huge body floating in the air suddenly weighed thousands of tons and fell down with a loud bang. Boom! The two pirates on the bow instantly became Pirates Chan, becoming one with Huang Jinrong below the deck. Mahabai's floated up again, looked at the ship docked nearby, and flew over slowly on the next boat. The two pirates who had just witnessed the tragedy were horrified. Don't come over here. Boom boom, 1,000 tons of destruction, ying. But the pleading was useless, and Mahabai's fell again. Boom, the scream stopped abruptly. Oh, what a great harvest. You are worthy of being the young master. This is much faster than running around North Blue to rob money. However, the most important thing is the guidance of the world's most beautiful woman. With an excited look on his face, Joe drove the Flamingo Mini towards the ship that had just been smashed. The lower-ranking members of the family on the ship nodded silently when they heard the first half of the words, and rolled their eyes in their hearts when they heard the second half. What a narcissistic aunt. The Art of Life, Alibaba's 40 Thieves. A large amount of transparent smoke, like bubble clouds, spurted out from Kairola's palm. The smoke slowly formed 40 muscular Arab men, who rushed towards the bloody gold with swift movements. As for the meat paste on top, this does not affect the value of gold, just wash it. As for how Jorah knew the story of the 40 thieves, of course it was Doflamingo who told him the story when he was bored. Open sea, Uruj holds his giant pencil, waiting for the lucky one to break through the siege. Boom! The speeding giant snake collided with the running Saul, stirring up a large cloud of dust. The eagle snake, with a somewhat dizzy head, subconsciously bit the arm in front of it. The two sets of wings behind its head flapped towards Saul's head, and its two unobedient claws also dug into the flesh tightly. But the next moment, crack! The armament color covering it caused two of its teeth to break. Saul, whose vision was blocked by the wings, simply locked the snake's head hanging in his hand and threw it to the ground. Boom! Snakes are most afraid of being hit by animals, because the vertebrae of snakes are divided into segments. After being swung vigorously, the snake's skeletal joints will fall off and dislocate, thereby compressing the nerves. But the eagle snake is completely different. The dislocated spine has been restored under the combined effects of the ancient bloodline factor and the strengthening medicine. True life never stops, and the fight never ends. Shaking its dizzy head, the eagle snake turned around and let out a sharp roar. Then entangled Saul again, roar. Is this the awakened Zoan ability snake? Saul was amazed at the strange recovery ability. Even snakes can awaken. He clenched his hands, wrapped the dark haki around his fists again, and struck the beast in front of him hard on the head. Bang! The eagle snake that had just stood up fell to the ground again with a crisp sound. Saul did not give Eagle Snake a chance to stand up again. He rapped Haki's fist and hit Eagle Snake again from the dent just made on his head. Boom, boom, boom. The iron fist, with a force of thousands of tons, hit his head continuously like hitting a sandbag. Note 1. Red and white brain matter overflowed. Looking at the immobile beast, the Marine soldiers paddling nearby exclaimed, as expected of the giant Vice Admiral Saul, "This is not to kill the Admiral's disciples. Look at that Haki, the monster can't even break the defense." Yes, 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 but Saul did not relax at all. The three gazes from behind like needles made him feel more and more threatened. He turned his head with a serious face. The gap where the Sea Warrior market collapsed in the distance. Three blood-red eyes lit up. The Marines followed Saul's gaze, the bloody bird horse, the red and white lion, and the rhinoceros with its skin and flesh bursting was slowly walking out. This is it, there are three more opponents like this. More than, behind the three monsters. Pairs of smaller blood-red eyes lit up after cannibalism. The well-fed beast rushed out. "I'm here, I'll take care of it." Looking at his somewhat flustered subordinate, Saul spoke to comfort him. "Attack the heads of these out-of-control pirates. They have strong recovery abilities." Without too much time to think after a brief reminder, Saul took the initiative to greet him. His subordinates were not capable of restraining these large monsters, so he had to do it, lie, moo, ow, accompanied by three loud roars. The three behemoths began to charge. The houses blocking the way ahead were washed away. The Marine who had no time to dodge was trampled into a pulp. The mad crowd behind him followed closely like zombies, rushing in all directions, a frozen time capsule. Three cold air shock waves came from afar, freezing the land wherever they passed. Oh! The three beasts only had time to leap into the air in an attempt to dodge, before they were blown away by the extreme cold and turned into ice sculptures. Not to mention the weak Xian behind them. The Marines looked surprised and turned to look. The visitor wore a headscarf embroidered with the Naval Headquarters logo to cover his curly hair. The small round sunglasses cannot hide the determined and fiery eyes. A purple vest, a black windbreaker with the headquarters logo, and white trousers, with extremely cold white air coming out of his hands. It was none other than Vice Admiral, one of the three famous marine monsters, Aokiji. As expected of Aokiji Vice Admiral, this is all solved neatly. It's like being Aokiji-sama's dog. "Hey he, thank you so much for this time, Aokiji. Why are you back here?" Saul looked at his approaching friend, somewhat confused. "I was planning to report to the headquarters, and I passed by Sabyori and saw the commotion these two made. So I came here. Is this the work of these damn pirates again? Why are you here alone? Where is Sengoku Admiral?" As he said that, Aokiji kicked the ice sculpture of the pirates next to him and shattered it. Aokiji, who has not yet experienced the beatings of the world government, pursues burning justice. The new auction of rare treasures on Island 1 opens today. The kings of several nearby world government member states were present, as well as the world's noble celestial dragons. Admiral Sengoku is on duty over there. Aokiji knew exactly what mission he was carrying out, which was nothing more than protecting the celestial dragons and maintaining order. He also had some reservations about protecting celestial dragons, and Mr. Garp refused the promotion to avoid these things. Without thinking any further, Aokiji looked at the three large ice sculptures in the distance. Feeling somewhat puzzled, how did they make this? The body shape doesn't look like an ordinary zoan. Is it an ancient species? There is a bit of the aura of Jalaman. Did these pirates fail to awaken and lose control? Mass awakening, I don't know either. The admiral asked me to wait for instructions at the port and to catch all the pirates participating in the gathering here. R. transferred to Tezulo, the family residence. Looking at the frozen scene in the video, his eyes were solemn. I called Den Mushi again. Moshimoshi, Mr. Tesoro, what's the matter? Boom boom, 1,000 tons of destruction. Marbais has always respected Tesoro for his courage in confronting the world government. Boom, Mahabasi. Inform Lady Jorah and Uruj that it's time to retreat. What happened? Marine Monster Vice Admiral Aokiji is here. I understand, crack, after hanging up the phone. Marbais sighed with regret as he looked at the ships scattering and fleeing. The next day, Donquixote family station. Looking at the gold that filled the entire room, Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction. Funny enough, a small part of the credit goes to the nobles. This auction, except for the slashing clams, impact clams, and laser clams. These three types of shellfish are either endangered or already extinct. 15 other types of Sky Island shells, plus 5 test specimens with less powerful attacks. A total of 40,000 ounces of gold, 1120 tons, and 58 cubic meters were mined. It melted into a cubide that was 3 meters long, 3 meters wide and 6 meters high. Converted into bailicet would be about 8 billion Baileys, with an average of 400 million per lot. Others. They are all the pirates' wealth. It's still faster for the thieves to eat the thieves. But after this time, this secret medicine should also be able to explode. Stopping his increasingly wandering thoughts, Doflamingo looked at the people in front of him. It was time to reward them according to their merits. Piker, come back to Sky Island with me this time. Your throat can be saved this time. For the honest and loyal Piker, the only thing he pursues is a golden voice, really Dover. Dr. No. 15, I found a plant in Burka that can change your voice. Don't be too happy, it's only temporary. But there is a way to save your voice, so don't be too sad. Wow, this is enough. Piker's eyes were filled with tears. Kora's the most beautiful woman in the world. I believe you will not refuse this check for 300 million berries. The clothing store in Sabyodi is waiting for your visit. No woman can resist shopping. Oh, thank you so much, young master, taking the check. Jorah put his face in his hands and entered into fantasy time. Tesoro. You can choose 2 of the Marine 6 style's physical skills to practice. There will be no need for the future world sea markets to exist. Pay attention to the counterattack of the pirates who escaped the net during this incident. The next Seastone delivery will be in 1 month. I understand, boss. From now on, I will not appear in the sight of the Marines and pirates. Tezulo said to Kaido, very good Mahabas Uruj. Your duty is to protect Tesoro. This time you too can also choose 2 of the Marine 6 styles to practice. Yes, young Master God, Toripol Diamante. Piker and other 3 are the core members. The 6 styles were naturally completely open to them. And those who come later, like Marbais, need to work hard on their own. The training ground of the naval headquarters. 3 large lumps of ice attracted the patrolling Marines. Open it, Kyuzan. Yes, Admiral Sengoku, crack, crack. The sound of ice breaking could be heard one after another. Bangs, bang, bangs. The three lost the support of the ice and fell to the ground. The bird horse and the eagle snake raised their heads high, and only had time to let out a mournful cry before there was no further sound. The white lion Simba shrank back into human form and fell into a coma. Sengoku frowned as a user of the mythical beast type, and with Marine's eyesight, he could naturally see some clues. Send all of this to the Marine Science Corps. The messages in Pirates are delayed, just like the newspaper Doflamingo got. Morgause's fellow tribesmen are not flying all over the world. The closer the islands and ships are to Sabyodi, the faster they will get the news and vice versa. The longer it will take. This is especially true for places like Wano Kuni, where people play behind closed doors. New World Golden Lion Fleet, after a cursory glance. The newspaper was thrown into the trash can by Golden Lion. To him, anyone who can't help rule the world is trash. Scratching the itchy comb on his head, Shiki raised his eyebrows and felt like he was going to grow a brain. He looked at his own doctor and researcher doctor, Indigo, and asked, "Hey, Indigo, have you found any trace of Roger?" Puff, puff, Indigo paced back and forth to make noise, then gave his answer after seeing his boss start to get impatient. "No, the Roger pirates are missing." Whitebeard Pirates Chinese letter. At the age of 20, Marco has already gone bald at an early age. At this moment, I am following the message bird. What? Why does it cost 200 Baileys this time? A lot of instructions included. 10 or even 9 times thicker than before. And you're still losing money, okay. Marco rushed towards the giant on the deck with a newspaper. Dad, new newspaper. Cool, la la la, is there any interesting news on the sea? Gyudeng dong. The blonde limited edition, Whitebeard said, as he slammed another bottle of wine into his mouth. Beast strengthening potion. This seems to be able to awaken people, Dad. Newgate glanced and commented, well, just a beast out of control. An incompetent person seeking power. Wow, Marine Vice Admiral Aokiji looks so powerful. I really want to fight him. Young Marco's head is full of hormones. Cool, there will be a chance. The sea will allow you to meet. Wow, Dad, there are shells from Sky Island, which are used to put out fires if they are used to store wine. There will be no need to put so many barrels on the ship. The tipsy Whitebeard suddenly sobered up and his eyes fixed. Bring it to Daddy. Young Marco does not yet understand the dangers of excessive drinking for middle-aged men. Beasts Pirates is missing, BIGMOM Pirates. Charlotte Linlin, who still has a limited edition skin, has not completely deformed her figure. The people of Sky Island looked more and more excited as they watched the video of them lying on the clouds. After swallowing a mouthful of overly sweet cake, he cast an aggressive gaze towards his third and fourth daughters, who were free. Mama, Armand, Yaxu, people from Sky Island. The Lulusha tribal nations need it, bring it to Mom. Angel Island shore. Watch the islanders carry boxes of gold off the ship. Diamante used his ability to manipulate the gold in his hand to twist like a snake. He looked at Toripol opposite him and expressed his confusion. Toripol, you said that we now have wealth and power that we never dared to imagine before. Why do I feel less and less happy? Maybe we are getting farther and farther away from Dover. As he said this, Toripol put down the slime bomb he had just made. Dover, how long will it take for you to be back? We should be reaching pressurized islands soon, Diamante. It's been a couple of days since we last went to Grinding Island. Let's go. How can we miss Dover's journey to becoming king? Above sea level, a ship with wings and sideways sails was cruising back and forth on the sea. Everyone on the boat was injured and wrapped in bandages. Mont Blanc Coulet stared at the sea with a serious expression. Hey, Captain, since we failed this time, let's continue our journey. Yes, this is our last effort. If we fail again, we won't have the money to rebuild the next flyby. Yeah. I hope the ship won't be destroyed and no one will die this time. This lasted nearly a year, with multiple attempts to fly. At first, couldn't even get close to the flying current. And last time, he flew over 300 meters, he crashed. After the last crash, it took them half a year to save up enough for the current ship. This rich experience of self-destruction left the pirates with lingering fears. They wanted gold, but they were also afraid of death. Abu, turn right, Mont Blanc's calm voice sounded. Abu did it subconsciously. Time passes. The wind started to pick up at sea, and huge Uzumaki began to appear, the flyer. Between the impenetrable white sea clouds and the sea was like a bug. The flyby began to glide along the Uzumaki. The cavities on the seafloor began to accumulate energy. The speed of the ocean current began to increase sharply, and the flyby was getting closer and closer to the center. The speed is too fast. The right sail of the A-League stretches and changes direction. The surging Uzumaki suddenly stopped. Like the calm before the storm, Guy felt something was wrong. Something's wrong. Hurry up, Abuturn left Agia. All of you go to the oars, increase the lateral distance. The position of the rushing current is wrong this time. The distance is too close. Boom. Unfortunately, it was too late. With a huge roar, the huge ocean current rushed vertically into the sky like an angry dragon. The sky-high current, known as the monster current, is setting sail again. Ah, as everyone screamed. The flying was carried rapidly upwards by the ocean current. The sudden change in gravity caused everyone to fall down. Fortunately, those who were experienced in takeoff had already secured themselves with ropes so as not to fall off the deck. As the altitude increases, it is proud of its large wings on both sides and its specially structured sails. The flyby became more stable. The pirates' expressions gradually changed from nervousness to excitement. Success, Golden Country, here we come. As expected of you, Captain. It seems you can really sail into the sky this time. We are the great pirates who have conquered the sky. Beauty with wings, here I come. The descendants of the great warrior Calgara are probably on it. I wonder if the golden bell looks like what our ancestors drew. I'm a little out of breath. The ship began to get closer and closer to the thick clouds. Click with a loud bang. A crack appeared on the right side of the ship, below where it had just been touched by the ocean current. The ocean currents flow in with it. The flyby began to shake. Everyone looked as if they had lost their parents, with pale faces, like stone sculptures that had not yet been painted. There was no way they could remedy it. There is no other way to land. Completion. It must be at least 6,000 meters high. If you fall down, you'll be smashed to pieces. Ah. I don't want to die. Guy's face was livid. He was not afraid of death. But what about the lives of his partners entrusted to him? The most important thing is that Sky Island is right in front of him, and he is unwilling to give up. The hope of washing away the humiliation that our ancestors have endured for nearly 400 years is right before our eyes. FFFFFFFFFF, what a pity, there is only one step left. Doflamingo looked at the chestnut-headed man on the boat. and smiled. He recognized who it was. A thought flashed through his mind. I wonder how the descendants of this big talking king in the original world line survived at this high altitude. Of course, didn't know that in the original timeline, Guy Cullet had already gone somewhere with his friends. It was only after being ridiculed and insulted all over the world that he disbanded the pirates and returned to Pressurized Island to work hard to prove that his ancestors were not liars. This wave goes to heaven. It saved us 25 years of detour. Note 1. The sudden sound made everyone notice that the ship seemed to be stationary and not shaking. Saved, the boat has stopped. Who was that just now? Everyone shook their heads and looked. The first thing you see is the scarlet sunglasses. The head of golden hair shows his arrogance, and the red feather cape adds to his aura. Standing in the air like a god or a devil. What kind of devil fruit is this? It must be Logia. It must be, Arigato, thank you for saving our lives. After everyone knelt down to express their amazement and gratitude, they looked behind Doflamingo. A massive flamingo-shaped ship's rudder stared back at them. The golden light from the deck shone into their eyes, and gold was piled there like a small mountain. Everyone subconsciously rubbed their faces, rubbed their eyes and opened their mouths. It must be fake. I must be dead. This is heaven. This is the golden country. Yes. It turns out that only by dying can one enter the golden country. The person with wings I saw turned out to be an angel. Turning his head to look at the surging ocean current behind him that was still not stopping. Guy knew that all this was real. He slapped Abu, who was closest to him and was still lost in fantasitwis. Ouch, what are you doing? Click. The sound of shutter was heard. Looking at the people who were gradually waking up with fear on their faces. Doflamingo put the image shell back into his arms, raised 3 fingers, and raised the corners of his mouth to reveal a wicked smile. You now have 3 choices. Option 1. I will let go of your boat and do an extreme bungee jump that you can only do once in a lifetime. Although they didn't know what Doflamingo meant by bungee jumping, their strong desire to survive made them have an unprecedented tacit understanding and shook their heads in unison. Option 2, the white sea above is swimmable. I'll throw you up and you can swim to Sky Island by yourselves. Doflamingo pointed to the dark sky above. They looked at each other, seeing that they had been in the air for a long time and were starting to breathe heavily. And everyone wisely kept silent, looking at the silent crowd. Doflamingo secretly thought it was a pity. He really wanted them to choose 2 so that they could see 1.2. But he was not a person who liked to force others. Then he said the last option. Choose 3, work for me for 10 years, or 1 billion Baileys. Everyone remained silent. They had no choice. Very good, wise choice after a short climb. Everyone saw Angel Island in the distance. The clouds wrap around the island, making it look as dazzling as a pearl in the sky. The magnificent scenery made everyone open their mouths unconsciously. How beautiful, Angel, hehehehe. Looking at the Shandia survivors dressed as Indians in the crowd in the distance. Because of the lack of oxygen at high altitude, Guy looked listless but extremely excited at the same time. He could hardly speak and was shaking all over. These were the Shandia people as recorded by his ancestors. His ancestor, Mont Blanc Laurent, was not a big liar. The fly in the ointment is. These people were doing hard labor, pulling square pieces of clouds and moving them on the clouds. It destroys the beauty. Go report, this is where you will be working next. pointing at the Sky Island cloud processing plant. Doflamingo instructed. Of course, you can also choose to escape. After saying this without waiting for anyone to respond, he threw the damaged, flying towards the shore. Then he flew towards Arpeado. As for whether everyone will escape and attack the people of Angel Island. Not to mention that Guy couldn't do it. If we can do better, we can let the people of Sky Island experience the daily life of Qinghai people. In this way, they understood what a great and kind man he. Doflamingo's, Note 1, the current timeline is 1497. Guy actually arrived at the Pressure Island in 1510. King Luffy went to the sky in 1520 and started again to the Golden Country in 1522. Golden Bell, it's the Golden Bell.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.